Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise. And if you want them to like you more, that only cost you who you are. Keep I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall. How I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep It's like When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go.
I wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh,
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What are you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring it down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place.
felt this free, like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go.
I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. When the sun goes down and the world spins round, when I lay right next to you, I can't close my eyes even though I try. These perfect moments are few. I fall asleep to embrace in the morning, awake to that perfect side of you. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What are you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that would bring it down.
trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the felt this free, like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go.
cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring it down.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise. And if you want them to like you more, that only costs you who you are. Keep I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall. How I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go.
I wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world against the stream of time. We'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment forever young. Against the stream of time. We'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment forever.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What are you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring you down.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise, and if you want them to like you more, that only cost you who you are. Keep away from the I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall, how I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep Will you take my hand, or will you let me go? Is this my last stand? Will you let me know? 'Cause you're all the beauty right around. I feel you in the breeze. Yeah, when the morning comes around, baby, please don't leave. I need you now, more than ever. I need you now, more than ever. You are my northern light, you shine through the night. The sun could go down, it don't matter. I need you now, more than ever, more than ever. I need you now.
golf. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so golf.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Snetterton, day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club here as we celebrate 20 years of the Classic Sports Car Club. We had a brilliant day's racing yesterday with the far more modern era of cars that were out on track. We wind the clock back a little bit today with cars from the 1960s, the 1970s and the 1980s, all heading out onto the circuit. We've also got a visiting championship here this weekend. That's the Morgan Challenge as well. So lots of exciting racing coming up over the course of this afternoon. We'll guide you through all of that. So from myself, Mark Werrell, down here in the pit lane, let's head upstairs to the commentary box. Jack Werrell is on comms duty.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, it's great to be here for the Classic Sports Car Club, and yeah, we've got an action-packed afternoon. We've already seen qualifying sessions for all of the series that are here on Sunday. We've got the Modern Classics out first, and then we get to the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, the Morgan Challenge for their first of 2 races, scheduled to start at around about 25 to 3. Then it's the Mintex Classic K Morgan Challenge take to the circuit for their second and final time this weekend, and then we get the Adam and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 cars out for their race. And to finish off the day, we've got the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics taking to the circuit for their race. And currently out on circuit for their green flag warming up lap is the Modern Classics series, and we'll give you a quick run down through the grid whilst they are out on their green flag warming up lap. There was a bit of oil down though. You can see on the right hand side of your screen that there is the red and yellow slippery surface flag for a previous session. A little bit of oil laid down from sector 3 to sector 1. So we've got to be careful of that. The drivers will have been made aware by the assembly team, and I'm sure by a few marshals as well, that they need to just be careful because the track isn't exactly dry, still slightly greasy from the rain we had this morning. And then, of course, with a bit of oil down, that really isn't going to help matters. So the grid is as follows. It's the 118 Tom Mensley starting on pole position behind the wheel of his BMW M3 E36 Evo, followed by Farrell and Whelan, David Whelan starting that car. Then it's Louis Frankel and Luke Sargent. 126 lines up alongside, that's Gabriel Yilmaz starting that car. Row 3 of the grid is Richard Hayes and the 661 of Ryan Charters. Row 4 is David Sharp and Stuart Jeffcoat. Then on row 5 of the grid it's 191 Stephen Archer, followed by Roger Hamilton. Then it's Dave Griffin starting in 11th alongside the Cutlers. It will be Mike Cutler starting that Porsche Boxster S. on to what is row 13 of the grid, or row 7 of the grid, pardon me. It's Matt Holborn in his TVR Tuscan, followed by Luke Plummer in his Ginetta G20. Then it's Nick Hamilton in the second of the Ginetta G20s, followed by the Simpsons. Thomas Simpson starting that car. Jerry Simpson will take over later on in the race. Row 9 of the grid is Rodney Frost in his Jaguar XJS, followed then by Chris Boone in his Jaguar XK8, a full Jaguar row 9. Row 10 of the grid is Tom Barley, followed by Sam Smith in the pink and black Mazda. Row 11 of the grid is Mayhill and Millbank. Chris Mayhill will start that car alongside Richard Kopok, who will hand over to Lawrence Kopok later on in the race. Then it's Jamie McHugh in the 125 Porsche 968, followed by Neil Blakes. And the 13th and final row of the grid is Adrian Clark, followed by the number 25 of Billy Thompson. So a completely capacity grid, Mark, and going off qualifying, we're in for one exciting race.
We are. We're in for a very, very exciting race, and such was the way that qualifying went in the damp conditions, which just worsened as the session wore on. We've got a few cars that are out of position. You know, I certainly would not have expected Billy Thompson in his TVR Tuscan to be off the very back of the grid, but he clearly struggled in what were very tricky conditions. He only did 4 laps in qualifying, so now it is drier. Yes, we still have that oil around the circuit from one of the preceding qualifying sessions just prior to the lunch break, but Billy Thompson, I would say, the red TVR Tuscan should make some progress now. Might feel slightly more comfortable in these conditions than he would have done in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we mentioned it earlier on that the track is still not exactly dry, but it's probably one of the driest tracks we've had throughout the weekend. It's been very on and off was the weather yesterday. Today, it's slightly more consistent, very overcast, but fingers crossed we won't see any further rain. You can see 2 lines of oil around the circuit, so the drivers will have to make sure they are incredibly careful of that. And we are just waiting for the drivers to work their way through Coram, through the bomb hole, and then through the bomb hole, then into Coram, then into Murray's, before they are on the start-finish line to get this, what is a 40-minute race underway. And it's just now a case of making sure they get as much tyre temperature, as much brake temperature as possible. Brake temperature is the easy one to build up, because if you can just sit there and coast the brakes, the heat that is generated can radiate through the rim into the tyre, and the safety car is just making sure the field is all bunched up for what could be a very exciting start to the day.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. A pit window in the middle of the race. We don't have any additional time penalties for anybody to worry about, because the winner of the Modern Classics at Silverstone, Alex Taylor, is not here this weekend. So everybody is off scratch. So when the pit window opens 10 minutes into the race and closes for the final 15, everybody will just need to make sure that they can do the mandatory pit stop and won't need to worry about any additional time penalties. No, they won't. And that's going to be is going to generate some very, very close racing, especially towards the end of the race. But coming to the line is the 118 BMW of Tom Mensley. Everybody's rolling in nice 2x2 fashion. The lights are on. As soon as the lights extinguish, which they do now, we will be able to go racing for the first time here today. The number 9 of David Whelan gets a good start. Tom Mensley still alongside as they run up towards turn 1 of Ritchie's for the first time. Tom Mensley just about manages to work his way through, dropping back quite early. David Whelan potentially jumping on the brakes earlier than we would expect, but of course there is that oil down, so you've got to be so careful. It seems like everybody has worked their way through turn 1 and heading up towards the Wilson hairpin already. Yeah, so it's Louis Frankel that slotted himself through into second position. It's Gabriel Yilmaz that completes the top 3 at the moment. Yeah, heading down through the order, though, is David Whelan at the wheel of the Porsche. He has already been jumped by the Little Lotus in the hands of David Sharp. David Sharp, I think, will still even hang on to the place as they head round through Palmer for the first time. But former Renault Clio racer Tom Mensley out front, leading the way, daylight between himself and the first of the Porsche Boxsters that sits behind at the moment. Onto the brakes. They'll still be trying to work out exactly where the grip is, because it's very different to what was a hugely wet qualifying session for them. Stuart Jeffcoat at the wheel of the number 44 Porsche, running wheel to wheel pretty much there with Ryan Chartis at the wheel of his blue car, but it is still just the 993 that heads the Boxster. Yeah, I've got to say as well, Richard Hayes had a good start from the inside of the third row of the grid. He's already trying to work his way up in towards the top 3. Diving through there is the number 34 of Dave Griffin as we head into Palmer. He's slowly trying to work his way up through the order. He started in 11th place. He's already carved his way well and truly in towards the top 10. As far as Tom Mensley is concerned, it's all about just building that gap between the Porsches behind of Louis Frankel and Gabriel Yilmaz. And potentially a problem, because somewhat off pace of what we would expect is David Whelan, but of course then
there is that oil. Is that just playing on his mind slightly? And you see one of the TVRs absolutely flying down the outside along the Bentley straight. I didn't quite pick out in time exactly who that was, but for the moment the battle is well and truly on between the number 44 of Stuart Jeffcoat in the white Porsche 993 and Richard Hayes just in front in the Celica.
Yeah, Dave Griffin is another car that I was going to pick out before the race got underway to see what his progress might be. You said he was inside the top 10. I think he is, but I think he's only 9th still at the moment, so he's picked up a couple of places, but isn't quite making the early inroads that I thought he might do. Tom Mensley onto the brakes and round through the left-hander at Murray's for the final time. Runs a little bit wide beyond the curb line. There's problems, and Rodney Frost has got damage to the front end of the Jaguar XJS, so there's clearly been contact down through Brundle and Nelson, which has affected the Jag. We can see his car with damage. We can't see the other car, whoever was involved with it, but thankfully I think both of those cars will be able to continue, but I think Rod Frost will probably be destined for the pits at the end of this lap.
Yeah, you would think so. I think Sam Smith ran wide on the exit of the final corner, so oil still playing a part in this race. Richard Hayes is he's trying to attack and defend all at the same time. Stuart Jeffcoat has managed to work his way through, but he's also managed to work his way past. Gabriel Yilmaz have the pair of them, both Stuart Jeffcoat and Richard Hayes. There is the number 44 going through the Wilson hairpin now of Stuart Jeffcoat, desperately trying to work his way even further up the order. I'd say he's, third place now. Gabriel Yilmaz, having crossed the line in 4th, has dropped down yet another position into 5th, and Tom Mensley has already slowly started to work away, but that is the car in the pit lane that has clearly come together with Rodney Frost. That's the 191 machine of Stephen and Felix Archer. I'll try and pick out exactly who it was that started that car. So Stephen Archer started that car. Such a shame that that car could potentially be out of the race already.
Yeah, it looks like it. Dave Griffin is trying to sneak up the inside of Ryan Chartis as the two of them run wheel to wheel through Agostini that time through the Diet Coca-Cola liveried E46 M3 in the hands of the Aussie. Still hasn't quite managed to steal the place away. Ryan Chartis chops across the nose of the Beamer, so it's still the Porsche Boxster that hangs on to the position at the moment. This is going to be the fight for something like 6th and 7th position between the pair of them. Also in the pit lane we can see the damage to Rod Frost's car with the front wing and the bonnet, and the shake of the head tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, it does indeed. Didn't quite pick out exactly what happened, but clearly the pair of them have come to blows at some point throughout the other section of the circuit. Going down the Bentley straight, however, you can see that Coca-Cola liveried BMW M3 of Dave Griffin all the way around the outside of Gabriel Yilmaz on the run up towards Brundle and Nelson. That's slightly compromised Yilmaz, which has then allowed the blue Martini liveried Porsche up the inside as well. I've got a feeling that's Stephen Harrison behind the wheel of that one, and Gabriel Yilmaz, he's only going backwards at this point, so maybe a mechanical issue with that one, but Roger Hamilton has worked his way through in the Ginetta G20.
You can see the damage to the tail end of the Porsche, so you can see just how much impact there must have been between errant Jaguar and Stephen Archer, who has had to bring that car into the pit lane very early on, and poor old Felix Archer won't even get the opportunity to race it. Tom Mensley, fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far, average of just under 75 miles an hour, 2 minutes 23.7, and case in point, just to show how wet it was in qualifying, it's still damp now, there's oil on the track as well, and Tom Mensley has gone 22 seconds quicker than the pole time, so just going to show how wet and how miserable it was in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, and he's really starting to carve his way up through the order is Matt Holborn in the Gulf-esque livery TVR Tuscan. We'll try and pick out where he is. At the moment, he is currently sat in 7th place, just trying to close up onto the tail end of the 661 of Ryan Charters, pardon me, in that blue and Martini striped Porsche. They were going side by side on the run up towards Palmer. We'll figure out who managed to get the better of that one. I've got a feeling when we next go back to the Matt Holborn will be in front. Yes, he is. So he's managed to work his way up yet another position into 6th place. It's the battle of the Porsches a little bit further back between Stephen Jeffers in the number 44 machine, who's trying to slowly apply that pressure, but then there's a battle going on in the background as well on the run through Hamilton between Richard Hayes and Dave Griffin. Dave Griffin has managed to work his way through and past, and that's up to 4th place now. The next target will be those two Porsches up the road.
Yeah, I did say I thought he might make some progress. He's certainly doing so. The other car that I picked out that I thought might make some progress hasn't really, with that being Billy Thompson at the wheel of his TVR Tuscan. Yes, he started 26th. Billy is now, I think, has gained a few places, but isn't as high up through the order as you would have thought. He is still looking to try and make some inroads. The other car that's gone the opposite way is the car that started on the front row of the grid, David Whelan. has gone backwards at the wheel of the number 9 Porsche. Good fight further down through the order, just coming out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight now. Jamie McHugh in the Porsche has got Sam Smith's pink Mazda MX-5 right behind him, whilst ahead of the pair of them is also the Lotus of David Sharp. So that's a good little fight. That will be for 11th, 12th and I think 13th positions, something like that. And there's also side-by-side action down through Brundle and Nelson at the moment, as Chris Boone, the man from Coventry at the wheel of the Jaguar XK8, sticks his elbows out and does not want to let that little Ginetta G20 go through. The blue car, I think, was Nick Hamilton, wasn't it, the Ginetta? Yes,
it was Nick Hamilton. I think he was trying to attack into Brundle and Nelson, then got put onto the outside for the exit of Nelson. Fastest lap of the race has just come from Tom Mensley. He's just come past our commentary box, 2:21.554. The track has definitely got quicker since qualifying. Heading through the final corner now is 193 Chris Boone, the battle we saw just a moment ago. I think he's managed to get by, but fastest lap of the race retaken by Matt Holborn in that TVR Tuscan, a 2-minute 20.341, so really starting to push forward. Already losing out to Chris Boone is Gabriel Yilmaz. So the next target for Chris Boone will be Ryan Charters. So he's really on a mission, carving his way up through the order. He will work his way up towards Wilson. The battle between Jamie McHugh and Sam Smith has slowly started to open up. Sam Smith trying to make up for his earlier mistake coming out of the final corner. The lead gap has massively opened up, and then we're seeing yet more changes further down the order through the Wilson hairpin. That's Gabriel Yilmaz losing out to the number 22 of Nick Hamilton, and we also saw Chris Boone get past Ryan Charters.
Matt Holborn's progress continues as well, so the light blue and orange TVR Tuscan, number 56 car, is now ahead of Stuart Jeffcoat and the Porsche, so that puts Matt Holborn up into what will be 4th position now, and he's not that far away from gaining a further place, because only just up the road from him is the red Porsche, the car in the hands of Louis Frankel, so you wouldn't have thought it'd be that much longer before the Bentley Straight would open up and he'd be able to fairly effortlessly, you would have thought, ease his way through and pass. So Tom Mensley leads. Dave Griffin now is up into 2nd place. So it's a BMW 1-2 at the moment. Another BMW, Tom Barley, at the wheel of the number 84 car, is mixed amongst the Porsches at the moment. He is desperately trying to work his way through and past Gabriel Yilmaz, but Yilmaz is having to attack and defend at the same time, because he's got someone else sort of on his coattails. So good little squabble that is, as they all feed their way out of Williams, and a very, very, very sideways Gabriel Yilmaz almost lost the tail end of the Porsche there. He just gathered it up, and thankfully contact was avoided as he got a little bit out of shape just as the car was trying to overtake him.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Gabriel Yilmaz, because he was really trying to size up a move with Ryan Charters. I think the issue was he lost the car on the way in, which forced him wide from the apex. So as soon as he got to the exit and put the power down, he didn't really have any grip to go. A bit of damage there on the front of Sam Smith's car, so he might have come to place fairly early on. And now we're seeing the number 92 Adrian Clark Porsche trying to carve his way back up through the order. The fastest lap of the race goes back to Tom Mensley. Bear with me 2 seconds, because we may see that overtaken by Dave Griffin with a 2-minute 14.971, and in a few moments time we may see that swap over again and get beaten this time. No, so it still remains with Dave Griffin. Go on, Mark.
No, that lap from Dave Griffin was 4 seconds quicker than anybody on track at the moment, so the lead advantage had been whittled down to 7.1 seconds, so it's still sizable, but Dave Griffin was 5 seconds quicker than Tom Mensley on that lap, even though Tom Mensley did his best lap of the race so far, so Griffin is on his way.
Yeah, Dave Griffin he's been very, very quick in that BMW, no matter where you've seen him, and thankfully they've managed to work away at some of the mechanical issues that befell them last season. Then we're seeing the 92 of Adrian Clark head into turn 1, managed to get 2 overtakes done there, one on David Sharp in the little yellow Lotus, and the other, I think that was on Jamie McHugh in the Porsche 968, so really starting to push forward. Gabriel Yilmaz under pressure and potentially going backwards ever further. Luke Plummer worked his way up the inside and passed me with a lot of damage on the tail end of that car. That was the car that was involved in the accident on the first race. That was Stephen Archer. They've taken their car into the paddock and out of the race. Gabriel Yilmaz has lost yet another position. This time it is to Sam Smith. He jumps to the outside on the entry for Agostini, seeing whether he can find some grip out there. Will he go for the cutback? He tries it. The driver with the best seats in the house, Luke Plummer, in the little Ginetta behind.
Yeah, Luke Plummer at the wheel of one of, 3, 4 maybe Ginetta G20s that we've got in this field. The Ginetta G20 used to be a one-make series that we had in the UK. And there goes Luke Plummer, sneaks his way through and ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz. So place gain for Luke Plummer, place loss for Gabriel Yilmaz. So the order continually shuffling all of the time, and it's not surprising that the order is shuffling because, of course, some of the cars that qualified well in the wet conditions are now struggling. Now it's a little bit drier, and so that's why we're starting to see some of the more powerful cars that were at the tail end of the field work their way through. Down the Bentley Straight goes the Porsche 968, which is going to be Jamie McHugh. So here's at the top end of the Bentley Straight. At the bottom end of the Bentley Straight is Ryan Chartis, who will be watching his mirrors because he can see that there is a pink Mazda on its way. And another car that continually makes progress as well is going to be Adrian Clark at the wheel of that great big V8 engine Porsche 928. That was a car that really would have struggled in the damp conditions, but now it's drier. He's slowly picking up places all of the time.
Yeah, and I fear it's going the opposite way for Gabriel Yilmaz. Another fastest lap of the race last time through from Dave Griffin, a 2 minute 12.786. A personal fastest lap for Tom Mensley, but that's still some almost 5 seconds slower than Dave Griffin. The lead gap last time through is now 2.6 seconds. Prior to that, it was around about 7 seconds. So Dave Griffin really starting to push forward. Gabriel Yilmaz struggling to keep with the cars in front. Obviously qualified well in the morning, couldn't quite find the pace at the start of this race. Sam Smith still managing that damage on the front left-hand side of his car. He will very quickly come under pressure from Adrian Clark as they weave their way through turn 1. The number 25 machine, however, Billy Thompson in the red TVR Tuscan, he's come from a long way back row of the grid, started in 26th place, and he's already trying to carve his way up through the order. As heading through Wilson, we now see Ryan Charters under pressure from Sam Smith. Sam Smith, he's got the greater corner speed, but the Porsche puts its foot down, and then you slowly start to open that gap once again, Mark.
We need to keep an eye on what's going on for the lead of the race as well. They're just onto the top of the Bentley Straight, and I think Dave Griffin has not really brought the gap down a great deal more over the course of this lap. So I think Tom Mensley probably realised what was going on, has got the hurry up, and is now looking to try and push a little bit more. But elsewhere down through the order, Ryan Chartis at the wheel of his blue Porsche, still under big old pressure here from the car that sits directly behind him, which is Sam Smith at the wheel of the Mazda, who seems to get a better run coming out of Agostini, and up towards Hamilton is where they go, whilst in the meantime Matt Holborn has got problems at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. He's retired that car, he's come out of Williams onto the Bentley Straight, and a car that was running in third position, I'm afraid to say, has parked up against the barriers. Mechanical issues. He's done for the day by the look of things. The battle for the lead of the race, though, through Corham and in towards Murray's, is certainly closing up. Dave Griffin now is within touching distance of the lead.
Yeah, he is indeed. It'll be interesting to see how fast this lap is. Last time they crossed the line, 2.678 seconds separating the pair of them. They'll be going into turn 1 at Richie's nose to tail. A little look to the inside. Fastest lap again from Dave Griffin, a 2 minute 11.927. So really pushing forward. Defensive into turn 1 went Tom Mensley. Dave Griffin is well within touching distance, like you say, Mark. So it's all down to now who is going to be later on the brakes in towards Wilson. Closing is Dave Griffin. He has a little look, but decides maybe not now. He knows he's got that pace in hand, so he doesn't need to push as hard as he can. But then on the run, almost downhill in towards Palmer, they're almost nose to tail once again. The battles further down the order are still raging away, but at the moment it's all go for the lead. A little bit of time lost there, so Tom Mensley may be quicker through the slightly twisty sector 2, but as soon as you get onto sector 1 and sector 3, where they've got the long straights, that's where Dave Griffin finds all his time. But look how close they are now going in towards Agostini. Dave Griffin is well and truly there. We could see a change to this lap, Mark.
Yeah, for the moment, though, the Aussie is still tucked up right behind Tom Mensley. He's not going to be able to do anything when they get towards the left-hand kink at Hamilton. There's a slight dab of the brake, but it's a very quick left-hand kink Hamilton. Heavy braking area in towards Oggies. What Dave Griffin will want to do is get a good exit, not out of Oggies, but out of the next corner. Carry some speed through Williams, fire the car off the corner, and carry all of that momentum all the way down the Bentley Straight in towards Brundle and Nelson. So key corner coming up as he heads round through the right-hander at Williams. The speeds begin to build as they shift up through the gears and head down the Bentley Straight, and in a straight line Dave Griffin has the advantage and is about to peel his way through, and I think into the lead of the race by the time they get down in towards Brundle and Nelson. But the pit window is open, cars are heading for the pit lane, but we do have a new race leader by the time they get towards Brundle and Nelson. The lead has changed. It's a Beamer 1-2 still, but it's Dave Griffin that now leads from Tom Mensley.
Yep, so Dave Griffin into the lead of the race. We thought we saw Matt Holborn retire on the inside, or on the outside, pardon me, of the Bentley Straight, but he has managed to work his way into the pit lane. Also into the pit lane is the number 20 yellow and green Lotus Elise of Dave Sharp, followed in by the red TVR Tuscan of Billy Thompson. So we're slowly starting to see drivers peel in towards the pit lane as the pit lane is now open. Dave Griffin, he's done all that hard work. He's managed to work his way in front of Tom Mensley, and now it's down to just who pits first. Back across the start-finish line go our top two. There won't be a fastest lap of the race, I don't think, this time, of course, with an overtake involved. Still a very, very quick lap, however, from Dave Griffin, a 2 minute 12.467, some almost 1.5 seconds quicker than Tom Mensley. So Dave Griffin really pushing forward at this stage in the race. Heading through Brundle and Nelson at the moment is Adrian Clark in the 92 red Porsche 928. Still giving chase is Sam Smith. I just don't think his little Mazda has enough to stick with that Porsche. Retaking to the circuit goes Dave Sharp, and then retaking to the circuit as well is Matt Holborn. So whatever that issue was has clearly been resolved. He is now back out on circuit and looking to pick up ever more positions. Still continuing to carve his way through the order is Chris Boone behind the wheel of his yellow and blue Jaguar XK8. But at the moment, Tom Mensley, he can throw whatever he likes at this. You can see using all of the track and a little bit more, just trying to make the most of the power underneath him. He just doesn't quite have enough to stick with Dave Griffin. Back out onto the circuit goes the number 92 of Adrian, the number 25 of Billy Thompson in the red TBR, pardon me. So the first few pit stops starting to be made. We do have Ryan Charters in the pit lane as well, behind the wheel of the blue Porsche Boxster with almost a martini stripe down the centre of that car. Everybody else is sort of filing by. We're not seeing any other drivers dive for the pit lane at this stage of the race. We've got a good little battle tiny bit further down between the number 97 and the number 72. That's Lawrence and Richard Copark in the red Jaguar XJS. So that is who will be in that car. I'll try and pick out who that is. That's Richard Copark that started that car in the white Jaguar XJS, pardon me. And they're fighting away with, I think that's Louis Frankel in the red Martini Boxster S, or he could be Mike Cutler actually, because we've got two very similar livery Porsches out on circuit. Back past me in the commentary box comes the number 9 machine of David Whelan. Of course, he started on the front row of the grid. What is about to happen this lap is he's about to go a lap down. Dave Griffin, another fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 10.565. Clearly spurred on by that is Tom Mensley, who's set a personal best of a 2 minute 12.321. So he is now in the 212s, but that's still almost 2 seconds slower than Dave Griffin went on the lap prior. So at the moment, the only people that that will be a worry for our leader will be the traffic. That's definitely something they've got to think about, especially closing up on the pit window closing. So they just need to make sure they manage the traffic well. If they see a group of cars, dive into the pit lane, minimise any sort of time loss. Since the Gulf TVR of Matt Holborn has retaken to the circuit, he's keeping himself busy battling away. Comes back past me once again. He was battling with Chris Boone, pardon me, but Chris Boone has dived into the pit lane, followed by Richard Hayes, who's had a fairly quiet race. It was a busy start, but into the pit lane he will come. And then there's one of the Ginettas, that's the number 22 Ginetta of Nick Hamilton, fighting away incredibly hard with one of the Porsches. I'll try and pick out exactly who that will be. That will be the Frankel and Sargent entry of Louis Frankel and Luke Sargent. Mark, you might
Tom
have
Barley is in, Luke Plummer is in. We've also got Sam Smith in. You spotted a little bit of damage on the front corner of Sam Smith's car, and yeah, I can just see on that front left-hand corner there is definitely a ding in the wing and some damage to the bumper, and the mechanics and the scrutineers are just having a quick look at that to check that all is absolutely fine. So yeah, that was another car that has had an incident out there on circuit somewhere. Jamie McHugh is also in at the wheel of the Porsche 968.
Great stuff, thank you very much, Mark. So it's great to see that we've got somebody down in the pit lane. Obviously they can inform us as to what's going on, so thank you, Mark. And we've got yet further battles going on in what is effectively the Porsche class. There's so many little Porsche Boxsters, and whether it be a 944 or a 968 or anything like that, they're all battling away. They all seem to find each other. The pit lane is a very, very busy place to be at the moment. The closest one to me is Tom Barley in the BMW 328i. Back past me comes our race leader Dave Griffin. Not a fastest lap of the race that time through. However, from second place in comes Tom Mensley. So he's had quite a busy start to the race. He slowly started to pull away, then he was battling away for the best part of half a lap with Dave Griffin. As soon as that overtake was made and Dave Griffin got the lead, he's been left in a world of his own, Tom Mensley. But whereabouts will he come out in respect to the other cars? Will he have to battle traffic upon returning to the circuit? Adrian Farrell and David Whelan's Porsche 911 has come into the pit lane, Mark. That'll be an interesting one to speak to. If you can grab David Whelan, that would be brilliant, because obviously they were on the front row of the grid, and now they've found themselves right the way down the order.
Yeah, David is not in the first flush of youth. The difficulty you have with David when you interview him is he's very hard of hearing. He's former Army Major, and his eardrums on the firing ranges took a lot of damage over the years. So if I ask him a question, he probably won't hear it, Jack, is the unfortunate thing. But that car should come alive once Aidan Farrell jumps on board.
Yeah, it'd be great to see as soon as that car retakes to the circuit how quickly they will get up to speed. David Sharp and I think that was Nick Hamilton battling away as they came back past me. Heading down the Bentley straight now are two of our Porsches. I'll wait until I can see the number on the red Martini machine to try and pick out exactly who that is, as we've got two that look very, very similar, but it is Jerry Simpson and Thomas Simpson's black and silver Porsche Boxster, who is trying to apply the pressure on the number 72 machine of Mike Cutler and William Cutler in the red Martini liveried machine. They are very quickly coming under pressure from our leader, David Griffin, because he is slowly starting to get closer and closer and closer to put a lap on those cars. So there's so many different things you need to worry about. We've got soon-to-be lapped cars trying to lap a car. It's a very busy place to be at the moment. Later on the brakes, however, very, very decisive. There was would it be Jerry Simpson or Thomas Simpson? Thomas Simpson behind the wheel, and then they all dive into the pit lane. So a last-minute move up the inside at Murray's to get past the lap car, and then you go straight into the pit lane, all three of them. Once again, the pit lane is a very, very busy place to be. Retaking to the circuit in a few moments' time is Stuart Jeffcott in the white Porsche 993. Our leader is in as well, so David Griffin in from the lead. He'd built up quite a sizable margin. It was up to 51 seconds over Roger Hamilton behind, but of course we have had Tom Mensley into the pit lane, so he's dropped down through the order. He will retake his respective position in a few moments' time. Doors are open, driver changes are taking place. I can see Gabriel Yilmaz is out of the car. I'm expecting Metin Yilmaz to get behind the wheel in just a few moments' time, but it seems like it's quite a Porsche-y pit lane at the moment. Bar a BMW and a Jaguar, the rest in there are all Porsches at the moment. We've still got a few cars yet to pit as well. Dave Griffin, he's got to make sure he manages this pit stop as quickly as possible, but doesn't leave the pit lane too quickly. And we're just waiting to see what happens between the Jaguars as well, because we do have the number 97 white Jaguar XJS in the Lawrence and Richard Kopok entered machine. It will be Richard that started the car. Lawrence Kopok will have got in the car now. Also in is the little red Ginetta, the number 27 of Roger Hamilton. And there is Richard Kopok just waving to Lawrence, saying, "Go, go, 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 go! Get him out of the pit lane." Go on, Mark.
I briefly became part of the pit crew for the Yilmaz driver change there, because Metin Yilmaz was trying to tighten up the seatbelts, and he hadn't got the seatbelt over the hands device. So very quickly I spotted that and made sure that he was safe and had got the seatbelts fitted appropriately. So he's now heading out into the session. What was a very, very busy pit lane a few moments ago is rather empty now.
Yeah, it is. So commentator turned pit reporter turned race team mechanic now, Mark. You're keeping yourself busy down in the pit lane. Taking to the circuit now is Metin Yilmaz with belt over hands device, thanks to Mark. And there's only one car in the pit lane that I can see. That's Roger Hamilton. Back across the line there goes the number 54 of Neil Blake's in the almost Momo liveried Porsche Boxster, and then going at a rapid rate of knots is Aidan Farrell. So now he is behind the wheel. He's driving incredibly quickly. We'll pick out exactly where he is. Currently down in 24th place. He's got a lot of work to do. Not the most representative time at the moment, but he is still pushing on forward. We'll wait to see until he comes back through in regards to what he does with lap time, but at the moment it's all go back into the sector 2 in theory, because that lead gap, Mark, has massively come down. We saw Dave Griffin and Tom Mensley battling away, and Dave Griffin managed to work his way by and extend the lead margin. There's now probably no more than 2 seconds between the pair of them come the end of the pit stops. We'll see who had the slower pit stop. Tom Mensley did a 1 minute 32 from pit in to pit out. Dave Griffin did a 1 minute 34, so 2 seconds lost in the pit lane, which is why they've ended up so close, having retaken to the circuit. And a spur of confidence from Tom Mensley, because he's not exactly being dropped by Dave Griffin at this point, so really pushing forward at the moment. On circuit, It is Nick Hamilton in the blue Ginetta G20 that is in theory leading the race, but of course pit stop still to be made, Mark.
Yeah, so it's time to grab our first driver of the day. Louis Frankel has just jumped out of the number 50 Porsche. Louis, it looked busy out there. It looked slightly better conditions than you had in qualifying as well.
Yeah, it was busy to say the least. Yeah, definitely better than qualifying. I think it's in the last 5-10 minutes it's probably crossed from wets to dries. So I think qualifying probably flattered us as far up the grid. It was sort of, you know, hold everything off in the corners, and then the big stuff just comes past in a straight line, and there's not much you can do about it now it's dry. But yeah, really good fun. Luke's jumped in now. It's his first race, so hopefully he can bring it to the end, and you know, all go well.
First race for him, so you know, no pressure on him.
Yeah, exactly.
What he wants to do is just make sure you see the checkered flag and get that all-important licence signature.
Yeah, exactly, I think that's the key. So I was very conscious of making sure he definitely got a drive. But yeah, it was great fun. Loved it. Classic Sports Car weekend. You know, these guys are great. Racing's great. Love the variation in cars as well. So no, it was really good fun. Loved it.
Just tell us a little bit about the conditions at the start of the race, because we had some oil down in the final qualifying session. Was that still a little bit greasy for the first lap?
Yeah, definitely still a bit greasy at the first lap. There's still bits of it out there coming through sort of into Coram. It's quite sort of tricky on the turn-in. There's still a bit of oil out there. So yeah, I'm glad we stayed with wets, because the first sort of 10-15 minutes was definitely wet. I could sort of hang on to the BMW at the front for a couple of laps, and then when it sort of started to dry out, it sort of disappeared. But yeah, it was really good. It's definitely slippery. I'm glad I knew about the oil before. I think if I hadn't have done it, it would have been a bit of a surprise. But yeah, it was really good fun.
Well, brilliant stint. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Much appreciated. Thanks.
There we go. So we'll hand you back upstairs to Jack.
Great stuff, thank you, Mark. A quick chat there with Louis Frankel. Of course, Luke Sargent has now taken over that number 50 machine, the red and sort of martini liveried Porsche Boxster S. So he is out for his first race, and like Mark alluded to, it's all about that crucial license signature, just making sure you finish the race, get that signature, and then it will spur you with more confidence to go racing once again. Back past me goes the number 84 of Tom Barley, slowly coming under pressure from the little pink Mazda MX-5 of Sam Smith, two cars that you wouldn't expect to see racing in the way they are. If you have a look at the BMW 328i E36 2.8 litre engine, but then you look at the little 1.6 Mazda MX-5, it doesn't quite have the power in a straight line, but through the tight twisty sector 2 and carrying a little bit of damage, because that Mazda is so much lighter, he stands half a chance of sticking with him. The lead gap now 3 seconds, not too much to pick between Dave Griffin and Tom Mensley, as we've had a lot more drivers dive into the pit lane as the pit window is now closed. Everybody is slowly falling back to their respective positions. That is coming past me in the commentary box once again is Dave Griffin. He's just managed to put a lap on the red TVR Tuscan of Billy Thompson. But this little battle, Mark, is absolutely brilliant. BMW versus Mazda working their way through Hamilton now, and then on the brakes for Oggies. And it seems like Sam Smith he's almost there. He gets sort of just close enough to pick up a little bit of aerodynamic assistance, but then as soon as they get onto the Bentley straight, that just gives Tom Barley enough room to open up the BMW 328i, and that allows him just to pull away from Sam Smith. But it was a valiant effort from Sam after making a mistake early on. He's picked up a little bit of damage. But he is racing very, very hard, and somebody with a mechanical issue, I'm afraid, there is the Lawrence and Richard Kopok white Jaguar XJS. It will be Lawrence behind the wheel of that car, and unfortunately in towards the pit lane. I can't see anything visually, maybe a little bit of smoke or steam coming out the tail end of that car, but I'm afraid that could be into retirement. And also pitting outside the pit window is the number 54 machine. That will be Neil Blake's. We spoke about him earlier, but there's a couple of cars coming into the pit lane rather late, Mark, so maybe mechanical issues slowly starting to befall a few.
Yes, so that's the Tom and Jerry Simpson car that's in as well, isn't it? Just trundling its way down the pit lane. So yeah, there's a few that are pitting outside of the pit window, which needs looking into. We've also still got one car not showing as having pitted at all, which is car number 661, Ryan Chartis, but I definitely saw that car in the pit lane, but it's not showing on screen as having been in the pit lane, so maybe a small transponder issue there. Yeah,
but potentially it could be something as small as that. But another fastest lap of the race, Dave Griffin, he's now into the 2-minute 9s, 2-minute 9.737, a very, very quick lap from himself, still continuing to pull away. It was 2 seconds a couple of laps ago, and now the lead gap is up to 4.9 seconds, so really pushing hard and still pulling away from Tom Mensley. He's probably not wringing the neck of that car, and then in towards turn 1 we've got a great little battle. That is between one of the Porsches we've got out. I didn't quite pick out who it was. I think it was Jamie McHugh in towards turn 1. Dave Griffin responds to what I said earlier and goes even quicker, a 2-minute 8.317. There goes Tom Mensley. The lead gap, it's gone up from 3.8 seconds to 9 seconds, Mark. You wouldn't have thought he has to push that hard, but Dave Griffin having great fun.
Dave Griffin is having brilliant fun, and would you believe it, that lap time that he just set, 45 seconds quicker than his qualifying time.
That is quick. That is incredibly quick. That shows just how much the track has evolved and then dried out, and you've got to think we can't really see the oil anymore, Mark. So obviously that will have either dried up, soaked into the circuit, evaporated, or just been picked up on tyres and slowly dissipated throughout the circuit. But an incredibly quick lap time from Dave Griffin. Lights ablaze to let the lap cars know that he is on his way. Tom Mensley can't really do too much about it. He's had a fairly quiet race. He's got a huge gap behind to the number 92 of Adrian Clark in the red Porsche 90 way, and that's the one you mentioned, Mark. He's fighting his way through. He's got all the way to third.
Yeah, he's slowly getting there, isn't he? Just working his way through all of the time. Over the start-finish line goes Adrian Clark, that fantastic rumble of the Porsche 928. He just sets his best individual lap of the race so far with a 2 minutes 14.620. Not quite down to the 2 minute 8s that Dave Griffin is doing at the moment, but either way, yeah, good progress from that car. I did say I thought it might make some progress, and absolutely it has, from being penultimate position on the grid, 25th on the grid up to third. Good old drive from him. But Dave Griffin, for the 14th time, turns his way through Brundle and Nelson. There'll be more traffic just up the road he'll need to deal with. The next of those he needs to try and put a lap on is going to be Luke Plummer's Ginetta G20 by the look of things, and he might just catch that at the end of this lap and the start of the next, i.e. on the centre straight. Yeah,
Luke Plummer has been having a great battle with Jamie McHugh. When they crossed the line last time through, I can't spot them on the timing screen, so they might be there they are, yeah, so they're battling away for what is 14th place, and coming back past us once again, there goes Dave Griffin, putting a lap on Luke Plummer. Very shortly will be Jamie McHugh as well, and there's a bit of a gap between Plummer and McHugh. It's opened up quite a bit, but Luke Plummer, it's jumping around on the timing screen. 661. You said he hadn't been into the pit lane. That's the blue and martini-esque liveried Porsche of Ryan Charters. He picked up a position on that lap. He managed to get past that little sparring pair and just drive away.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a timing transponder issue as well on the car, maybe, so it doesn't get timed as it comes over the start-finish line, so it drops down through the order and then manually gets reinserted back by TSL, our timekeepers, who will be trying to solve the problem. Dave Griffin set another new fastest lap of the race last time through as well, with a 2 minute 8.211, 2 minutes 8.211. Stuart Jeffcoat going wheel to wheel, the Porsche trying to squeeze its way through and ahead of the number 27 Ginetta of Roger Hamilton, and just keeps his nose ahead, so the little Ginetta is batting above its average, really. The little 1.8 litre Z-Tech engine machine is keeping up good pace. You'd have thought, you know, the wet conditions and qualifying would have suited that car. Well, he's absolutely hanging on to it in 4th position in the dry.
Yeah, that's really been the story of the race at this point. A great little battle. You can see the Ginetta scrambling around for grip. As soon as we get on to the start-finish straight, as that battle works its way through Murray's now, of course, Stuart Jeffcoat with a lot more power than the little red Ginetta, so that gap will massively open up. But we saw that earlier on between, it was Sam Smith and Tom Barley. Again, two cars you wouldn't expect to be battling, but they have a great little battle. The Ginetta isn't exactly being dropped, however, so as the battle turns in towards turn 1, the number 27 of Roger Hamilton, he's not too far away, and we're getting very, very close to what will be his favourite part of the circuit, the tight, twisty Sector 2, and then in towards Brundle and Nelson, another Porsche versus Ginetta battle. This one is between Jamie McHugh and the number 16 of Luke Plummer in the silver Ginetta G20. These Ginettas, they're holding their own.
Yeah, they were always a great race car back in period as well, so it was a very, very competitive championship, the Ginetta G20s, which always used to support the British GT Championship, which of course will be here at Snetterton later on over the course of the season. Through Murray's goes Ryan Chartis at the wheel of 661, then the Jamie McHugh and Luke Plummer battle is about to head out of the final corner and over the start-finish line. We've still got just under 5 minutes of this race still remaining, so through goes the fight for what is 13th, 14th and 15th places over the start-finish line. And are we going to see Luke Plummer try anything on Jamie McHugh? No, he just shows the nose of the car. He's way, way too far away by the time they get towards Ritchie's corner, so he's just going to have to hold station for the moment and see whether he can force Jamie into a mistake. And it was nearly a mistake there because he nearly ran wide coming out of Ritchie's.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that all Luke Plummer needs to do is sit there and every now and then just fill his mirrors, pull out very slightly just to force the car in front, Jamie McHugh, to go slightly defensive, work his tyres harder than he needs to, and then pounce at the last minute. 4 minutes of the race remaining, so there's still a couple of laps for that to happen. Through Agostini goes our race leader, Dave Griffin. Tom Mensley now 14.5 seconds away from our race leader. The number 9 entry of Aidan and David Whelan. Aidan Farrell is now behind the wheel and he's pushing fairly hard in that car, still continuing to set personal fastest lap after personal fastest lap. A big moment there for Tom Mensley on the exit of Agostini. And where has the Ginetta gone as well? We may have seen Luke Plummer disappear because he was battling away with Jamie McHugh, and he's not there anymore.
Yeah, Tom Mensley, I'm not sure whether that was recovering from a spin, so I think he might have had a spin and was on the process of getting the car back onto the circuit, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how much time on that lap that Tom Mensley had lost. He should be lapping about 2 minutes 11 would be a normal lap for Tom Mensley in these conditions, but I suspect he's going to have dropped several seconds. He was already 14 seconds adrift of Dave Griffin, so just going to show the pace that Dave Griffin has had since taking the lead of the race. He really has just pulled and pulled and pulled away ever more in the lead of the race. So it's BMW from BMW, or was at the beginning of the lap. Did Tom Mensley have enough in hand to try and hang on to second place even with the spin? You would have thought so, wouldn't you? Because the third place car, Adrian Clark, was 60 seconds adrift.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time in hand. He can back it completely off and doesn't really have to push as hard. Tom Mensley will go through in a few moments. Dave Griffin goes through and does very close to the fastest lap of the race. He managed a 2 minute 8.211 a few laps ago to set the fastest lap, and now he's done a 2 minute 8.217, 6,000 slower. So great consistency from Dave Griffin. Through goes Tom Mensley in a few moments' time. There goes, however, Mark, past us Luke Plummer. He's lost a lot of time. Actually, he's managed to get through and past Jamie McHugh. That's what happened. He just completely flew away, and 3 seconds lost from Tom Mensley, maybe just a little bit sideways.
Yeah, it must have been a little bit sideways, also heading around through Ritchie's there. So the tyres, I think, are struggling a little bit now with the setup that they placed upon that car. So Tom Mensley still pushing on, seeing what he might be able to do. We're into the final 2 minutes of this race now as well. So Dave Griffin is probably going to be on his penultimate lap of the race this time through. The third place, number 92 Porsche, still going well in the hands of Adrian Clark. He's in no man's land really at the moment. He's miles away from the leading pair, but he's got a good chunk of time in hand between himself and the car in fourth place, so he's not really got anybody to play with now. He did all of the hard work in the early stages, making the places up from 25th on the grid. Yeah,
exactly. The sooner you get that done, the easier your race, and Adrian Clark did it exactly the right way round. And yeah, that battle between Jamie McHugh and Luke Plummer, it looked really, really close. So it could have been the other way around, a mistake from Jamie McHugh, because Luke Plummer is well and truly up the road. There goes our second place car, or third place car, pardon me, past the commentary box, number 92 of Adrian Clark. Didn't set a personal fastest lap of the race. Everybody's slowly starting to ease it down now by the looks of that, apart from our race leader, of course, working his way through traffic. That's the 84 BMW of Tom Barley. Through Coram goes Dave Griffin, and then onto the brakes fairly hard for Murray's, and then fire the car out the corner all the way down the start-finish straight. A little bit of traffic to deal with. Matt Holborn, he's retaken to the circuit, and he's not doing too bad. It seems like whatever that mechanical issue is, turn it off, turn it on again, and you stay 11th.
Yeah, I was scratching my head a little bit as to how Matt Holborn can look as though he's retiring at the side of the circuit, then appear into the pit lane, and then still be running in 11th position. In fact, make that 9th now, actually. He's just gone through in 9th position on that particular lap. So Dave Griffin through onto his last lap of the race. Tom Mensley still there in second position at the wheel of what was the pole-sitting BMW. He's still got a little bit of traffic to deal with, but he'll meet that traffic as he comes on the centre straight this time through. So the marshal's doing a brilliant job of waving the blue flags to the slower cars to let them know that quicker cars are fast approaching. So Tom Mensley will try and clear the traffic before Ritchie's. I don't quite think he's going to make it though, so he'll have to wait until the exit of Ritchie's corner on the run in towards Wilson before he can deal with the slower car.
Yeah, and you make a good point, Mark. Of course, Matt Holborn, we thought he was going into retirement. He retook to the circuit, got the car back to the pit lane, fixed the issue. He's up into 9th place now, and setting personal fastest laps of the race. So going really well is that TVR, keeping with the leader of Dave Griffin. So fair play, and Dave Griffin, he is on the final lap of the race, like you mentioned, heading in towards Palmer now, or heading in towards Oggies, pardon me. But Dave Griffin, it's been a it's just been the perfect drive, really. Go on.
And through all of that, Matt Holborn has only just got off the lead lap of the race, even though we thought he was going to retire. I'm not quite sure how that's happened still.
No, a very good drive, a great recovery drive there from Matt Holborn. The third place car coming across the line in a few moments' time to go on to his final lap of the race. That's Adrian Clark screaming past the commentary box now to, like I say, go and complete his final 3-mile rotation of Snetterton. But Dave Griffin, in a few moments' time, will be working his way through the final few corners, just going through the bombhole now, still with Matt Holborn in tow, working his way through Coram for what will be the final time. There's a little bit of lap traffic up the road, but I don't think that will play an issue. If you are that lap traffic, you'll be thinking, please get past me, it's one less lap I've got to do. But it won't be the case for both of the cars that are up the road. That is Chris Boone comes past the commentary box. But to take the win here at Snetterton is Dave Griffin, a cracking drive from himself. Started a little bit further down the order than you'd expect to see. Dave Griffin started on the 6th row of the grid from 11th place, the inside of the 6th row, to cross the line with the fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap was improved on the final lap of the race, a 2:07.139 for Dave Griffin. A great lap, a great race for himself. Across the line now comes Tom Mensley. The lead gap was eventually 25.8 seconds, so a very good drive from Tom Mensley. He threw everything at it, he just didn't quite have the pace throughout the race. Everybody else just files across the line. There's been some fairly close finishes up and down the order. I'm spotting a few that are less than a second as well. So after 40 minutes of racing, very little to pick between a few of the cars. Number 25 crosses the line. That's Billy Thompson. He's had a fairly sedate race, finished in 16th place. Of course, he started on the back row of the grid in 26th. We expected to see him flying up through the order. 10 places gained, that's no mean feat in what was quite a competitive grid as well. And across the line now comes the Aidan Farrell and David Whelan yellow and blue Porsche 911. That race really didn't go well for them. They ended up finishing in 16th place by the looks of that. Yes, they did. They finished in 16th place. So having started on the outside of the front row of the grid in 2nd place, it all seemed to go wrong. But coming towards the line for the final time is our 3rd place car, number 92, that being Adrian Clark. And it was a very good race from Adrian Clark. He started from the back row of the grid, also started in 25th place, row 13, to cross the line in 3rd place. A very, very well-driven race from himself. Just a couple more cars to cross the line. The first one being Richard Hayes, being chased to the line by the number 44 of Stuart Jeffcoat. And then the number 15 Morgan of John Milbank and Chris Mayhill. We'll see those drivers out a little bit later on in the Morgan Challenge Series. There's 2 races for those this afternoon, and the final couple of cars once again just coming towards the line. This one being Chris Boone. Obviously he crossed the line just in front of the leader, so he had to complete one further lap. I've got a feeling that is all of the finishes. However, we do have a penalty that's been applied post-race, 30 seconds for number 54, that being Neil Blakes. I didn't quite pick up as to why he had that, but that's why Neil Blakes has dropped right the way down the order and promoted a few of the drivers up a couple of places. So the number 7, or the number 92, pardon me, that being Adrian Clark. I was expecting to see him cross the line in 3rd place. That's where he spent most of the race. However, he's crossed the line and been classified in 7th place. So they might have applied that penalty post-race, and it's moved everything down the order. So we'll get the results for that race up on screen now. Dave Griffin takes the win here in the BMW M3, 25 seconds clear of Tom Mensley. Roger Hamilton finishes in third, followed by Richard Hayes in his Toyota Celica. Stuart Jeffcoat ended up finishing in fifth. Chris Boone in sixth. Adrian Clark, after what we thought would be third place, did end up crossing the line with a penalty. And Sam Smith finishing in 11th. Frankel and Sargent in 12th. Ryan Charters in 13th. Plummer in 14th. Jamie McHugh in 15th. Whelan and Farrell in the Porsche in 16th. David Sharp 17th. Billy Thompson in 18th. Neil Blakes in 19th. And then just rattling through the final few, we had 4 non-finishers, unfortunately. But Mark, I believe you are down in the Parc Ferme area with a few of our drivers.
Yep, that's right. So I'm just going to usher Dave Griffin over so that I can come this way, if you will, please, Dave. Grab a quick word with you. Dave, after the rather wet qualifying, you left yourself a bit to do in the race, but you got there.
Yeah, we've got a habit of me picking the tyres and the setup and getting it wrong like 24 times out of 25. So it was 24 wrong this morning in qualifying. So 11th was a tricky place to start from, but we knew if we just were patient a bit, we could get somewhere near the front. We didn't think it'd go quite that well.
The final lap that you put in was a 2:07. That was 45 seconds quicker than your qualifying time.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions were so different out there then, and the guys that I was overtaking were doing a good job of staying out of the way and giving me a bit of a slipstream every now and again.
Well, well done on the win in Modern Classic.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to the team. They put together a couple of mega cars this weekend.
They certainly have done. So that's our race winner. We're going to go this way now and see whether we can grab a quick word with Tom Mensley, who finished in second position. So Tom is just jumping out of the car, and we'll beckon him over to grab a quick word. Tom, pole position in the wet qualifying, but come the race, just wasn't quite to be.
No. Yeah, car felt good in the rain, but just didn't quite have the power in the dry. So I think the cars with a lot of power were struggling this morning to get it down, which helped me out a bit, and then vice versa in the race. So,
so was it a case of you were watching your mirrors and knew at some point Dave was coming?
Yeah, I could see him coming, reeling me in, and there's nothing I could do. He just came past me on the straight. So.
How are you getting on with the Beamer? Because I'm usually used to seeing you in things like front-wheel drive.
Yeah, took the change, did a couple of races last year in it, and just sort of slowly developing the car, really.
Well done on second.
Thank you very much, Jess.
There we go, that's the second place driver. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with the third place driver. So we need to wander this way, because we did have that change for third position late on when Adrian Clark had a problem at the wheel of the Porsche, and it was Roger Hamilton that ultimately came through to grab third place. So let's grab a word with Roger if we can. And he's just busy chatting to Stuart Jeffcoat now, so we'll bring in Roger and have a quick word with Roger if we can. Roger, can we grab a quick word? Because you should quite rightly have a big smile on your face. That was a brilliant race.
I don't know where I've come, actually.
You were third overall.
Really? Whoa, okay. Yeah, because qualifying was tough this morning. Hard to see where we were going, hard to sort of just tough. And the race was, really enjoyable. Some lovely guys to race against here. I really enjoyed my battles. They were kind of hard but fair. Enjoyed that.
I thought you might have been outgunned a little bit in the drying conditions, but you stuck with the task.
Yeah, funny. It's always hard to know sometimes which tracks and conditions makes the Ginetta quicker, and obviously we always have a straight disadvantage. So it's always braking and the cornering, which is sort of interesting. I like the mismatches.
Well done on third position, congratulations. That's the top 3 drivers from our first race of the day, Modern Classics. We'll hand you back upstairs to the commentary box, and Jack.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, indeed, we do have cars heading out onto circuit now. This is the first race for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, another 40-minute race on the way. We saw their slightly damp qualifying earlier on this morning, and we will get the grid to you in just a few moments' time. It's an action-packed grid, 39 cars here, so 20 rows on the grid, and it's going to be a very, very close race. Tim Cairns takes pole position in his Austin Healey Frog Eye Sprite with Sam Polly alongside. Then it's James Hughes lining up on row 2 with Mark Cloutman for company in his Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. Then it's Lawrence Claridge and Mark Neese, in his Austin Mini that will line up in 6th. Row 4 of the grid is Simon Tinkler, as well as the Henny and Mooney entry, that being Mike Henny and Dominic Mooney. row 5 of the grid. We are missing somebody, but we do have Connor Kay there starting in 10th in his MG Midget. Row 6 of the grid is back to usual order. We've got Tony Hunting and the Snowdon and Longdon entry. That will be Richard Longdon and Chris Snowdon. Then it's Adrian Vincent and Brent Fowler. On row 7 of the grid, 13th and 14th. On row 8 of the grid, it's Julian Ho and David Rose. David Rose struggling for pace in qualifying. It'll be interesting to see what he can do throughout this race. The Norman and Tippett's BMW 2002, that's Charles Tippett and Claire Norman, line up alongside the Wilson and Cruz entry. That's Jack Wilson and Peter Cruz. Row 10 of the grid is all the Jervises. That's Henry Jervis and Will Jervis lining up alongside Alex Williams. Row 11 is Ian Staines and Ian Hewlett, starting 21st and 22nd. Then it's both the Chaplins, Stephen Chaplin and Adam Chaplin in their MG Midget, lining up alongside Tom Peed, is him in his BMW 1600 Ti. Then it's Richard Merrill in his white and yellow Alfa Romeo Giulia GT, alongside Martin Reynolds in his Ford Anglia. James Atkinson lines up in his MG Midget in 27th place. Then it's the 144 of Rob Roadhouse and Francesca Roadhouse in their Mini Cooper S. Then it's onto the next row of the grid, row 15. It's Dave Brown and Jake Canstone alongside the Hassel and Rowlands entry, number 148 of Richard Rowlands and Alan Hassel. And it's Richards and Tonks in their MGB. Fraser and Fraser in their number 79, Ian Fraser and John Fraser. Lotus Cortina. Then it's David Cornwallis, followed by Steve Adams on row 17 of the grid. Row 18 starting in 35th and 36th of the grid is the Bergen and Foe Austin Healey Sprite, followed by Chris Winchester. 37th is Simon Page. On row 19 is with Tunnard and the Tunnard entry in their Fairthorpe Electron Minor. And then rounding out your 39-strong car grid is Robert Naismith. 3 minute 46.9 was his lap time. Almost a minute quicker was Tim Cairns in that number 82 Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite. So almost a minute from pole to the final row of the grid. That shows just the variation that we've got in the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Group 1, of course, this is only Group 1. There is Group 2, which will kick off later on this afternoon with their 40 minutes race, the penultimate race of the afternoon, around about 5 to 5. That's when that race is scheduled to get going. You've got to keep an eye on that front row of the grid. However, the qualifying times, there was 4 tenths separating Tim Cairns and Sam Polly. Nobody really wanted pole position by the looks of it, because Sam Polly, one lap in his sort of teal and maroon Mini Marcos, would fly up to the top of the timing screen, and then the next lap Tim Cairns would come through in his blue Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite and take over the pole time, and then Sam Polly would swap back over and Tim Cairns would then put it back on pole and then improve that pole time. And it was so busy in the qualifying session. Nobody wanted pole position, it seemed like. They were constantly swapping backwards and forwards, just deciding who was going to start on the front row. And in the end, at the end of the day, it was Tim Cairns that managed to put the car on pole. Sam Polly has to deal with the outside of the front row. However, Mark, I can't see Tim Cairns, which is a shame, so I'm not sure what has happened there. So in theory, on pole position is Sam Polly. So we've clearly lost Tim Cairns.
Oh, that's an enormous shame for Tim Cairns.
He's at the back.
Have a quick look. He's at the very back.
The very back, yeah.
Right. So that'll be interesting to watch then. But we're about to get the race underway.
We are indeed. So coming towards the line now is Sam Polly, who's in theory starting in second place. The lights go out now and we go racing for the second time here at Snetterton. Today it's still Sam Polly that is well and truly in the lead of the race. Doesn't really know what to do with himself because he was expecting a car on the inside, but it's very, very busy at turn 1. Everybody comes flying past me and we're waiting to see Tim Cairns come through. Has he already come through? I'm not 100% sure. There is Tim Cairns. So through he goes now onto his first lap of the race, but it's all go in the mid-pack. There's so many different battles. You can't really pick between the pair or between 2 cars at this point battling away. They're all nose to tail. The number 86 machine of Henry and Will Jervis, I'll have to get the starting driver of that one, is battling away in the mid-pack. But look at the lead gap Sam Polly's already got.
Yeah, it's Henry Jervis that's there in starting that car. It looks as though we are going to have a change for second position because the Lawrence Claridge Ford Anglia dives up the inside of James Hughes and is going to be able to sneak his way through, I think, as they went in towards Agostini there. They'll see whether they've shuffled the order by the time they get towards Hamilton. Has the Anglia made it through? In answer to that, no, it hasn't. It is still James Hughes that hangs on to the position despite the very best efforts of Lawrence Claridge. He couldn't quite muscle the little Anglia through and ahead of the Frog-Eyed Sprite, so they will look to try and build a bit of speed. They need to keep an eye on what's going on behind them as well, because Mark Cloutman isn't too far away at the wheel of the Sebring Sprite. Then you've got Mark Nace, who is coming under pressure at the wheel of the Mini. He has got bottled up right behind him another one of the cars, which is going to be Mike Henney at the wheel of the Turner, I would have thought that would be. So all the way down through the order, as is always the case in swinging 60s, there are squabbles. One person who hasn't got anybody to worry about at the moment is Sam Polly, who at the wheel of the Marcos leads the way and very comfortably on lap number 1.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Build up that gap now, because you know full well Tim Cairns will be fighting his way up and through the order, depending on whatever issue it has had. It could be a mechanical or maybe slightly late to assembly, and he's been forced to start from the back of the grid. But looking now in towards the bomb hole, we've got number 40, that being Mike and Dominic Henney. It'll be Mike Henney, or sorry, Dominic Mooney. Is Mike Henney behind the wheel? He's fighting away. I think it was with Connor Kay. And then we've got the number 1 currently heading in towards the final corner, that being the Charles Tibbett and Claire Norman. Claire Norman, I think, behind the wheel of that one, has started that car fighting away. Past us goes the race leader, and that lead margin, Mark, that's already very, very impressive.
Yeah, hugely impressive. It's just over 3 seconds that Sam Polly leads by at the end of just the first lap of racing from the car that's in second place, which is going to be James Hughes. James Hughes has got a couple of seconds now between himself and Lawrence Claridge. Well, Lawrence Claridge was almost trying to take that place away from him midway through the lap, so Lawrence has had a poorer second part to the lap. Really good start though, and up to 4th place from what was 16th on the grid for the number 1 BMW. So that's in the hands of Claire Norman. The 2002 Ti is absolutely flying.
Yeah, one thing to note as well, Mark, Tim Cairns, he's gone from 39th after starting from the very back row of the grid to 25th. A very, very busy first lap, but that has allowed him to already tick off almost a third of the grid, and now he's going to focus forward. But of course, the further he gets up the grid, the faster the cars get. Currently heading in towards Agostini, it's the 251 maroon Ford Anglia of Lawrence Claridge, fighting away with all of the cars behind. He's got quite the train, and then you get back to yet another train. They're slowly breaking away in their relative groups. A very busy job for Ian Hewlett in his Austin Healey Sprite. He's got cars all around him. He's got to attack and defend all at the same time. Tony Hunting in the blue Mini Cooper S is trying to work his way through. It's been a busy start to the race for Mike Henney. He's consistently trying to work forward. Ian Hewlett now coming under ever more pressure. Mark, you've spotted something.
Yeah, one car into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, and heading in towards retirement. And it was Ian Staines at the wheel of number 16 MG that came in towards the pit lane that time through. So he is out of the race. Sam Polly, what a start from him. Brilliant, brilliant start. Down the Bentley Straight, we've got another good little squabble going on. Tom Peed is gaining momentum at the wheel of the orange BMW at the top of the Bentley Straight, but at the bottom of the Bentley Straight, Claire Norman sides her way around the outside of Lawrence Claridge on the way in towards Brundle, and has got the job done by the time they get towards Nelson. So that is another place gain from the BMW that started 17th on the grid. It's now in the podium spots.
Yeah, great start, continuing to push forward, bouncing over the curves, but controlling the weight to the BMW beautifully well. Tony Hunting has managed to work his way through and past the number 40 of Mike Henney, having swapped places, and then you've got Tom Peed that is going to be the next target. However, I fear a safety car might be on the way, because the Mark Richards and Callum Tonks entry, it'll be Mark Richards that started that car. The blue and yellow MGB GT has clearly made contact with the barrier. It looked like maybe somewhere down the Bentley Straight, the exit of Williams potentially. Go on, Mark.
I think it was, yeah, I think it was the exit of Williams. He's come out of Williams and the car's spat from the left-hand side of the circuit to the right-hand side and has clonked the barriers on the inside. So that's being covered by localised yellows, I would imagine, at the moment. And then we'll have to see as to whether he can get the car pushed out of harm's way or get the engine fired up and limp it out of harm's way a little bit more. Sam Polly having set the fastest lap of the race on the first of the flying laps, 2 minutes 20.608. So that is already, again, the best part of 33 seconds quicker than he managed in what was a very wet qualifying session. But that number 50 MGB GT for the moment is going nowhere. Damage to the front left-hand corner, to the right where a quarter panel, there's a dint in the door, and all of those dints are Armco barrier shaped, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed. Thankfully, we're zooming out a little bit. Yes, that is the exit of Williams by the looks of that, where he's maybe run slightly wide and just clipped the curb or touched the grass a little bit and the dirt, and it's fired him back into the barrier across the circuit, which is such a shame. He's still covered by localised yellows. The marshal's there to assist. At the moment, we have Connor Kay with a massive train behind him heading in towards Agostini. Obviously, he wants to slowly pull away from those cars. So it's Connor Kay at the front of that battle. At the very tail end, it's Simon Tinkler. So that is the best part of what, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty much 6, 7 cars all fighting over what is 7th place, Mark.
Yeah, brilliant little fight, isn't it? Yeah, and Connor Kay is right at the sharp end of that one, and he's just got cars queuing up to try and wrestle the places away from his grasp, but he's having none of it at the moment, so good driving from Connor Kay to make sure he stays at the sharp end of that little squabble. And Connor was one of the drivers also had problems in qualifying, because he went off, didn't he, at Ritchie's corner at the first corner and plonked the car into the gravel trap, so he didn't actually compete in all of the qualifying session.
No, but he's definitely found his pace in this race. Of course, he does have that train of cars behind him, but more importantly, he's at the front of that train, so it means that he can just focus forward in towards Brundle and Nelson. We've got yet more battles. That's the Stephen and Adam Chaplin MG midget. Is Stephen Chaplin behind the wheel. They are slowly starting to be chased down from the car behind. I didn't pick out exactly who that was, but we've got another car in the pit lane with damage on the front left-hand side. So maybe the reason for the car that is stranded out on the circuit, they're marking the blue and yellow MGB midget of, or MGB GT, pardon me, of Mark Richards and Callum Tonks. It could have potentially come into contact with Brent Fowler, I believe, was it?
No, Henry Jervis, that was, yeah, the number 86 car, Henry Jervis. Brent Flowers is a light blue car. So, yeah, that car in the pit lane at the moment. Over the start-finish line goes Mark Nace, who is being kept very, very, very busy. He has got Tony Hunting's Mini right behind him, and Tony grabs the inside line as they went in towards Ritchie's and takes the place away. So the Minis have swapped positions now by the look of things. Mark Nace drops down to 10th, and the blue Mini with its white roof and the Union Jack emblazoned on the top of it has now gone ahead of it. So those two cars heading down in towards Wilson now. Mini from Mini, but Tony Hunting gains the place.
Yeah, Mark Nace much more confident on the brakes heading in towards Wilson, but I think just very slightly quicker there is Tony Hunting, but Mark Nace now is within the aerodynamic assistance range, so he can still stay as close as he'd like to Tony Hunting, given he can remain in that range and not make too many mistakes. A great battle heading in towards Agostini at the moment, losing out and then gaining and then losing out once again is Tom Peed in the orange BMW, but back to the mini battle that now joins us through going through Agostini. Tony Hunting still just about in front of Mark Nace, and he's extending that margin by quite a good amount. Mark Cloutman, having lost one place, can very quickly lose another by the looks of this, because Connor Kay had a look up the inside, but fair play, hit the brakes, realised that door was closing, and he knows he's got the Bentley straight on the way.
Yep, so those two sprites busy squabbling away. Ahead of them is the orange BMW in the hands of Tom Peed. Hats off to him, because he's come from 24th on the grid as Tom Peed, and he's now up into something like 5th position, so really good drive from him. Ian Hewlett is another driver that's starting to make progress as well, so he is now trying to get himself alongside Connor Kay. He can't overtake on the first section of the Bentley Straight because there were yellow flags that were down there, but he's now having a nibble as they head in towards Brundle and Nelson, and he might pick up 2 places here. In fact, he has, yep, through and past Connor Kay. He's gone through and ahead of the light green or metallic green car of Mark Cloutman, just as safety car comes out as well. So I think Ian Hewlett raising his hand there and perhaps realising that he might have gained 1 place under safety car inadvertently, and he's allowed the car of Mark Cloutman to go back through. So we go full course caution, safety car, which means that for Sam Polly, you know, all of that lead advantage that he had, it's all going to disappear, isn't it?
Yeah, that 9.7 second lead that it had built up means that it's going to very quickly dissipate, or is it? Of course, we do have pit stops in this race, and the pit window is opening in 10 seconds time. Make that now 3 seconds time. The timer very briefly froze, but we are now in the pit window, so the pit lane is now open, and no better time as far as you're concerned, because if there is a safety car, you can save all of that time you would have lost by pitting now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, because this is the swinging 60s, it's not, as we've seen for everything else this weekend, where it's a 90-second pit in to pit out. It's as quick as you can do it. As quick as you can either change drivers or get out of the car, close the door, open the door, get back in again as a driver, as quick as you can do it. And just for clarity, in the event of a safety car being deployed or released during the pit window is extended until the end of the race now. So that is what will happen. So for the avoidance of doubt, this means during a 40-minute race, if a safety car is deployed in the pit window, then that pit window will remain open for the remainder of the race. So it does mean that they can pit now if they want to, and they can pit at any time now in the remaining 29 minutes of this race.
Yeah, so we've got a few drivers already deciding early to come straight into the pit lane. One of the drivers that we saw battling away, Mark Cloutman, is indeed in the pit lane. It's a unique colour on that car. I've got it down as sort of green/silver. It's a weird sort of hue is that car. Of course, now with the safety car out, that means that the number 50 Mark Richardson, Callum Tonks blue and yellow MGB GT can be recovered. We've got a few more cars in the pit lane as well. Get more coming in. It's going to become a very, very busy place. Whereabouts is the safety car on circuit? Just heading through Williams now on towards the Bentley straight. We've got a flatbed heading out to save the car of Mark Richards and Callum Tonks. The field was so spread out, Mark. We've still got cars crossing the line now. Struggling to get the car going, however. And the number 20 of Mark Cloutman having to get a bump start down the pit lane. So that will be a little bit of lost time, but of course pitting under safety car, it's not that much. They would be at the right point on the circuit to dive straight into the pit lane as soon as they needed to. Jack Williamson and Peter Cruz retake to the circuit. It will be Jack Williamson that has got out the car, Peter Cruz that has just got in. They take to the circuit to chase after the safety car queue. Leaving the pit lane in a few moments' time is the 148 of Richard Rowlands and Alan Hassel. It will be Alan Hassel that got out. Richard Rowlands now behind the wheel of that sort of very dark green, almost black Lotus Cortina with gold flashes. Interesting to see how that goes with now a new driver behind the wheel. The safety car queue is getting ever longer, working their way through the bomb hole and all the way around Coram. And I've got a feeling, Mark, as soon as this safety car passes pit entry, he'll look in his rearview mirror and a lot of people will have disappeared. Granted, the pit window has opened, but you may as well do it now. What have you got to lose? You will save so much time pitting now behind the safety car than at full racing speed.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm surprised that everybody didn't peel in. But if it's only a short safety car period, then your best bet is, get it done straight away. And as a driver, when you're driving around the circuit, you usually get a reasonable idea as to whether it's going to be a short safety car period or a long one, because of course you'll be going past the incident potentially that's brought about the safety car, and you can usually weigh up as to, right, okay, this is going to be a long one because the car is in a bit of a state, or no, it's just something that's in a dangerous place parked up and only needs sort of towing out of the way. So they'll be considering all of that as well whilst they're around there. The clock, of course, will still continue to tick. Remember, the pit window remains open now for the whole of the rest of the race, and we're starting to get some front runners coming in, because it looks so James Hughes is in at the wheel of the number 134 Sprite.
Yeah, so too is Sam Polly as well from the lead of the race. It's a very busy place down in the pit lane at the moment. I've got to say, the big winner out of all of this, I would say, is Chris Winchester in his Austin Healey Sprite, number 25. He's quite a way down the order. I'll just try and spot him for you now. I can't see him, but he left the pit lane just as the safety car was approaching, so he can now go around and turn an entire lap at a slightly higher speed to catch the tail end of the safety car queue, which means there's a good chance he could overtake everybody in the pit lane, whether that means he's unlapping himself or getting some positions made there. So not a bad little strategy there, but leaving the pit lane already, a very quick pit stop indeed from Sam Polly. You can tell he's done that before.
Yeah, Sam Polly's been racing this Mini Marcos for, what, a season and a half now, really. Prior to that, he always used to race a Mini in the swinging 60s as well. And whether it be the Mini or this, he's always been indecently quick. He's already taken overall wins in the swinging 60s last season in this Mini Marcos. And of course, as it is the first race meeting for them, we already had one race meeting at Silverstone a month ago, but we didn't have the swinging 60s cars out there and the Classic Ks that we'll see later on. So it is the first race of the season for these. So nobody has got a time penalty because they haven't raced as yet. Whoever wins this race will then potentially pick up time penalties for the next event that will be taking place in the Classic Sports Car Club calendar. So safety cars still out there. I think the clearing up of the incident is pretty much done now. So I don't think we're going to have many more laps behind the safety car before we can then see the green flags being waved and we can get things back underway.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a few cars in the pit lane, namely the orange BMW, number 5 of Tom Peed. He's rolling very slowly down the pit lane. There was a lot of attention being paid towards the tail end of the car, and it's just slowly starting to roll its way down the pit lane, and that's such a shame because we saw some great battles being fought behind the wheel of that orange BMW by Tom Peed, and unfortunately I've got a feeling this is going to bring an end to his race. Yeah, he's almost come to a dead stop in the pit lane. Although he's got the engine running by the sounds of it, he's just really struggling to get any sort of power out of his BMW. The safety car queue currently heading in towards Brundle and Nelson, I believe. I'll try and spot it. Yes, going down the Bentley Straight now. You can see the train of swinging 60s cars, and heading in towards Brundle and Nelson is the MSV BMW safety car. And visually, Tom Pete's car looks fine. It's not laying a trail of anything behind it. It sounds okay, Mark. So maybe an electrical issue somewhere, or some sort of benign mechanical issue that's just making sure that it just can't go out and continue.
Yeah, an enormous shame for that, because he had been having an absolutely belting race, hadn't he? And that is going to be so frustrating that he comes into the pit lane and, yeah, probably heat soak and then just can't get the engine fired up. So a real shame for him. So Sam Polly now, having pitted, of course, has lost the lead of the race. It does mean that Claire Norman at the wheel of the number 1 BMW, that had already made brilliant progress through the order, is going to be leading the race. And that car will at some point need to dive its way in towards the pit lane. But anybody inside the top, 12, 13, 14 places haven't pitted. Everybody else thereafter has largely conducted their pit stop.
Yeah, so we could end up with a very interesting little aspect. Of course, the safety car's still staying out, lights still flashing away on the roof. We've got more drivers peeling into the pit lane. One of them, I think, could be the number 2 of Tony Hunting in his blue Mini Cooper. And once again, a very busy pit lane is made pretty much by everybody diving in at the moment. Anybody that hasn't pitted has pretty much come in on this lap. The driver closest to us, number 82, that being Tim Cairns. Interesting to see whereabouts he will retake to the circuit. He has been fighting his way from the very back row of the grid, having put the car on pole, forced to start from the very tail end of the order for some unknown reason at the moment. He is now in the pit lane, trying to get out the car as quickly as possible before he can get straight back in again and then retake to the circuit and catch the safety car queue. Mark, we're going to have to keep a close eye on that safety car. Lights still ablaze. Having never commentated at Silverstone before, you might know when the safety car is coming in, whereabouts does it usually turn its lights off?
It would usually turn its lights off part the way down the Bentley Straight. So frustratingly, from a commentary perspective, it's usually the split second after they disappear out of our view. In other words, when it's getting towards the vehicle bridge, that's usually where you get the lights extinguished. So we will see the probably lights illuminated when we last see the safety car with the naked eye, and when it next appears into shot, they'll be off.
Well, I have just had a look over towards the Bentley Straight, and I can see the number 50 MGB GT, the blue and yellow Mark Richardson Callum Tonks entry on the back of a flatbed, and being taken in towards the paddock. We'll keep an eye on the safety car just to see whereabouts he is. Yeah, the safety car is currently heading through Oggies and then up towards Williams before they get onto the Bentley Straight. We've still got a few cars just heading out onto the circuit after serving their pit stop. David Rose being one of those that I think that's the final car in the pit lane to retake to the circuit. Yes, it is in the Austin A40 Farina. There's still a couple of drivers in the pit lane I can see, fully kitted up with their helmets on, and a few mechanics waiting around. So they've left this quite late if they are going to pit. We will wait to see the safety car currently going down the Bentley Straight now. We'll look on our circuit cameras to see if we can still see if the light bar is illuminated on that car. In towards Brundle and Nelson goes the safety car, and lights are still on, Mark, so we may still have one more lap under safety car. Or have they now turned them off? Yes, safety car lights are now off on the safety car, obviously, so that now means we're going racing.
Yep, confirmation on the timing screen as well that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether those cars that haven't pitted are going to come straight in, which would be rather silly in some respects, or whether they're going to wait it out. And remember, because we've had this safety car come out whilst the pit window has been open, my understanding of the regulations that the pit window will now remain open for the very end of the race. So if you're a solo driver and you haven't got anyone else to consider, you could literally pit on the penultimate lap, get your pit stop done, and do it that way round. So the BMW is making its way in towards the pit lane. We're about to get racing back underway.
We are indeed. So the number 28 comes past us, who is a couple of laps down. However, coming towards the line now are the cars at full green flag racing speed. The first car to cross the line is the Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. It will still be Claire Norman in that car because Charles Tippett hasn't had a chance to get in as the car's not pitted, but already third in theory on the road, third in what was that queue, is Sam Polly. He's third on the road as well. He's only got 2 cars separating him and the lead of the race once again, but both of those cars still yet to pit.
Yeah, both those cars still as yet to pit, so that puts Sam Polly in a very, very handy position as and when we get cycled through all of the pit stops. Braking very, very late and trying to sneak his way up the inside of the Alfa Romeo went James Hughes, so he's hugely keen at the wheel of his car to try and make sure that he gains places. I think that was Richard Merrill's Alfa that he dived up the inside. That would have been actually 4 position between those 2 cars, but the Sprite is now pulling away from the Alfa Romeo and is looking to see whether it can close right up onto the coattails of Mark Nace at the wheel of the number 77 Mini as it heads in towards the braking area for Agostini this time through. Now Mark Nace will still hang on to the position, but he's still got right behind him Jason Hughes at the wheel of that Sprite. So a good bunching of all of the cars now. Those that have only just pitted are leaving the pit lane, including Robert Naismith, who at the wheel of his Ford Cortina GT Mark 1 heads out. He was the last of the qualifiers and he pitted as soon as the safety car came in.
Yeah, it's so many different strategies that have been that have eventually played out. Got a 30-second time penalty for number 75, that being Martin Reynolds in his sort of teal and blue Ford Anglia for an unsafe pit release, and already one of those positions has been made up for Sam Polly. He's managed to work his way past the 96 of Adrian Vincent, so it was 2 BMWs separating him and the lead of the race. We'll keep an eye out for the number 1 white BMW, that being Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. Claire Norman behind the wheel. You can't quite see them heading through Brundle and Nelson. Through the bomb hole goes that BMW. Still quite a sizable gap, but at the moment the pace of Sam Polly before, irrespective if that BMW pits, I've got a feeling Sam Polly will retake the lead. However, he was under a slight bit of pressure at the start of this lap from Mark Nice, but he's already left the orange and black orange and black Mini, behind.
Yep, so Claire Norman just heads out of Murray. Sam Polly is not that far behind, actually. So over the start-finish line comes our race-leading BMW, still as yet to pit, and handed over to Charles Tippett, albeit she comes into the pits this time through. So it now means that Sam Polly picks up the lead of the race and is going to be pressing on as hard as he possibly can. He's already built a 3.1 second advantage between himself and James Hughes, and on that really first flying lap after the safety car came in, new fastest lap of the race for Sam Polly, 2 minutes 19.925 seconds.
Yeah, very quick lap there from Sam Polly. His lap time in qualifying was a 2 minute 53.298. Clearly with the wet and the oil that could have potentially been down as well, and anything else that might have affected the cooler temperatures, but mainly the wet racing surface. That meant that 2:53 was the best he could do. He's just crossed the line, like Mark said, to do a 2:19. So the race pace has well and truly come alive for that car. Leaving the pit lane is Charles Tippett. Claire Norman has got out of that BMW. Past us goes Charles Tippett and back out onto the circuit with a couple of cars behind. And we'll see whether we end up catching anything of that. No, they worked their way through turn 1, but they now have a train of cars behind them. So Charles Tippett, he's got a busy old job. He's just been handed the car, and now there is a lot of fighting to do. A lot of movement there from Ian Hewlett in the Austin Healey Sprite. He flicked the car in towards Hamilton. After a quick correction of oversteer, he managed to get the car pointing the right way again. Slowly starting to lose out, however, is the number 63 of Mark Nice. He was in second place for a short while. He's already lost out to the 134 of James Hughes. That's the white and black Austin Healey Sprite that you saw a few moments ago, just trying to pull away as best he can. But the battles really are in the mid-pack at the moment. You're seeing 2 Ford Anglias head down the Bentley Straight, and there's another great little battle heading in towards Brundle and Nelson now. We'll wait to see what comes of that, and our poor old camera crew, they don't really know what to look at, purely because there's so much going on. We picked the 2 cars in the middle. That's the 101 of Julian Howe and the 77 of Richard Merrill. Richard Merrill in the white and yellow Alfa Romeo, but losing out nearly there was Julian Howe, because Lawrence Claridge in the sort of maroon coloured Ford Anglia, looking up the inside and still pushing forward. Sam Polly, another fastest lap of the race, a 2 minute 19. However, James Hughes goes even quicker, a 2 minute 18.972. Could we see the 2.5 second margin between the pair of them slowly start to fall away? We've still got 14 minutes of the race remaining, but we've got a car in the wall, unfortunately. That's the Rob Roadhouse and Francesca Roadhouse green Mini Cooper S. Whereabouts is that? I'm trying to figure out exactly where that car has gone off. I think that's the exit of the bomb hole by the looks. Yes, that's just on the way in towards Coram. Mark, Mike, have you got somebody in the pit lane?
Well, it wasn't anybody to talk to. It was more giving you some information that's just been relayed to me, and that is, why did we see the pole sitter, Tim Cairns, off the very back of the grid?
Yeah.
The answer is, in the assembly area, that car had a small under-bonnet fire. There were flames licking from under the bonnet. The marshals in the assembly area put the car out. Tim Cairns was then able to understand what the problem was, satisfy the officials that he was able to join the race, but of course had to do it from the back of the grid.
Wow, that's a very good story as well, to get your car to the line. Oh, my car was on fire in the assembly area, got it fixed, and now I've gone back out and decided to race that car around once again. However, we've still got that stricken green Mini Cooper S. It will be behind the wheel at the moment, Francesca Roadhouse, or behind the barrier, I'm sure, Francesca Roadhouse. That's such a shame to see that car out of the race. And I've just been told as well that Charles Tippett, obviously now behind the wheel of that #1 white BMW 2002. Claire Norman is his daughter, so Charles, very, very experienced racing driver, now behind the wheel, potentially the quicker of the two. But the story of this race, really, Mark, the 1:34 of James Hughes, he's not only got to second place, he set the fastest lap, and he's chipping away at that lead margin.
He really is, yeah, chipping away at it and bringing the race to Sam Polly. So can he wring the neck any further of the number 134? Sprite, we'll have to wait and see. I was hoping to grab a word with Claire Norman, but I couldn't see her in the pit lane. That was why I wandered down. But at least we got the story as to why Tim Cairns started off the back of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not have been able to guess that at all. We've got a great battle currently on screen. That is heading through Coram at the moment, heading in towards Murray's. Another fastest lap from James Hughes. The lead margin is now down to 0.4 of a second, 2:17.381, as the lead battle heads through Ritchie's on the run up towards Wilson, who's going to be the fastest, or the latest on the brakes, all the way around the outside. He gave it a go. That was the inside, pardon me, so we've had a change for the lead. That's now James Hughes up the inside in his white and black Austin Healey frog-eyed Sprite. So all of that hard work James Polly put in at the start of the race, with only 11 minutes remaining, he's going to lose out. Now down into second place, James Hughes, after fighting really hard to dig away at all that time, he's managed to not only get in front, but already he's converted attack to now building a margin.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from James Hughes. Sam Polly, though, is going to try and come back at him. All of a sudden, you can see the Marcos is pushing even harder. He's redoubled his efforts to see whether he can do anything further to try and bring the fight back to James Hughes, having just lost the lead of the race. The regulations have changed also for the way that the penalties work in the Classic Sports Car Club Swinging 60s. It always used to be a 30-second penalty that you'd carry for the next race and the rest of the season. You'd add to it if you had another win. Well, it changes for this year. The winner picks up a 20-second penalty, and as long as they don't win next time, the penalty then disappears. If you win again, you'd pick up another 20, but as soon as you stop winning, it diminishes by 20 every time until you're back to zero. So it's changed subtly for this year. Now, James Hughes has got a bit more daylight between himself and the car that he was doing battle with. We also saw there was briefly a spin for what will be Tom Tunnard in the Fairthorpe Electron. He had a rotation, has got the car pointing in the right direction. But the leaders turning away through Brundle and Nelson. 10 minutes remaining. They're on lap number 11.
Yeah, so 0.4 was the gap between James Hughes and Sam Polly last time they crossed the line. James Hughes managed to get by at Wilson. Sam Polly, he's pushing hard through the bomb hole. The car was sideways, squirming away. He managed to collect the moment up beautifully and carry on as if nothing were to happen. David Cornwalls, what have you spotted, Mark? Oh, black and orange flag there. That's for number 77, Richard Merrill, in the white and yellow Alfa Romeo Giulia GT. So clearly something maybe he's not aware of, just making the driver aware that of some sort of mechanical issue. Did you see anything?
I haven't seen the car, but no, I saw it flash up that there was a black and orange flag. New fastest lap of the race for James Hughes last time through. 2 minutes 16.898 from him, which means that lead advantage now grows to 1.7 seconds between himself and Sam Polly. Third at the moment is car number 40, which is Dominic Mooney at the wheel of the Turner. Fourth is 51 Ian Hewlett, who's come from a long way back on the grid following qualifying. Fifth is number 173, which is Connor Kay, and Mark Nace at the wheel of the black and orange Mini completes the top 6. In fact, over the start finish line now goes Mark Nace at the wheel of the Mini, and no longer is he 6th, he's dropped down to 7th, and the reason he's dropped down to 7th is because Lawrence Claridge has gone back through at the wheel of the Ford Anglia to take up 6th place.
Yeah, so there's still lots of chopping and changing in the order. Nobody can really decide where they want to be. Very late and very decisive through traffic. There was one of our drivers. Number 63 continues to move forward. Mark Nace, like you said, obviously losing that position, but that should have spurred a bit of confidence into the orange or the black and orange Mini to try and work its way back forward once again. And I think you saw something there, Mark. What was that?
No, I saw a white car. I wondered whether it was the Alpha, but it's not. And stopping right down below as Tim Cairns comes to a halt on the start-finish line. All of a sudden, the man from the back of the grid that had that underbonnet fire, the car stopped. He's fired it up again, and it's got going. So, strange thing to happen there, but that might be as a result of whatever happened to that car with the underbonnet issue in the assembly area.
Yeah, he seemed to fly up to the marshals and then stop as if something were going wrong, and then continue on once again. So maybe the car cut out, and then he puts his hands in the air as if to go typical. As soon as I've stopped, we're back going once again. A great battle working its way onto the Bentley straight. That's between 51 and 173. So Connor Kay trying to work his way past Ian Hewlett. They're very evenly matched in a straight line. They're being chased down by one of the Ford Anglias. I think that's Lawrence Claridge, just desperately trying to work his way up the inside. A little look, Connor Kay is on the inside of Ian Hewlett. He's almost got that position made, but couldn't quite get it done through Brundle and Nelson. They're still side by side on the exit in towards the bomb hole, and there's still Lawrence Claridge trying to get in on the mix. Connor Kay all the way around the outside at the bomb hole. It could be 2 positions lost here for Connor Kay. Connor Kay's managed to get up 2 positions, pardon me. Ian Hewlett has managed to lose another because Lawrence Claridge has got by as well, and you can see the MGB 173, Connor Kay, just desperately scrambling around for any sort of grip, pushing hard, lifting the inside wheel off the ground.
Yep, so the little MG midget of Connor Kay pushing as hard as he possibly can. He's about to thread his way over the start-finish line any second now. Then you've got Lawrence Claridge at the wheel of the Ford Anglia, and then you've got Ian Hewlett has managed to get himself back ahead of Mark Nace once more. Those two were pretty much together, but it's just going to be the midget ahead of the Mini by the time they get up towards the braking area for Ritchie's corner. As for Richard Merrill and the number 77 Alpha, well, at the moment I haven't seen that car come back through. I think he's in the pit lane, is he not, Jack?
Yes, he is. He's clearly seen the black and orange flag, and he comes to stop in front of the mechanics, and the bonnet is being released. I can't see anything visually as to what might be causing the black and orange flag. Maybe a marshal has spotted a little bit of oil leaking from that car, struggling to get the bonnet up, so they're trying to figure out. Bonnet eventually comes up, and there's no steam, there's no smoke or anything like that. So clearly some sort of issue that evidently is there, but into the pit lane he had to come to adhere to that black and orange flag, and they're still fighting away. That's Mark Nace and Ian Hewlett. They can't really decide which way they want to be because they keep battling away. Bearing in mind this is the battle for what would that be? I think it's 6th place at the moment, Mark, and Sam Polly is still in 2nd place. He's not exactly been dropped, only 2.1 seconds, but he just doesn't quite have enough, and there's only, 5 minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, James Hughes is continually lapping, 3, 4, 5 tenths quicker than Sam Polly at this stage of the race. But Sam Polly has not eased his pace, because the last lap that he did at the wheel of the Mini Marcos was still his best lap of the race that he's done so far. So he's still driving the wheels off the thing, but he just hasn't got the same pace now on this very dry track than James Hughes has got, to say took up the lead of the race a few laps ago. Over the start-finish line have gone the leading pair. Down in towards Murray's, we can see still some squabbles are taking place. The number 141 Mini is in the hands of Chris Snowden now. In fact, no, Richard Longdon. There was a change of driver. It was going to be Richard that would start the car. Then it was changed to Chris. So it's Richard that's behind the wheel of that car. He is doing battle with cars around him. And out of the pit lane comes Richard Merrill. So whatever the problem was with the Alpha, he has satisfied the scrutineers that he's able to rejoin the race.
Yeah, visually I couldn't really see anything, but of course the scrutineers will have had a proper good look around to make sure that that car is suitable to retake to the circuit. It's getting very busy onto the Bentley Straight. There's a good few trains there up towards Wilson, the Wilson hairpin. Again, there's another few battles through there, but as far as our race leader is concerned, in the 134 Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite, James Hughes, he's not only got in front, he's pulled a suitable margin. He doesn't really need to push as hard. He's had the option to do 2:16s. We've seen him do a 2:16.898, but at the moment he's just lapping in the 2:18s. He knows he's in the lead of the race. He knows he's already built up a margin, and why would you push any harder? Coming out of Williams on towards the Bentley Straight for what will be the 13th time, Sam Polly, he's almost there. I think that's the annoying thing for Sam, because he's probably pushing as hard as he can, but he knows that Jake Hughes, he's almost teasing him at this point, because James Hughes, he knows that James Hughes can go a lot quicker. So Sam Polly, he must be saying, just drive away. I know you can do it. Just get out of the way.
So this is lap number 14 that they're on at the moment. So through Brundle, through Nelson goes the race leader, up towards the bomb hole and past very shortly the stricken car of Francesca Roodhouse, which retired some laps ago up at that part of the circuit. Sam Polly still pushing as hard as he can. There's another good little battle still going on for what is third and fourth place we need to keep an eye towards, though, and that is going to be the car of Dominic Mooney at the wheel of the Turner, who still hasn't dispensed with Connor Kay at this stage. So those two cars are just heading down the Bentley Straight now. The red Turner and the red Sprite that sits behind it. Just off the back of those is also the Ford Anglia in the hands of Lawrence Claridge, and Mark Nace is not that far away as well. So that's going to be, what, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all together as they head round through Brundle and through Nelson at this stage. But it's the Turner from the Sprite, from the Ford Anglia, from the Mini.
Yeah, so Dominic Moody, if he looks in his rearview mirror, he will see that Connor Kay is there. He's not quite within striking distance as of yet, and I think you mentioned there, Lawrence Claridge is just about in the background, almost there again, so he's got the potential to shape up into what could be quite a good race. There's just not enough between them as of yet. I've got a feeling, yes, James Hughes crossed the line, so there should be 2 more laps remaining, because James Hughes, he's been lapping in around about the 2:18s. He's already crossed the line, so he will end up coming by. And you've spotted something, Mark?
No, it's just that Ian Hewlett has dropped back a place. Yeah, so I mentioned that after the Claridge Anglia was Mark Nace, which meant that, yeah, Ian Hewlett, I couldn't see him in that squabble, and he has just had a problem on that lap and has dropped back a little bit. So he lost, what, 2 or 3 seconds as well as the place.
Yeah, such a shame for Ian Hewlett. He's been racing hard all race and couldn't quite make it the full 40 minutes without a small mistake. It's very easily done, of course, after being in the car for quite a substantial amount of time. The battle we were watching is still sort of roaring away, working its way through Palmer now up towards Agostini. Connor Kay still doing what he can to chase down the number 40 machine of Dominic Mooney. Mike Henney started that car. Dominic Mooney very decisive through traffic, trying to force the door open up the inside of David Rose in his Austin A40 Farina. But our leader on the exit of Brundle and Nelson, working his way through the bomb hole, is James Hughes. And up towards Coram and Murray's. We will get 1 more lap in after this lap. So heading on to his final lap in a few moments' time is James Hughes. And after what was a very dominant start to the race from Sam Polly, it all seems to have come undone since that safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a race of 2 halves, really, hasn't it, for Sam Polly? The pre-safety car race and then the post-safety car race. So over the start-finish line has gone James Hughes, then on to what will be now the last lap of the race. 37 seconds to go, and then the clock will hit 0. Sam Polly goes through and is 2.7 seconds shy of him in second place. The lead advantage did actually come down by 0.6 of a second that time through, so it's down to 2.7 seconds. And again, you can see Sam Polly sliding the Mini Marcos through Ritchie's the first corner. He'll be taking that, I'm sure, absolutely flat, won't lift off, chuck the car in, let it get sideways and let it scrub the speed, and we've seen him doing that on a few of the corners. It's nice to watch the driving style of that. Wringing its neck, I think, is probably a fair way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely. You see some of the Minis having a similar driving style. James Hughes there on the well, I thought James Hughes got sideways. Sam Polly thought, all right, have a look at this. Very sideways on the exit of Palmer. So both drivers pushing hard on the last lap of the race, and a big lockup was that. Not 100% sure. Into retirement is our race leader, James Hughes, into Agostini, pulled straight over, clearly knew there was an issue. So Sam Polly will take the lead of the race. Off goes Richard Merrill. Of course, he had the black and orange warning flag, so maybe a recurring issue for him. Mark, what do you think happened there?
I have no idea. I thought he'd snatched a break briefly and had outbraked himself, but he made no attempt to rejoin the circuit and just parked up straight away. So Sam Polly is rather fortuitously going to pick up a win here as he heads out of Williams and onto the Bentley Straight for the final time. He'll be grinning from ear to ear. He'll be disappointed that the win's come about in the fashion it has, but you've got to be there or thereabouts in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not there to take the win, you simply won't get it. But that's very unusual there for James Hughes. I thought exactly the same, Mark. That's why I said a big lockup. It looked like he'd just gone slightly too deep into the corner. I was expecting him to sort of let off the brake, regain some grip on the front axle, and then turn left to take Agostini, as you normally would. Connor Kay is still chasing down the number 40 of Dominic Mooney. There's very little to pick between the pair of those two, so we could see a change of position. But now, after what was a very strong start to the race, chasing down the lead after James Hughes got it, Sam Polly working his way through the final corner for the final time, dealing with a little bit of understeer as the tyres have slowly started to wear towards the end of the race. But towards the line with his lights ablaze comes Sam Polly after taking the lead on the final lap, arm out the window, waving to the team and the marshals. Sam Polly takes the win here at Snetterton in the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1 race. Martin Reynolds in the number 75 machine, in that is the sort of teal and blue Ford Anglia, has been handed a 30-second time penalty. We've still got a battle raging away. This is for the final step on the podium. Dominic Mooney and that's Connor Kay working its way through Coram now. It'll have to be a very late move from Connor Kay if he wants to get onto the podium. He's there or thereabouts. He's getting very close indeed. The Turner still leading the MG. But through the final corner, a little bit of understeer, and once again lifting that inside wheel is the number 40 of Dominic Mooney. But it will be the Turner Alexander Mark II that rounds out the podium. The MG Midget didn't quite have enough, so third place will go the way of Dominic Mooney. Connor Kay will cross the line to actually finish in third place, because whether we've had a penalty applied or we were just waiting for James Hughes to drop down the order. So that battle, what we thought was third place, a very poorly. Number 39 comes past me. That's Alex Williams in the white and red Ford Anglia. Sounds very flat indeed. But Dominic Mooney, that means he crosses the line in second place. Connor Kay will cross the line to round out your podium. Then it's the number 251. That being Lawrence Claridge. A great race from Lawrence in his maroon-coloured Ford Anglia. We'll try and figure out whereabouts he started. He started in fifth, he finished in fourth, so he's gone forward. That's what you want. And Lawrence Claridge will finish in fourth place. We've got the rest of the cars just coming towards the line. Still some battles raging away. 55 and 118. That's Simon Tinkler, who nearly got the best of Steve Adams. That was for a position quite the way down the order. I can't even see it on the timing screen, of course. Having 39 cars on the grid, the brilliant TSL timing tells us everything we need to know. We just need more screens. That would be the issue. We do have one, but it's telling us all of the pit stop information, so we can see how long people took in the pit lane. The quickest pit stop throughout that race was from the number 1 machine, Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. We were talking about them earlier on in the race. They had the fastest pit stop time from pit in, driver change. So the car entered the pit lane, pulled over to the right-hand side, did a full driver change, and then left the pit lane. So from pit in to pit out with a driver change in the middle, 58 seconds. That is incredibly quick. You're looking at about an average of sort of 1 minute 10 to 1 minute 30, anywhere in that margin around about works. But yeah, a 58-second pit stop, a very quick pit stop from our number 1 BMW 2002. So I will run you through the results from the first race for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, the second race of the day. Sam Polly did indeed take the win, 51 seconds clear of the number 40 machine, that being Mike Henney and Dominic Mooney. Connor Kay crossed the line to finish in third. Lawrence Claridge crossed the line in fourth. Then it's Mark Neese, Ian Hewlett, Julian Julian Hyo and the number 20 machine of Mark Cloutman. Then you get back to Martin Reynolds in 11th, Tim Cairns, Hassel and Rowlands, Tony Hunting 15th was the Chaplains, then it was Brent Fowler, Bergen and Foe in 17th, James Atkinson, Williamson and Cruz crossed the line to finish in 19th and take the win in their class. Richard Merrill finished in 21st, Chris Winchester in 22nd, David Rose 23rd, Snowden and Longdon in 24th, Steve Adams, Fraser and the Frasers finished in 26th, David Cornwallis in 27th, and then we get back to our retirements. There were quite a few retirements, unfortunately, in that race, but a brilliant race all round. We saw battles, not only battles for the overall win, but battles for class wins, and then just inter-class battles. There was lots and lots of on-track action. All of the drivers down in Parc Fermé, so I'll hand you down to Mark Werrell to chat to some of our drivers.
Thanks a lot, Jack. Yeah, so the first driver we're going to chat to is our overall race winner, Sam Polly. Sam, that was sort of a race of two halves, really. You scampered off into the distance, and then out came the safety car, and then you sort of didn't quite seem to have the same kind of pace as James had in the Sprite towards the end.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I've firstly gutted for Tim, obviously in the assembly area, being on pole and then not being able to race. Real shame for him. I was looking forward to racing with him. Yeah, at the start I thought I'd take the opportunity to try and get away. Managed to get some pace, get away as quick as I could. Safety car brought us all back together again. We pitted under the safety car. I was trying to get the undercut. I think James did the same, so that was sort of neutralised then in that sense. And when it came back out, it didn't quite have the rear grip that it had before we went in. I think the tyres must have cooled off, so it took a while to get it in. And then obviously in that time, James came up and was able to pass, and then we could sort of hold him at that sort of second away distance. And then I gradually reeled him in a little bit, and then suddenly he pulled off as we went into the hairpin at the back there.
Was there any obvious signs from his car that you could see following it that there was going to be a retirement?
No, nothing at all. No, he was holding good pace. I mean, literally we were sort of just inches apart from each other in times, I think. And then all of a sudden he just sort of pulled off. So.
Changes to the regulations this year means that you're now not carrying a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. You'll pick up 20 seconds for the next race, and if you don't win it, then the slate gets wiped clean.
A fantastic change, in my opinion. Yeah, last year it really hindered us. We won this race last year and got the 30 seconds, and then had to carry that 30 seconds all the way through 2022. And then we won the Silverstone as well with that 30, so we were fortunate in that sense. Now, once we get rid of this 20, next race, hopefully, that will keep us going for the rest of the year now, making it more exciting for everyone to watch, hopefully.
Great start to the season, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
There we go, so that's Sam Polly. We're going to work this way and see whether we can pick up on one of the other drivers that finished in second or third position. So if I walk this way, I can see that Connor is here. So Connor, who finished in third position, Connor Kay. And then we've also got Dominic Mooney somewhere. Not sure where Dominic Mooney's gone, but we've got Connor Kay here. Connor, first of all, talk us through qualifying, because that didn't quite go to plan, and then talk us through the race, because that did go to plan.
Yeah, so we just struggled in quali. We didn't have any wet tyres, so we just struggled to get the tyres turned on. But yeah, in the race, I don't really know. We just pushed as hard as we could and see. I had no idea where we ended up, so I just pushed to the end and.
Well, you were knocking on the door of a podium, and then unfortunately we had James Hughes retire from the lead, which means you did finish on the podium. You finished third overall.
Yeah, like I said, I had no idea what was going on. I was just trying to catch a Dom ahead of me, so. Yeah, really pleased.
You're having a good squabble with that Turner.
Yeah, honestly, it was a really good race. Quite a few good fights. I think there was a group of us who was quite close. So, yeah, it was a really good race.
Well, let's see if we can find Dominic Malone. Here he is. He's behind me here. So let's grab a quick word if we can with Dominic Malone. He took over the car from Mike Henney, who started it. And Dominic, you had to drive the wheels off the thing to try and hang on to second.
It was hard work, but it was enjoyable. A bit nicer than this morning, that's for sure.
It's always good fun, isn't it, swinging 60s? It doesn't matter where you are on the grid, there's always somebody to race with.
There's always the opportunity to have a good race, yeah, 100%. It's good.
You got to bring it to the checkered flag. Mike did the hard work in the early stages. He was busy.
Yes, yeah, I didn't really catch much of it. I was too busy waffling, and then the safety car came out, so quickly put my helmet on and jumped in it.
Great start to the season, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
There we go, so that's our top three drivers from the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. We'll see Group 2 out later on in the day, but for the meantime, that's all from here. We'll hand you back upstairs to Jack in the commentary box.
Great stuff, thank you very much, Mark. There is still a little bit of clearing up to do. Two cars that have been left out on circuit. I know one of them is the green Mini that went towards the barrier out near Coram. That is being loaded on towards a flatbed. So now we've just got to wait for the other car to be cleared up, and of course if any of them have made any contact with the barrier, they need to be inspecting the barrier, making sure that that's still straight, because of course safety has to be at the very top of the priority list. So I can see the Mini is loaded onto the back of a flatbed. I can't figure out where the other car is, but there will just be a very minor delay as the incredibly efficient circuit staff and marshals will get that car cleared up. There is the other car, the number 88, Austin Healy, is getting brought back around to the paddock as well. We've got a busy schedule here at Snetterton throughout this year. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship comes here on the 20th and 21st of May. British GT and the GB3 Championships come here on the 17th and 18th of June. And then we've got if you're into superbikes, the superbikes come here on the 7th to the 9th of July. And then the BTRA, the British Truck Racing Association, come here on the 16th and 17th of September. In terms of the Classic Sports Car Club, they have got a very busy calendar indeed, from circuits up and down the country. It is it's going to be a busy old year for the guys here at the Classic Sports Car Club. So we kicked off the year over a month ago now, or a month to the day, at Silverstone. That was the winter warmer, so we had Classic K, Swinging 60s, we had all of the usual series, minus Classic K and Swinging 60s. We then had a bit of a test day here at Snetterton about 2 weeks ago on March the 14th. Of course, we're here both yesterday and today, March 25th, 26th. The next time you will see Classic Sports Car action, that will be on May the 6th and May the 7th at Thruxton. And then on June the 3rd and the 4th, we go to Brands Hatch on the Indy layout. And then July the 1st and 2nd, so slap bang in the middle of the year, we go out to Anglesey, and that is a 24-hour race, or there's 24 hours worth of racing. So throughout 24 hours, we will have multiple races for all of the series. Unfortunately, that's all I've got time to run you through in terms of the calendar, as we do have the third race of the day heading out onto circuit. That is the Morgan Challenge Series, a 20-minute race on the way, and I'm sure we will get the grid very shortly up on screen. There it is. Now, we do have William Pratt on pole position. Unfortunately, Martin Pratt has had to withdraw. He was going to be alongside his fellow family member. However, on row 2 of the grid, we do have Brett Sindercombe and Louis Ruff. Then on row 3 of the grid, we've got John Milbank and Chris Myhill. It will be Chris Myhill starting the car. Then we get to Tony Kiss and Nigel Stuckey. Then we get Simon Oribi-Gann starting in 8th place. Row 5 of the grid is made up of Peter Cole and Simon Sherry. Row 6 is Kathy Sherry and John Richards starting in 12th place. And then row 7 of the grid is Jim Mountain and Richard Fern. A couple more rows still to go. We have Paul Bryan starting the number 51 machine alongside Tony Kilby on row 8 of the grid. Tony Kilby in his Morgan Plus 4 Club Sport. Rounding out the 17 starters, but was 18 strong car grid, is that will be John Emberson and John Bevan starting in 18th place. I'm not 100% sure as to why Martin Pratt has had to withdraw, but what that does, Mark, is that gives William Pratt the front row to himself. However, Brett Sindercombe and Louis Ruff, we know, two very quick drivers. They could have a clear run to the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, and I don't think we can read overly too much into qualifying as well, because it was pretty rotten, wasn't it, the qualifying session for the Morgans as well. So we might see, again, a bit of a shuffle from starting position to finishing positions. 2 former champions on the grid as well. So Kathy Sherry's on the grid. She was the 2013 champion. 2021 champion Brett Sindercombe is on the grid as well. But I think those are the only 2 former champions that are here, because we haven't got the likes of Tony Hurst on the grid this weekend. He's been a regular in the series, the actor, for a year or so. Andrew Thompson is an out, so we haven't got the likes of Tony Lee, Charlie Goddard, so a few of the names that have been regulars in Morgan Challenge Racing for a few years are not here this weekend. Let's hope that we do see them when they head to Thruxton on the 7th of May, again, where they'll be part of the Classic Sports Car Club programme.
Yeah, so it's, like you say, not quite the grid that we're used to seeing in the Morgan Challenge, but I'm sure as the season wears on, the entries will rise significantly, and we will end up with even more Morgan action. And of course, with qualifying being in different conditions, it was wet this morning, it's dry this afternoon, we could then see everything flow the way of the slightly quicker cars. Of course, William Pratt was very dominant in qualifying, posting a 2-minute 45.878. Martin Pratt, who would have been alongside, was a 2:46, but Martin Pratt isn't in the equation anymore. So the next fastest car behind him was Brett Sindercombe, some 5 seconds off Williams' time. But now it is dry, that might then throw everything the way of Simon Aribi-Gann, because he will have a hell of a lot more grip and he'll be able to put all of that power down into the circuit and hopefully generate some more positions.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to what happens. Hopefully also the likes of John Bevan, who had problems in qualifying, didn't do a single lap. He will have a faultless race. And, of course, we've also got another car that's slotted itself on towards the tail end of the field. So the lights are out on the safety car. This is going to be a 20-minute sprint race. We've got no pit stops to worry about in this one. And we're about to get the 2023 motor racing season underway for the Morgan Challenge.
Yep, so it's William Pratt on pole position. He will have the inside for turn 1. However, he has Brett Sindercombe and Louis Ruff behind, who, like you mentioned, Marky, will have John Bevan working his way up and through the order. John Emberson having not set a lap time in qualifying either. We may see him trying to work his way through the mid-pack towards the sharp end of the order. But William Pratt seems to be the quicker of the drivers on the grid. He's just controlling the pace beautifully. Red lights extinguished now, and we go racing for 20 minutes of Morgan Challenge action already. A great start made by William Pratt. However, the 94 machine of Tony Kiss trying to go all the way around the outside. He's worked his way from 6th on the grid, potentially into 3rd place. That could even be 2nd. We'll wait to see where they appear. It's been a good start for Simon Aribi-Gann as well. Let's try and pick out exactly where he is on the run up towards the Wilson hairpin. Simon Aribi-Gann is still trying to carve his way through, but there's lots of drivers all now, because it is a dry circuit, they can put all of that power down, and some drivers you may see charging their way up through the order.
I'm not sure whether Chris Myhill was in the wrong gear when the lights went out, because the number 15 car went nowhere, and actually he's still, even now, hung on to 4th place, so he clearly got it hooked up and got moving eventually. So it was just a slowish start from him by the look of things, but it is Brett Sindercombe who's there in 2nd place. He's got the number 99 car of Louis Ruff behind him, but disappearing off into the distance is William Pratt in the early stages of this first race of the season for the Morgan Challenge. They'll conclude their season on the 14th of October up at Croft in North Yorkshire, which will be a very unusual circuit for them to visit. I think it's been quite some time before we've last seen the Morgans racing up in North Yorkshire. But William Pratt disappearing up the road. He continues to lead the way. The squabble for 2nd still between the number 16 car of Brett Sindercombe and the white number 99 car of Louis Ruff.
Yep, so as the field work their way through the infield section of the circuit and onto the Bentley Straight, for the first time we've got a car off. That's number 88, that's Jim Mountain. I think he just ran wide on the exit of Oggies and has retaken to the circuit. I can't see anything wrong with that car, so maybe just a slight mistake there. He's all chopping and changing as we go down the Bentley Straight. A massive lock up there from Brett Sindercombe. Whether that's cold brakes or cold tyres, he hit the brakes and the entire front axle locked up. He did manage to get the car slowed down. He realised soon enough that he had indeed locked up, but that shows he's just pushing as hard as he can to try and work his way up through the order. A little bit further back, we've got some good battles going on, but the lead margin already built up by Will Pratt is very, very, very impressive. He's already accelerating hard out of Murray's and probably going past pit entry before the next car behind of Brett Sindercombe is sat there changing down the gears to try and get the car pinched in through Murray's.
I think it's Tony Kiss that's now up into 3rd place. He's got through it ahead of the number 99 car of Louis Ruff, so it's Will Pratt that leads the way. Chris Myhill there in 2nd place, Brett Sindercombe in 3rd place, Tony Kiss is there in 4th place, and it's going to be Louis Ruff who has now dropped down into 5th place. Simon Aribi-Gann completes the top 6 with Simon Sherry then ahead of Peter Cole, and then the final 2 cars inside the top 10, it's number 666 John Richards, and John Emberson off the back of the grid, didn't set a single lap time in qualifying, has already gained, what, 7 places and is carving his way through the order.
Yeah, great start from John Emberson. He's just trying to pick his battles wisely and work his way through as quickly but also as cleanly as possible. 6 seconds is the lead margin already built up by Will Pratt. 1st, 2nd and 3rd are all Class 1, Class 2 and Class 3 cars. It all fits in very, very nicely. We'll have to keep an eye on Tony Kiss, because it was an aggressive start. He put half the car on the grass, managed to work his way past a couple of cars, but jumped on the brakes nice and early, well aware that he will now have dirty tyres and slightly colder tyres, and he ended up having to give up one of those positions, but he's well within touching distance of Brett Sinderkoom in third place. Heading in towards Oggies we go now. It is still the number 16 of Brett Sinderkoom leading a little trio led by himself, and then it's Tony Kiss obviously, and then the number 99 machine of Louis Ruff. They're all nose to tail as they head onto the Bentley straight, so Brett Sinderkoom leading, Tony Kiss leading Louis Ruff. Anything that goes wrong, there is Simon Aribigan, who's slowly trying to push forward, but he's got a couple of cars chasing him down also. So now it's just that battle for the final step on the podium. But Will Pratt, 6 seconds in the space of one lap, very, very impressive. Heading onto the Bentley straight now is the number 88 of Jim Mountain, recovering from that earlier spin. Doesn't seem to have affected his pace too much, maybe just an early mistake made.
Yeah, Jim Mountain, I would guess, is running different tyres to he ran in qualifying, because he had yellow wheels in qualifying, if memory serves me correctly, whereas now they are it's a chrome wire wheel that they're running on that car. So Will Pratt very much dominant in the early stages of this one. That good little squabble still going on though for what is second, third and fourth place. New fastest lap of the race and a spin, I'm afraid, and that is going to be Chris Myhill, who has spun out of what was second position, and that was coming round through Corham and in towards Murray's where that took place. So that now means that Brett Sinderkoom will look to try and see whether he can steal a march and gain a place. Well, he doesn't, because he gains one place as a result of that car spinning ahead of him, but he also lost a position because Tony Kiss was able to go through and overtake him. So it's now Tony Kiss who is up into second position, the number 94 car. Brett Sinderkoom remains in third place. Louis Ruff is there in fourth place, and by the time that Chris Myhill has recovered, he's lost fifth because Simon Aribigan has gone through, and Chris Myhill now is down to sixth.
Yeah, so big changes in that top six. We're just with that slight mistake from Chris Myhill. Chris Myhill racing the first race, and then he will hand the car over to John Milbank later on this afternoon to drive the second race. There's still some good battles going on a little bit further down the order by the looks of that. That was the car that spun very early on. Jim Mountain still trying to recover and pick up a couple of places, but at the moment it is still Louis Ruff just sat behind Brett Sinderkoom, and Brett's he's going to have to very quickly go from attack to defend, because he wants to stick with Tony Kiss, but he doesn't quite have the pace in the early stages of the race. So Brett Sinderkoom coming under ever more pressure from Louis Ruff. Simon Aribigan somewhat left on his own. He does have the recovering Chris Myhill behind him, but in towards Agostini goes Kathy Sherry, under pressure from the recovering Jim Mountain, and Richard Fern there as well. The Morgans, they seem to attract battles of threes at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, they're all sort of, getting into little trios, aren't they, and having their own little squabble. So, yeah, a trio of cars just heading round through Hamilton up towards the braking area for Oggies, and a trio of cars heading down in towards the bottom of the Bentley straight. But it does look as though, since taking up second place, Tony Kiss has pulled away a little bit more in the wheel of the number 94 car from the all-green number 16 of Brett Sinderkoom, who's fallen away and is ever more in the clutches of the Morgan 4.4 of Louis Ruff that sits behind. So it's not quite really three cars now fighting for second, third and fourth. It's more of a couple of cars fighting over third and fourth as the race leader William Pratt goes over the start finish line. Another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 13.088, 2:13.088. That means that they are lapping the best part of, what's that, 32 seconds quicker than qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely, 32 seconds quicker than qualifying. But William Pratt at the moment, we'll give you an update, but last time through it was 7 seconds quicker than the car behind. Tony Kiss goes through, and it's no longer 7 seconds quicker, it's only 6 seconds quicker. What will William Pratt respond with? But Brett Sinderkoom still sat there in third place, like you mentioned, Mark, under pressure from Louis Ruff. Simon Aribigan in fifth place, and Chris Myhill currently in sixth, and they could shortly come under pressure if they do start to battle. Peter Cole is sat there in seventh place, not too far away, somewhat 3 seconds away. And then Simon Sherry, we saw him earlier on in a little battle, but he's slowly left the cars behind and he's sat there in 8th place. But that lead gap, 22 seconds now. William Pratt really starting to pull away. But any mistake from Tony Kiss, both Brett Sinderkoom and Louis Ruff will get through, potentially also Simon Aribigan and Chris Myhill, because that's exactly what happened to the number 15 machine. A small mistake on the exit of a corner, and that was, what, 3, 4, even 5 positions lost, and they're pushing hard again in that battle for the final couple of podium places. I would say, Mark, Tony Kiss has slowly fallen back into the clutches of Brett Sinderkoom once again, maybe spurred on by Louis Ruff.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, the amount of daylight between the second place car of Tony Kiss is substantively less than it was, I think, at the same part of the circuit a lap ago. Brett Sinderkoom also needs to try and see if he can close the door, because I thought for a split second there Louis Ruff was going to try and do something heading in towards Williams, which isn't really an overtaking spot, but down the Bentley Straight they will all power their way. Will Pratt, long way up the road now after just 3 laps of racing. He's got a 22-second lead, so he's pulled out 7 seconds a lap, just over on average. Down in towards Brundle and Nelson, though, goes the squabble for second, for third and for fourth. It's still Tony Kiss from Brett Sinderkoom, the 2 green cars, and then the white car thereafter is Louis Ruff at the wheel of the number 99 car. Simon Aribigan still completes the top 5, and Chris Myhill still trying to recover after his problem when he dropped from second down to 6th a few laps ago. So 11 minutes remaining in this 20-minute race. We're almost at the halfway point at the moment, and we've still got that great fight for second, for third and for fourth, heading through Coreham and in towards the braking area for Murray's.
Yeah, absolutely. I just happened to look up at the right time as well to see Peter Cole in the yellow and silver Morgan Roadster to have a big lockup on the way in towards Brundle and Nelson. So a few drivers struggling with the brakes early on. Back past us goes the battle for second place. That's Tony Kiss, Brett Sinderkoom and Louis Ruff. They're all now equidistantly spread as they head in towards Ritchie's for what will be the 4th time. Struggling to find a gear is Brett Sinderkoom. And I would say Brett Sinderkoom, whereabouts has he gone? I can't see him on the timing screen. He's up to, sorry, I didn't mean Brett Sinderkoom, I meant Simon Aribigan, who has lost out to Chris Myhill. I thought the lap times were a little bit slower, but I wasn't expecting Aribigan to lose that much time in 1 lap.
Over the start-finish line comes another little squabble as well, where we've got the number 666 of John Richards, who has now managed to hang on to 10th place, despite the fact that the pressure is building behind him. But for second, for third and for fourth, up towards Agostini they'll go. Still Tony Kiss from Brett Sinderkoom, the 2 green cars. Tony Kiss, though, has got the gold stripe down the centre of it and the white flashes across the bonnet. That's how you can tell the 2 of them apart, whereas for Brett Sinderkoom it is a all-green car that sits there in the final podium spot. But only just is he still in that final podium spot, because he cannot shake away Louis Ruff at the moment. Louis has been continually riding in his wheel tracks, but he's never once really tried an overtake just as yet, so he's content just to sit there and see whether there might be a little chink in the armour somewhere that he can utilise. He gets a good run this time coming out of Williams, gets ever closer to Brett Sinderkoom. In a straight line he's picking up a bit of a toe, but I don't think he's quite got the grunt to fully get by the time they head in towards Brundle and Nelson, so the order will still remain the same for second, for third and for fourth.
Yeah, he's definitely closing up, but of course Brett Sinderkoom's got a 2-litre engine under the bonnet of his Morgan 4.4. Louis Ruff on the alternative 1.6, so he runs out of pace in a straight line, but it's a lot less engine to power off the corner, which is where Louis Ruff seems much stronger. Coming out of Williams onto the Bentley Straight, that's where you said, Mark, he really started to close up. Heading through Coreham now, a quick dab of the brakes from Brett Sinderkoom just to get that nose pitched in. All of that battling has allowed Tony Kiss just to put a little bit of a margin between himself and the cars behind. Louis Ruff looked towards the outside, jumped back in behind for the braking area. How good is the run on the exit of the final corner? Not as good as he would want, because then that means Brett Sinderkoom foots the floor. He's got slightly higher top-end speed down the start-finish straight, and the gap remains almost as it is. And they're very quickly going to be equidistantly spread, because very early on the brakes that time was Tony Kiss, which means that Brett Sinderkoom and Louis Ruff can get very close indeed. Simon Aribigan could very quickly be coming under pressure from the car behind, the number 42 of Peter Cole. We know he was pushing hard from the lockup, 1.5 seconds separating the pair of them.
Yeah, further down through the order, just coming round through Coreham now, is another little squabble that we need to try and keep an eye on, and this is going to be the number 19 car of Nigel Stuckey, who has got right with him the 666 car of John Richards, and then the light blue car of Jim Mountain that's sitting behind. So John Richards and Jim Mountain very evenly matched for pace, which might just allow Nigel Stuckey to pull away a little bit more. In fact, those 2 cars side by side as they come over the start-finish line. Is John Richards going to be able to hang on to it, or might he lose out to Jim Mountain. Jim Mountain has got the nose ahead by the time they get towards Richie's corner. The number 88 car gains a place there, so he is now up into 11th place.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very committed to the move to go around the outside at Richie's, because even if you're just a little bit wide, you'll find yourself running through the grass and potentially into somebody's field, which I'm sure they won't be massively happy about, but textbook overtake there for Jim Mountain, making up for the mistake earlier on in the race. Slowly been chipping away at the cars up the road. The next target for himself will be the number 19 of Nigel Stuckey in the Morgan Roadster lightweight. And you can see there the pair of them, they're not massively close, but with over 6.5 minutes of the race remaining, I wouldn't be surprised, because Jim Martin, he's got the bit between his teeth and he's pushing hard and he's slowly taking time out of the car in front. Another fastest lap of the race that time through from William Pratt, a 2-minute 12.718, so incredibly quick indeed, continuing to pull away from the car behind of Tony Kiss, Brett Sindercube and Louis Ruff. We look towards that battle working its way through Coram now. Brett Sindercube has indeed dropped away from the cars up the road. Louis Ruff is focusing on Tony Kiss. There is a car very, very close to the tail end of that battle. Could that potentially be the recovering Chris Myhill that has found himself already on the tail end of that trio?
Could well be. I'm just looking at what's going on down the Bentley Straight at the moment, and again now it looks as though we've got potentially another overtake here as Jim Mountain, squeezes his way through and ahead and gets past Nigel Stuckey, so another place gained for the number 88 car as it continues to recover after its problems earlier on when it had that part spin heading round through Oggies. So slowly picking up the places now, and that will now move the number 88 car up into 11th position. William Pratt still continues to lead at this stage, and further down through the order, Jack?
Yeah, that is it's Chris Myhill I've just spotted. It was the car I thought was close to Brett Sindercube. I didn't realise how close. 0.6 of a second. So you've got to remember at one point, Chris Myhill, he had spun because he was 180 degrees to the way he wanted to be going. And he found himself just having to fight his way back through the order. He managed to get past Simon Aribigan fairly quickly. 2 positions made that time by Jim Mountain, who's just crossed the line and updated the timing screen. And then he's already caught up onto the tail end of Brett Sindercube. We can't quite see him as of yet. William Pratt on the exit of Brundle and Nelson heading through the bomb hole now. We'll wait to see whether Chris Milbank managed to work, or Chris Myhill, pardon me, managed to work his way past Brett Sindercube. He was closing up indeed. That would be 2 positions lost in the space of 2 laps for Brett Sindercube. It's not quite going his way.
No, he's sort of just, struggling a little bit at this stage of the race. We've still got 4.5 minutes of the race to go. Will Pratt heads out of Murray's and onto the Senna Straight. This is going to be lap number 7 that he will complete. He set the fastest lap of the race last time through. Is he going to better it this time through? No, he's eased off a little bit over the course of that lap. So that was a 2-minute 14 second lap, 2-minute 14.0. Fastest lap is a 2-minute 12.718 that he set on the lap prior. But William Pratt has no real issues because he has got an enormous gap between himself and Tony Kiss, who is there in 2nd place. Only now does Tony Kiss come around through Coram and in towards the braking area for Murray's, and it looks as though behind him is Louis Ruff. So Brett Sindercube is there in 4th place, but is again just dropping away again, isn't he?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, because the last time we saw that battle there was 4 cars. It's now disappeared to 3, so somebody has dropped back. There goes the number 94 of Tony Kiss, then Louis Ruff, then the 15 of Chris Myhill. Where is Brett Sindercube? There is Brett Sindercube, who's just lost out to Simon Aribigan as well. So maybe some sort of issue for Brett Sindercube, because as you mentioned, Mark, whilst he is still in the lead of his class, we expect to see maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, well, he's 4 seconds slower on that lap than he had been on his fastest lap, so something isn't quite right with Brett or the car at this stage, but what he will be focused on is making sure that he still picks up maximum points as far as possible as he can in Class 3 at this stage. Now for Brett Sindercube, he's 7 seconds ahead of the next car in that class at the moment, which is Peter Cole, who is just 1 position behind him, so he can't afford to lose too much time, because even on that lap Peter Cole was still 2 seconds quicker than Brett Sindercube. So potentially, if things keep going wrong for him, another lap or so, the class lead could be under pressure.
Yeah, very much so. It's That's 2 positions lost in 2 laps, and then another 2 on the last lap alone. So Brett Sindercombe, he's only really going backwards at this point. Aribigan has managed to work his way up into 5th, like we said. It's a great comeback drive from Chris Myhill, who has managed to arrive on the scene of the trio between Kiss, Ruff and himself, or Kiss, Ruff and Brett Sindercombe. Kicks Brett Sindercombe out and said, I'll have part of that. So that now means that Chris Myhill has become part of that trio. That could spur on Louis Ruff and Tony Kiss. Already out the final corner comes our race leader. There was a good battle going down the Bentley Straight.
Not quite sure what that battle was heading down the Bentley Straight. Over the start-finish line is another good little squabble that we've got. We still need to try and keep an eye on whether there's going to be any further progress from the number 88 car. The battle down the Bentley Straight was that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, because we've still got Tony Kiss in 2nd place, but now Chris Myhill is up into 3rd position, and down to 4th goes the all-white car of Louis Ruff. Now, could Chris Myhill here mount a challenge on the final lap or so to get himself back into the place he was before the spin? So it's still the number 94 car of Tony Kiss in 2nd place. The green car that sits there in 3rd now. It's almost identical colour, isn't it, to Brett Sindercombe's car? And the only way to tell them apart is one is number 15, one is number 16, but it's definitely Chris Myhill now who's trying to close in. And last time through, Chris Myhill was about 1.6 seconds quicker than the car he's trying to hunt down. So the battle is certainly on now for 2nd and for 3rd place. I'm not sure how much longer Tony Kiss is going to hang on to 2nd.
No, so whatever happened with that spin with Chris Myhill, he's put it behind him, and that has massively sent him on a mission to try and carve his way back up through the order, and he is doing just that. Louis Ruff is behind him, potentially applying a little bit of pressure, but Chris Myhill knows the race is only going to be up the road. Tony Kiss under ever-increasing amounts of pressure as well. William Pratt last time through a 2:16 compared to the 2:12 we've seen from him, so we know he has just eased off and there's no real need to push. He's almost a minute ahead, and the sky is very slowly starting to clear. We could end up with some sunny skies towards the latter part of the afternoon. However, Tony Kiss is still under pressure from Chris Myhill. There's not too much to pick between the pair of them. Louis Ruff is still in with a shout. I don't think we'll see another lap. Is the checkered flag being readied? Yes, it is. For William Pratt. He's just going through the bomb hole now in towards Coram. This battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just heading on to the Bentley Straight now, is still raging away, still led by Tony Kiss, then Chris Myhill, then Louis Ruff. Brett Sindercombe still nowhere to be seen. Getting much closer, however. Louis Ruff seems like he's found himself in the middle as Chris Myhill, but he couldn't quite get the move done. William Pratt towards the line, Mark.
Yeah, William Pratt heading towards the line. He's going to chalk up the first win of the season in the Morgan Challenge and scoop up the Class 1 win. But who is going to finish in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place? Because Chris Myhill and Louis Ruff are playing kiss chase still.
Yes, yes they are. Tony Kiss still at the head of that battle. We'll try and spot it. There it is. So heading in towards the bomb hole, it's Tony Kiss still in 2nd place, Chris Myhill still in 3rd, Louis Ruff still in 4th, and I think that Chris Myhill is going to run out of laps, maybe 2 or 3 more laps. It might work, but now Louis Ruff looking all the way around the outside, trying to make a challenge for the final step on the podium. He's gone around the outside. He's got the car slowed down with a big lock-up. Chris Myhill is going to lose out on the run to the line, so Tony Kiss will cross the line to finish in 2nd place. Who's going to be for 3rd? It's going to be an absolute dead heat, and that is Chris Myhill, having lost the position through the final corner, gets the position back on the run to the line. Louis Ruff did everything possible to try and get a step on the podium, couldn't quite get the move done, but hat goes off to Louis Ruff. A brilliant performance, a great run to the line, but couldn't quite get on the podium. Simon Aribigan crossed the line in 5th, followed by Brett Sindercombe. In the latter stage of the race, Brett just didn't quite have the pace. Crossing the line, there goes the number 42 of Peter Cole, and then side by side towards the line once again, but losing out there was, I think that could have been a lapped car potentially, but the number 89 machine crossed the line, that being John Emberson, having started from the very back row of the grid in 17th place. John Emberson finished in 8th place, so 9 places gained in 20 minutes. A very overtakey race, a very busy race, I'm sure, for John Emberson. Towards the line, crossing the line now goes Simon Sherry to finish in 9th place, and it's Jim Mountain after a decent recovery drive, to be fair to Jim, having lost the tail end of the car on the run in towards, or the run out of Oggies, pardon me, between Oggies and Williams. And then he managed to get the car pointing the right way and eventually carve his way back through the order as all of the drivers are being waved in towards the Parc Ferme area. I'm sure we'll be able to get some results to you from that first Morgan Challenge race. Of course, we've got another one later on this afternoon, so we get to do all of that all over again. So let's see how the first race ended off. It was indeed a win from William Pratt, a dominant win as well. He got the fastest lap of a 2:12.718, 44 seconds clear of Tony Kiss. It was then Chris Myhill that just crossed the line in third place, just ahead of Louis Ruff. Then it was Simon Aribigan and Brett Sindercoon. Peter Cole finished in 7th, John Emberson followed by Simon Sherry, and Jim Mountain recovered to 10th place. Nigel Stuckey finished in 11th, followed by John Richard, Richard Fern, Kathy Sherry and Tony Kilby rounding out your top 15, and the final two finishes of John Bevan and Paul Bryan. I can see a lot of the drivers down in the Parc Ferme area just getting wiggled around to make sure they're in the right spot for an interview, but I'm going to pass you down to Mark Werrell and presumably William Pratt.
Yes, thanks, Jack. Here it is Will Pratt who is our race winner. Will, just talk us through that race. It seemed to be a fairly dominant one in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of just getting the first few corners done, and then after that I was way out. And it's just, I mean, the car is just so fast. So credit to everyone who was working on the car, because yeah, I don't think it was much driver ability that got me ahead. I think it was literally just a fast car.
Great way to start the season. It's a shame that Martin couldn't join you on the front row of the grid. Just tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, so he did really well in qualifying. He was less than a second behind me, which, considering the car he had, was a really good time. But because the track was so hard to read, like there were some patches that were dry, some that were a bit wet. So unfortunately, he just hit. I think he was overtaking someone who was going a bit slower, and just hit a bit of wet and went into the barrier. So unfortunately, his car wasn't ready for the race. But I mean, there's positives from it anyway, because he did really well beforehand. It's just unfortunate that that ended like that.
Well, hopefully, if he's not back out later on, you can enjoy a race together at Thruxton.
Yeah, definitely. That would be nice. Thruxton's our closest circuit to our house as well, so it would be nice to have a little home circuit where we're all racing.
Great start to the season. Well done. There we go. There's Will Pratt. So we're going to wander this way now and grab a quick word with Tony Kiss, if we can, who finished in 2nd position. We just need to make sure that we get the right driver when we head in this general direction, which I think I saw Tony get out of this car here. So I'm guessing, Tony? Yeah, come on over, Tony. Let's grab a quick word if we can, because 2nd position in the end. But wow, you were kept rather busy.
I was kept very busy, yes. This was actually my first race, so yeah, I didn't quite know what to expect. Obviously, wet qualifying was hard work, and then straight into the dry, so it's just been a bit of a voyage of discovery. And I think we had a little bit too much tyre pressure in, so the tyres were getting hot. Cars up behind me, I could see them in the mirror. Luckily, I've got a big mirror, so I could see where they were coming. But there was a couple of instances where I was coming in too shallow, and then lots of opposite lock just to try and keep them behind. But no, well happy.
Well, I saw the novice sticker on the back and did wonder, had you done anything at all in the past?
I've actually just taken a job working for Morgan, so I'm chief engineer for Morgan, so I've done a little bit of driving.
Well done, congratulations. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with Chris Myhill, who finished in 3rd place. It'll have to be a quick one because the cars for the next race are coming out. Chris, it was 3rd, but you were nearly down to 4th at the final corner.
Yeah, I was 2nd at one point, and yeah, lack of talent dropped me to where I am now. But hey, it was really fun. It's our first race in this. Thanks to John Milbank for lending me the car. We're sharing the car during the season. So yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed it. Really.
Well done, congratulations. We better leave it there though, because the cars for the next of the races are already heading out onto circuits. So let's hand you back upstairs to Jack in the commentary box.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark, and great to hear from a few of the drivers from the Morgan Challenge, the top 3, of course, there. Yes, the drivers are heading out onto the circuit for a 1-hour race, the longest race that we've got here at Snetterton this weekend. This is for the Mintex Classic K series, so let's have a look how they will line up. They're going out onto their green flag warming up lap. It will be the number 188 machine, that being Simon Osborne in the Jaguar E-Type. He will line up alongside the Cooper and Watts number 23 machine, followed by number 6, that being Luke Watt and Adam Cunnington. Then it's Ian McDonald, who is also on row 2. Row 3 of the grid is Harry Wyndham. He's got Alan Ross Jones for company. And then it's the number 222. That being Jack Williamson and Peter Cruz lining up on row 4 of the grid. Then it's the Cousins car, number 85, that being Tim and Mark Cousins lining up in 8th place. Stephen Rees will line up in 9th place, followed by number 27, that being Roger Watton and Clive Wood, 68 and 27 on row 5 of the grid. Then it's Brian Lambert and the number 78 entry of David Alliston and Alistair Davidson lining up in 12th place. Then it's Paul Toombs and Mike Stevenson, in the number 52 machine lining up on row 7 of the grid. Row 8 of the grid is number 16, Richard and Matthew Lambert, followed by 141, that being Richard Longdon and Chris Snowden. Then we get back to the number 63 machine of David Thompson, starting in 17th alongside John Truslove. Then we get back to the row 10 of the grid. It is a busy old grid here in the Classic Case. Number 17, that's David Waterhouse and Jeremy Ling in their MGB Roadster, starting in 19th place. And rounding out the top 20 starters is the Fraser's car, having number 79, Ian and John Fraser. Then it's Vaughan Thomas starting in 21st. 22nd is Barbara Lambert, and rounding out your 23 strong car grid is Stephen Shanley. He is in the number 62 Lotus Elan, the blue and white machine there. Didn't set any lap times in qualifying, so interesting to see how Stephen Shanley will get on in the race. But we've got an hour's worth of racing on the way, so you really won't be short of action in this one. We've got a nice grid of a real range of cars, all split into different classes as well. We've got Class A for Marcos cars and Lotus Elans. You've then got Class B, which is any car over 2.7 litres with an 8-cylinder engine. Class C for, once again, any cars over 2.7 litres but with a 6-cylinder engine. Class D is any car between 2 and 2.7 litres. Class E is any car between 1.6 and 2 litres, pardon me. Class F is any car between a 1.3 and a 1.6 litre engine. Class G is for any of the cars which have got anything between a 1 and a 1.3 litre engine. Class H for anything up to a 1 litre engine. And the MGBs, they've got their own class, that is Class M. So it's not something you tend to see, but it's what we've got here. We've got a Jaguar E-Type on pole position. Alongside them on the front row of the grid, it is the Cooper & Watts Austin Mini, and we weren't expecting that car to be shared, but it turns out Tina Cooper is sharing that little Mini with Amy Watts.
It is, yeah, and it'll be Tina Cooper that will start that car, so Tina's starting the car's owner. It's the ex-Ian Curley car. Ian Curley, very much synonymous with the Mini brand, but did have a brief foray into the British Touring Car Championship, did Ian Curley. So we're about to get the 1 hour Classic K race underway.
We are indeed. So on pole position is Stephen Osborne. He punches the throttle now as the lights go out, and immediately the Jaguar E-Type puts all that power to the floor and slowly starts to pull away. It's going to be a busy old job for Tina Cooper because she doesn't really know which way to go. Just about manages to get the car turned in, loses a couple of positions early on purely because the Mini doesn't quite have the uptake on the throttle as the surrounding cars. A couple of cars running slightly wide, bouncing over the grass. Thankfully everybody continues on, but it's still Osborne leading the way. I couldn't quite pick out who had picked up second place, but there's a fair few cars all jockeying for those top 3 spots.
And the Marcos ran very wide in the hands of Roger Watton coming out of Richie's corner. So I think everybody has sort of gathered up the moment. It's going to be Luke Wass that's up into second place at the wheel of the Turner. So disappearing up the road is Stephen Osborne. Luke Wass is trying to dispense with the aspirations of Ian McDonald, who the wheel of the Costin-bodied Lotus Elan is able to squeeze his way through. So a change for second place. They're under braking in towards Agostini that time through. So Ian McDonald through and ahead. Luke Wass losing out there and dropping down into second position, but by the time they get towards Hamilton, he's reversed the order, so Luke Wass is back into second, and back down to third goes Ian MacDonald. Places being lost by the number 71 Triumph there, which is Dr. Alan Ross Jones. So sneaking through goes Stephen Rees, and also the light blue Elan also managed to gain momentum and go through there as well. So that's a couple of places lost there. I think that was probably, I'm going to say Paul Toombs, but it won't be because it's a light blue colour. It'd be Tim Cousins at the wheel of that Elan. There is Paul Toombs. He is drawing himself alongside Brian Lambert, whilst the race leader is already down through Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And in a straight line, Harry Wyndham locks the brakes on the Jaguar E-Type. Comes from a long way back. Big puff of smoke. But Harry Wyndham has somehow managed to outgun the Little Turner and the Lotus down the straight. and get the thing anchored up and turned in towards Brundle and Nelson. But that was pretty much on the ragged edge, I would have thought, there from Harry Wyndham, because I didn't think that car was going to make the corner the way that the brakes were locking up on it. But brilliant stuff from Harry at the wheel of the fixed head coupe Jaguar. So it's a Jag E-Type 1-2 as things currently stand, with the Turner of Luke Wass sitting there in third position, or was last time that we picked up on it. And in fact, yes, it is still the Turner in third place. Brilliant battle. 4 cars, all nose to tail for second, third, fourth and fifth position. Tina Cooper, I think, is there in 6th place, but disappearing up the road is Stephen Osborne. He has huge amounts of daylight between himself and Harry Wyndham there in 2nd place. Luke Wass in 3rd place, and we might have a change now as well, because rocketing alongside is Tim Cousins at the wheel of the Lotus Elan. He's surely going to pick off Ian MacDonald's Lotus on the way into the corner, and indeed he does.
Yeah, and I saw a spin there for Roger Watton and Clive Wood in the sort of green and yellow Marcos in towards the final corner, found themselves sideways. It literally slap bang on the racing line, and then still trying to sneak his way up the inside is the number 85 of Tim Cousins in the blue Lotus Elan. He just about managed to work his way through and past Ian MacDonald, and then he's still got another car up the road he's trying to chase down. But this battle for the top 3, very, very, very close indeed. But for the moment, it is the number 91 of Harry Wyndham that is just about pulling away.
Yeah, it looks as though Tim Cousins is looking to try and sneak up the inside of Luke Wass at the wheel of the Turner. Yet the light blue Elan makes it through on the way in towards Agostini that time through. So place gained again for Tim Cousins. Luke Wass drops down into 3rd place and is in danger of dropping down to 4th again, because Ian MacDonald is sniffing around at the wheel of the little Elan Costin, after the number 57 metallic green Elan that sits there in 4th place. Then there's not much of a gap back to the 5th place car either, which is just out of our shot if you're watching on the stream at the moment, but it will be looking to try and haul its way back onto the coattails of, and that will be Bill Watt, followed by Tina Cooper. Then we've got the car of what will be Paul Toombs, and then Brian Lambert's little Ginetta. So they're all on the Bentley Straight all together, early stages of the race, but it's been a good first 4.5 minutes.
It has indeed. Even better for Tim Cousins. He's slowly starting to push forward and make inroads, and there we can see another change of position there. That was Luke Wass losing out to the number 57 of Ian MacDonald, and then they're slowly coming under pressure from one of the white and red Lotus Elans. That will I couldn't quite pick out exactly who that was at the time. We'll wait for them to come back round again and come back into shot. That is Osborne once again. Going even faster. That's Tim Osborne with a 2-minute 18.207 on his first flying lap. A little look up the inside there from Tim Cousins, but he had to jump on the anchors to make sure he wouldn't collect the car in front, which has now allowed Ian MacDonald through. It's allowed Luke Wass through, and it has dropped the number 85 back. He manages to make up another position. However, Stephen Rees is now in on that battle. He has a look to the inside, almost gets there. Yes, he does. He managed to work his way past Luke Wass. So it's the 2 Elans that are sort of bullying their way up through the order, but they're doing it incredibly well.
Yeah, I misidentified Stephen Rees earlier on. I'd gone back to swinging 60s and saw a white Elan with a red stripe and thought it was Bill Watt, but no, Stephen Rees is another white Elan but with a red stripe, albeit not right the way down the centre. So no matter where you look, there are good fights going on at the moment. Brian Lambert at the wheel of the Ginetta, being asked a thing or two by Tina Cooper at the wheel of her Mini. They've also got Alan Ross Jones not that far behind them as well. Our race leader is just disappearing ever more up the road now, Stephen Osborne, who is sharing this car with Chris Ward. Well, based on what Stephen Osborne is doing with the car, in the hands of Chris Ward, you would expect it to go even quicker, because Chris Ward is a very, very quick pedaller indeed. For second place, though, Harry Wyndham at the wheel of the fixed head coupe Jag isn't getting away, is he? So it's sort of second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all pretty much together, aren't they, as they flick their way through Hamilton and up towards Oggies on lap number 3.
Yeah, again, there's just not too much to pick between any of the drivers at the moment. That is Ian MacDonald definitely closing up on the blue and white Jaguar E-Type of Harry Wyndham, and then it's the battle of the 2 Elans behind. It is the blue Elan of Tim Cousins still trying to defend from Stephen Rees, and then The number 48 of Paul Toombs is a little bit further back. We do have a car in the pit lane. That is the 222 of Jack Williamson has brought it in early, and the body language of the mechanics and the lack of urgency, I would suspect that car is going into retirement, Mark.
That's an enormous shame, that car heading in towards retirement. Very early on that we've lost our first car in this 1 hour race, for which there are still 53 minutes remaining. Stephen Rees sitting there right behind the light blue Lotus Elan in the hands of Tim Cousins. So those two are busy squabbling away at the moment for what will be what places just towards the sharp end of the top 6. And we now also have a change for second here, as right the way around the outside at crumbs right the way around the outside at Coreham to get the inside line for Murray's and bounce off the sausage curb to take second place goes Ian McDonald in the Elan. But I fear it's all going to be for not a great deal, because of course then the centre straight opens up and Harry Wyndham, who's just lost the place at the wheel of the Jaguar E-Type, just effortlessly sails his way through and back past the Lotus. So the order, normal order, as far as Harry Wyndham is concerned, has been resumed.
Yeah, Ian McDonald, he was very committed to making that move all the way around the outside, found some grip, jumped on the brakes, locked what would have been the outside front wheel, and then thought, I'm not going to stop this, so I'll turn in nice and early. Turned in a tiny bit too early, found the sausage curb, and now we're seeing Luke Wass has lost out to the number 68 of Stephen Rees, and we've just seen another change as well. That's Luke Wass getting back past the number 48 of Paul Toombs potentially there. He's worked his way into this little battle. You can see that all of this battling is bringing ever more cars into the frame, so we're going to end up with about a 10-car train all fighting over one place.
And Stephen Shanley now wants in on the mix as well at the wheel of the dark blue Lotus Elan, the number 62 car, cocking the inside wheel. He draws himself alongside Stephen Rees, so it's Jaguar from Elan Costen, from Elan, and then Elan, and then thereafter we get the likes of Triumphs and Ginettas and everything else. But a brilliant fight that this is, and let's hope that it stays like this for another 50 minutes or so, because that's how long we've still got on the clock in this Mintex Classic K race, for which we do need to decide on a driver of the day for this one, and then we'll decide on drivers of the day once we've had both of our Swinging 60s races. And Future Classics again is another race later on for which we need a driver of the day. I've highlighted them all with little asterisks so we know which drivers that we need to pick out. So Stephen Shanley heading down the straight. It looks as though Tim Cousins is drawing himself alongside Ian McDonald's Lotus. Is he going to be able to work his way through onto the position by the time they get towards Brundle and Elson? No, so they all remain in exactly the same spot. So it's still Harry Wyndham who's the cork in the bottle, with the best of the rest all queuing up behind at the wheel of their Lotus cars. And last time through, another new fastest lap of the race for Stephen Osborne, the race leader, who we're not really saying a great deal about, but a 2:17.9 means that he just keeps romping away into the distance.
Yeah, Harry Wyndham, like you say, he is the cork in the bottle, and all the Elans behind slowly growing ever more impatient, but the only time they can really get close enough is heading into the corner that leads to a straight, so they end up losing a load of time on the straight. They spend the entire lap catching up, and then as soon as they're close enough again, there's a long straight, but it's getting ever closer in what is this little race of Elans. It's absolutely brilliant. At the moment, it's still being led by Ian McDonald. Then it's Tim Cousins behind, who's coming under ever-increasing pressure. We have seen a change, however. That does now mean Tim Cousins has got through and past Ian McDonald, and I've got a feeling Ian might lose out again. Just chops off the nose of Stephen Shanley, making sure he doesn't lose any more positions. The driver with the best seats in the house for all of this is the number 62 of Stephen Shanley, because he can see everything that's going on in front of him. He hasn't really had to put up too much of a defence from the car behind being the number 68 machine of Stephen Rees, who can't really decide what he wants to do. He's now re-attacked Stephen Shanley, and we've got an Elan in the pit lane, Mark.
We have Paul Toombs comes into the pit lane, so clearly some sort of mechanical issue. We can already see that he's taking off the crash helmet, and the signal from the driver is that that's it. Whatever the problem is, it's going to be a terminal one. So still smiling, but he's out of the race. Stephen Shanley dives at the inside, going in towards Agostini of Ian McDonald, and steals a place away there. So Ian McDonald, who was fighting for second a few moments ago, now finds himself second, third, fourth, fifth place at the moment, and it might not stop there, because he's got Stephen Rees not that far behind him at the wheel of the white car with the red stripe down the centre of it. So brilliant fighting. Harry Harry Wyndham still managing to wrestle the Jaguar E-Type ahead of all of these Lotus Elans in their various guises, which are queuing up behind him. And then also joining in on the Elan squabble now, at the back of it is, not that far away, Luke Wass at the wheel of the Little Turner. So what is it, 6 cars fighting away for second place?
Yeah, Tim Cousins getting ever closer to the Jaguar E-Type. However, a poor run from Ian McDonald out of Williams going on to the Bentley straight. That means he could now potentially lose out to Stephen Rees in the white and red Lotus Elan. Yes, he has. So he's slowly started to lose more and more places, but all the way around the outside. Again, great defence there from Ian McDonald. He is really just using all of the circuit, doing what he can. The body language of the car shows he is driving his absolute socks off just to stay in the position he's in. At the moment, Stephen Rees in the number 68 he's there or thereabouts again. He's just applying the pressure. He's not being too aggressive. This time we could almost go 3 wide, but all the way around the outside. That is the number 62 of Stephen Shanley. He gets past one, he gets past the other, cocks the car sideways on the entry, uses all of the sausage curb and a bit more. Again, great commitment, Mark. But they're at the start of a straight, and issues there. That is for it was that Rees that has managed to lose all of his power on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, Stephen Rees came to a grinding halt at the exit of the corner, despite Stephen Shanley going all the way around the outside to take up second place at Corham and then bounce off the sausage curb. He's back down to third again because, of course, in a straight line, Harry Wyndham just propels the Jaguar E-Type straight away into the distance. Quite what happened to Stephen Rees, I don't know. He has not as yet appeared into either the pit lane or appeared over the start-finish line. He's now heading in towards the pit lane, but it's taken him a long time. Clearly, we saw the start of the problem, Jack, where the car seemed to have no motive power on the exit of Murray's, and he's got the car fired up, but surely he's going to be heading towards another retirement.
Yeah, not 100% sure what happened. He just put his foot down on the exit of Murray's and didn't really go anywhere. The Jaguar E-Type has now been dethroned from second place, so that means that the number 62 of Stephen Shanley has taken up second place. You can see it squirming around on the brakes as he's desperately trying to get the car slowed down for Agostini, cocking the inside wheel again, and a few positions lost there for the number 85 of Tim Cousins. He's now dropped behind Harry Wyndham. He's also been picked off by Ian McDonald, so he's dropping ever further back down the order. So it's gone from, 4 Elans all fighting over the same bit of tarmac to 2 Elans, and the E-Type is slowly dropping back as well. And then another issue once again for Roger Watton and Clive Wood. It's Roger Watton behind the wheel of that number 27 machine, so that Marcos 1800 GT in quite a dangerous area, because that's on the very, I think that's, yeah, the exit of turn 1, and if one car can get there, Mark, another one can very easily get there as well, so that will have to be recovered.
Yeah, let's hope that they can get the car fired up and get it out of harm's way, because if it remains there, yeah, I think I know what's likely to happen. At the pit window, by the way, in this one, because every car has to come into the pit lane and conduct a mandatory pit stop, it is in the middle 20 minutes of the race, so it doesn't open for the first 20, opens for the middle 20 and closes for the second 20 minutes, and it is a 90-second pit stop from pit in to pit out. So it is, as we saw if you were watching lots of racing yesterday, it's largely the correct format for this one. There's a few subtle differences depending on the series that's out there, but it's a 90-second minimum pit stop from pit in to pit out for these cars as well. So we're still 5 minutes away from seeing the pit window open. The squabble for second that has gone the way of Stephen Shanley now has also seen Ian McDonald squeeze his way through and ahead of Harry Wyndham's Jaguar E-Type, which is just starting to drop down through the order a little bit now. So Stephen Shanley through in second place, Ian McDonald through in third place, Harry Wyndham over the start-finish line in the Jaguar E-Type in fourth place, but under attack already from Tim Cousins, who is showing the nose to the Jaguar E-Type, but again heading up towards Ritchie's. That little light blue Elan is just too far away from almost the baby blue Jaguar E-Type fixed head coupe.
Yeah, but it is still the case. Tim Cousins is getting closer and closer. He can break just that little bit later. Since Ian McDonald has got through and past, he's slowly started to build a gap, which means that the number 91 of Harry Wyndham is once again back under attack from Tim Cousins. Luke, I've got a feeling there is a new battle developing just a little bit further back between Luke Wass and Alan Ross Jones, and now it's just a battle of traffic really for Stephen Osborne. He's desperately trying to carve his way through all of the lap traffic, got slightly held up by one of the Lotus Cortinas. I've got a feeling that was Ian Fraser in the number 79 Lotus Cortina, and he's just managed to pick off ever more cars, and he's already diving onto the brakes, heading in towards Murray's, and the quick flick left to go onto the start-finish straight. And the body language of that car, Mark, even though he's got almost a minute lead, he's not slowing down.
No, not slowing down, and almost, if not just, going beyond the circuit limits there, Stephen Osborne. So over the start-finish line he will go. Another new fastest lap of the race. He did on the previous lap. He was a little bit slower that time through. So now the fastest lap stands at 2 minutes 17.429. That's now 7 laps completed as well. More traffic to deal with as well. And we've also got another off. That's the Marcus again that's had a spin up at Coreham this time through. So it's another spin for Roger Watton. And every time that he's had a spin, he's largely got away with it, and he's got away with that one because there's plenty of real estate to spin off into when you get to that point of the circuit at Coreham. So he'll be a dizzy man. He'll be ready for a lie down, won't he, when we get to the pit window?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. That was a spin that time. He's just spun through a full 360 degrees, and thankfully, of course, this morning, if he had done that in qualifying, might not have stopped before the barrier because of wet grass, but I think it's dried out just enough. So as the car got pitched sideways, it managed to lose all of its momentum. Into the pit lane does come that Marcos, so maybe an issue that needs to be looked at. We saw them spin early on in the race, and that's twice in the space of a couple of laps. Now we're seeing the battle once again for 4th place get ever closer, but it's just happening at all the wrong points as far as the number 85 of Tim Cousins is concerned, because Harry Windham is well and truly there. He just doesn't quite have it before the straight. If he can get in that position, he then stands half a chance of defending. But Harry Windham's Jaguar E-Type is just much, much quicker in a straight line. And once again, it's Tim Cousins spends the entire lap getting just about close enough to make the move, and then they get to a straight. And we've got potentially another retirement there, Mark.
We have Ian McDonald, I'm afraid to say, who was running so well, has come out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight, and something has given up, I'm afraid, with the Costin-bodied Lotus Elan, because he's parked the car off on the left-hand side of the circuit and is going no further, I'm afraid to say. In the pit lane, there is Roger Watton. The door is closing on the Marcus, which suggests that they've had a quick look at what the problem is, and they are happy potentially for him to continue. They're now opening the passenger door, and more conversations are going on. The pit window isn't quite open yet, and he came into the pits before the window opened, so there shouldn't be a driver change at this stage, if my understanding of the regulations is correct. And you know that number 222 Mini we're saying had retired in the hands of Jack Williamson? I think it might be heading back out onto the track, potentially, is it?
So do I. He's still sat in the pit lane, or he's still rolling up the pit lane. Let's have a listen. I've got a feeling, looking at that, he will be, this time, definitely going into retirement. Visually, it looks okay. Sound-wise, maybe a bit flat, not 100% sure, but yeah, not using pit exit, going straight into the Parc Ferme area, so we won't see anything further from the Jack Williamson and Peter Cruz Austin Mini Cooper S, but crossing the line once again, still just managing traffic quite well. A second off what we know he can do is Stephen Osborne. We wait for our second and third place battle to reappear once again. We'll try and figure out exactly where they are on circuit. I can't seem to find them, Mark. I'm looking at cameras frantically. There they are, heading through Brundle and Nelson now. That gap between second and third has definitely come out. So the number 62 of Stephen Shanley in the blue and white Lotus Elan GTS has just slowly started to peel away from Harry Windham, and if it keeps going the way it is, I've got a feeling, just as I was about to say, if you are watching on the stream, heading in towards Murray's, you can see the number 85 of Tim Cousins. He's getting very, very close to a third place.
He's getting very, very close, but as you alluded to, every time he gets close enough, there's a big straight opens up, and Harry Windham then just stretches that little piece of elastic again and allows the Jaguar E-Type to pull away in a straight line. He might need to defend a little bit on the brakes, but again, by the time they get there, Tim Cousins is too far away to try anything to try and sneak his way through. What we do need to try and keep an eye on is what's going on behind, because Alan Ross Jones sneaks up the inside going in towards Ritchie's and takes 5th place away from Luke Wass at the wheel of the Turner. So the dark blue Triumph TR4 now has gained the place, and he is now up into 5th position. Down to 6th goes the Turner, and not far behind Luke Wass is also the little Ginetta G4, number 32 in the hands of Brian Lambert. So that's another little fight. 5th, 6th and 7th are all close to each other.
Yeah, I did say that the battle between Luke Wass and I can't remember exactly who it was the Turner. Like you mentioned, it was going to get ever closer. Luke Wass in the Turner, and then obviously it's evolved. But now, of course, like you say, Brian Lambert is almost there. And a bit of a lock-up there on the inside of Harry Windham's Jaguar E-Type. So clearly feeling the pressure from the number 85 of Tim Cousins behind, and the pit window is now open because we are in that middle 20 minutes, so the pit lane could become quite a busy place in a few moments' time. But the battle for third place and the final spot on the podium this time gets much closer once again, does Tim Cousins. But as soon as Harry Wyndham puts his foot to the floor, the gap opens up once again, and much like we've always seen throughout the entire race, they're nose to tail until they get to the Bentley Straight. They open up once again, and then Harry Wyndham loses out through Brundle, Nelson, the Bombhole and Gorham, so the battle closes up once again, and then they've got the centre straight to deal with.
Yeah, it just keeps ebbing and flowing all of the time, doesn't it? So, lonely race for our race leader, which is Stephen Osborne. It's a lonely race now for Steve Shanley as well at the wheel of the number 62 Lotus, because he's there in second place, but he's now 10, nearly 12 seconds up the road from the Jaguar E-Type and Lotus battle, which is just picking its way for the 9th time out of Brundle and Nelson. First of the pit stoppers are in, and this is the number 79 car into the pit lane, which is the Ford Lotus Cortina. Ian Fraser giving way to John.
Yeah, so we'll get ever more pit stops slowly taking place. And obviously now the pit window is open. Their drivers have 20 minutes to decide when they either want to do their driver change or make sure that they time their pit stop perfectly. 90 seconds from pit in to pit out. Both third and fourth remain out on circuit, so they come back past me in the commentary box once again. They have been battling fairly hard, but the cars behind Alan Ross Jones still just about ahead of Luke Ross in towards turn 1. But as Mark mentioned a few moments ago, Brian Lambert in the Ginetta G4 is still there or thereabouts. There could be the potential for a 5-car train to form in a few laps' time, because of course if this battle keeps going on between the Jaguar and the Lotus, but we may have seen a slight mistake there from Tim Cousins on the exit of turn 1, because that has now brought Alan Ross Jones in the blue Triumph TR4 right up to the tail end of the Lotus Elan. That will have taken a lot of pressure off Harry Wyndham in the almost baby blue and white Jaguar E-Type, so third place is somewhat safe once again, and having to go from all-out attack with Tim Cousins, he's having to go to all-out defence because Alan Ross Jones is well and truly within touching distance. There's very little to pick between the pair of them. The leader comes back past us once again, that being Stephen Osborne. Another fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 16.954, a very quick lap indeed, continuing to push incredibly hard. There's no real need for him to drive the wheels off that Jaguar E-Type. Still 36 minutes of the race remaining, still 16 minutes of the pit stop window being open. And we're now seeing 3 cars battle away once again, this time going on towards the Bentley Straight. It's the meat in the sandwich really is Alan Ross Jones, because Tim Cousins is just slightly further up the road. Luke Wass is there to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong, and Brian Lambert isn't too far away behind the wheel of that little 1-litre Ginetta G4. And just up the road into Brundle and Nelson now goes the second of the Jaguar E-Types, that being Harry Wyndham. He doesn't really know where to go at the moment. Obviously he wants to drive away, he's still got a pit stop to think about. He's got 3 or 4 cars behind that are very close indeed. Cocking the wheel once again as they head through Murray's is Stephen Shanley. As soon as he got in front, Mark, do you have an interview for us?
I do, yeah. I'm going to grab a quick word with them. The only driver that's come into the pits and changed so far, Ian Fraser, has jumped out of the Lotus Cortina. He was having a brilliant battle out on circuit with a little red MGA of David Elston. You two were pretty evenly matched there.
Well, I have to say, we were behind I was behind him for at least 5 laps, trying to do my best to overtake, but every time I got somewhere close on the bends, he was ahead on the straight, and he was great. It was just a great dice and very enjoyable. I'll have to learn how to do better next time.
So you're out of the car, you've handed it over to Jack Fraser now, he's going to bring it to the flag.
Yes, I hope so, and hopefully he'll catch the man in the MGA.
And get past him. Thanks for chatting to us. There we go. Ian Fraser, one of the first of the drivers into the pits.
Great stuff, thank you, Mark. And as the race still wears on, Tim Cousins is still under a little bit of pressure from Alan Ross Jones in the blue Triumph TR4. Our leader just drifting his way through the final corner. Stephen Osborne behind the wheel of the 188 bronze and black Jaguar E-Type. 3.8-litre engine in that one. Comes flying past the commentary box once again and doesn't set a new fastest lap that time through. 2 minutes 18, so somewhat off the pace of what we know he can do. And Tim Cousins, he's dealt with all of that pressure behind from Alan Ross Jones in exactly the way you'd expect him to, because after having to go from attack to defence. He's now gone, actually, let's flip that back the other way. Let's go back to attack, and that is exactly what he's doing. He's closing up on the tail of Harry Wyndham once again. The little Ginetta G4 of Brian Lambert is slowly closing up onto the tail of the Turner GT Mark II. Luke Wass behind the wheel. We've got a car off, and I can't quite pick out where that is. I'm guessing it will be out towards the Bentley Straight somewhere, looking at the amount of runoff. No, that is actually on the inside of Palmer by the looks of that. We'll try and pick out exactly what number that car is. That is number 52, so that's Mike Stevenson in the white and green Ford Lotus Cortina. Unfortunately, he has had to pull that car off to the left-hand side, well and truly out of the way, which means that we should stay green in that section of the circuit. Retaking to the circuit, however, is the red MGA, so number 78. David Alliston started that car. We now have Alistair Davidson in that car. So we'll see whereabouts they retake to the circuit, just about behind the number 62 of Stephen Shanley, who is still pushing forward. Vaughan Thomas in the red GSM Dart. He's just working his way through the infield section of the circuit. Across the line comes Harry Wyndham. Into the pit lane, however, is the number 85 of Tim Cousins. Mark, you will have to grab an interview with Tim Cousins, because it seems like he has had a brilliant race behind the wheel of that little Lotus Elan, and obviously once Mark Cousins is in the car, it's all down to him to see what he can do about making inroads on the number 95 of Harry Wyndham. Alan Ross Jones is still there or thereabouts with that battle, and then just behind that little trio, or what was the trio, there's Luke Wass and, of course, Brian Lambert in the Ginetta. Through the final corner once again goes the 188 of Stephen Osborne in the Bronson Black Jaguar E-Type, still leading the race and still staying out, not going into the pit lane as of yet. He's got 12 minutes left of the pit window. Crossing the line, do we see another fastest lap of the race this time through? No, he's consistently lapping 2:18s now, so clearly going just for the long run. He's had no pressure throughout this race, really. As soon as he got away from the start, that was it. He was in that clean air, and he's just pushing forward, lapping some 5 seconds quicker than Stephen Shanley behind, so well and truly safe. He's continuing to manage the traffic as best as possible. Back past the commentary box now goes the Marcos. That was Roger Watson and Clive Wood. They have been into the pits this race, so who will be in the car now? It will be Clive Wood that's in that car, so whatever issue has befallen them, they clearly got that fixed. Clive Wood now in the car, and hopefully that brings an end to a few of the spins. And we've got potentially a mechanical failure there for the number 62. That is Stephen Shanley, and a lot of smoke and steam, or whatever it is, falling out the bottom of the car. I can't see any liquid being deposited. Yes, I can. That looks like that was coolant all flowing out the front of that car. So I'm sure there'll be slippery surface flags put out at the end of the Bentley Straight. So one of the worst places that you could have it, where you need to be on the brakes. And has the number 71 already finding it. Alan Ross Jones finding the little bit of coolant that has been left. But of course, that's Stephen Shanley from second on the road. And even after pit stops, he will have been second as well, because that's where he was after working his way past the blue Jaguar E-Type of Harry Wyndham. So such a shame that we've seen yet another retirement, this time for our second place driver, and number 71, Alan Ross Jones in the Triumph TR4. He is having great fun, just piling his way past traffic. Luke Wass into the pit lane. Following him into the pit lane, however, is the Ginetta of Brian Lambert. So maybe Adam Cunnington will jump behind the wheel of that Turner Mark II, and potentially we could hear from Luke Wass. But at the moment, everything has started to settle down. We don't really know what positions people are going to return to the circuit in after all of the pit stops. Mark, have you got an interview for us?
Yeah, I'm going to wander down and grab a quick word with Tina Cooper, who has just jumped out of the Mini and handed it over to Amy Watts. Tina, fantastic qualifying performance. It's dried up, though, for the race, which doesn't really help you, does it?
No, I know. I was doing a rain dance, just praying for rain, and no, it dried up. But hey, it's just such good fun out there. The car's, yeah, just brilliant to drive, wet or dry. It's having a brilliant time today, yeah.
How different is the Appendix K Mini to the one that we see you racing in the Mini 7 Club Championship? It must move around a lot more on those tyres.
Yeah, the limited slip diff makes a big difference, and because you've got more power as well, it's a lot more lively, shall we say. But just brilliant fun. Yeah, what can I say?
Amy's jumped on board now, bring it to the flag. Looking forward to seeing how the race unfolds for you.
Yeah, I've got every faith in Amy. She's a really good driver. She's going to do a great job out there. And she loves minis, so she's having a ball at the moment, having a whale of a time.
Well done, congratulations, and we'll see how the rest of the race wears on. I'm going to see if I can catch it with another driver or two, but for the meantime, I'll hand you back upstairs in the commentary box and Jack.
Great stuff, thank you, Mark. It's great to hear from another one of our drivers, the number 47 retaking to the circuit. That is John Truslove in the white and green Ford Lotus Cortina. Luke Wass retakes to the circuit, so too does Brian Lambert, in the same positions they entered the pit lane, so that should mean, Mark, that there is a Luke Wass wandering around the pit lane. Adam Cunnington has just got in the pit lane. We have seen a pit from the number 63 TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. It was David Thompson that started that car, so John Wolfe will be getting behind the wheel. John Wolfe, very experienced in classic machinery. David Thompson just clambering out, making sure all the belts are done up. Our leader just working his way through Brundle and Nelson, which doesn't seem to be having too much of an issue. Still a little flick of oversteer, so whatever coolant was dropped, or whatever liquid indeed was dropped by Stephen Shanley, it's maybe still playing a part, and that's, like I was saying, it's the last place you want it, because Brundle and Nelson, you need to brake and turn, and then brake even more to get the car pitched in for Nelson. And then it seems like it got that far, and then he did the sensible thing and pulled the car into the right just to try and get it out the way as quickly as possible. Towards the start-finish line again comes our race leader. So still lapping very quickly indeed. Last time through was a 2:17.450. This time through is a 2:18.6, so still just lapping consistently within a second of each lap. In the pit lane we do have Harry Wyndham. Mark, who have you got for us?
We've got another driver. We're just going to bring him this way because we're a bit close to one of the speakers in the pit lane and we'll get feedback otherwise. Luke Wass has just jumped out of the turner and handed over to Adam Cunnington, who's having his first drive in it. Crumbs, you were a busy chap out there, Luke.
Yeah, I knew I'd get gobbled up by some of the faster cars, but I was quite pleased I managed to hang on to them.
Yeah, there's yourself, you've got all of the Lotuses ganging up on you. You weren't that far away from Harry Wyndham in the Jaguar E-Type in the early stages.
No, that's right, but we just won a class when we want to finish, so I thought I'd let them go and just try and hang on to there.
And you're sharing the car with Adam?
Yes, yeah, we're going to do some longer distance stuff. Spa 3 hour and 6 hour this year, and then he was a good choice of driver. He's familiar with sprites and midgets and that sort of thing, and safe pair of hands and quite quick, so we thought why not.
And whilst we're chatting to you, we ought to do the corporate imperatives as well still, because your father and yourself, you've been part of the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years, and of course through your company now, Wasp Performance, you're also one of the title sponsors. So just tell us a little bit about Wasp Performance.
We manufacture gear reduction starters, high output alternators for niche, classic, race, military, marine. So it's quite good that our hobby is related to the business in a way. So.
And it's keeping you busy.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. There we go. Luke Wass, not just out there racing, but also supporting the Classic Sports Car Club as title sponsor to one of the series.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark. And great, like you say, to hear more about one of our title sponsors here at the Classic Sports Car Club on our very varied series that we've got out. Still leading the way is the 188 of Stephen Osborne, working his way through the bomb hole. I just spotted Vaughan Thomas in the red GSM Dart 1500R, going slightly slower than we're used to seeing him. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything in regards to a mechanical issue. No, he's still working his way through Coram now on the run up towards Murray's. The leader working his way through the final corner, very, very sideways on the exit as per usual. Is he going to dive into the pit lane this time? No, he stays out and continues to go on to another 3-mile lap of the Snetterton circuit. Last time through a 2:18.644. Do we see him pick up the pace? No, it's almost an identical lap time, a 2:18.892, 22 tenths separating each lap from the other. We then have a quick look at the number 23 Mini Cooper. Tina Cooper obviously got out of that car. We heard from her prior to her stint. Amy Watt's now in the car, and Amy doing great things of just keeping up with the cars in front, managing the traffic well. We've now also got Clive Wood behind the wheel of the Marcos 1800 GT. We saw that car have issues earlier on in the race, so Clive Wood now doing everything he can to pick up any sort of lost time. Past us goes the number 63, John Wolfe, in the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III, who has Clive Wood closing up on his tail. but for the moment it's looking fairly sedate. Let's try and figure out exactly whereabouts Clive Wood is placed at the moment. He's sat there in 17th place, and the Wolf shared card right the way up in 7th. So this could, in theory, be Clive Wolf just trying to unlap himself now he's in the car, which is probably the best thing you can do. As soon as you get in the car, focus on ticking a few laps off. Retaking to the circuit is the number 71 of Alan Ross Jones, and he's going to potentially come out just behind Harry Windham on the run up towards turn 1. Alan Ross Jones manages to work his way up into 2nd place after the pit stop, so he's managed to go from 4th to 2nd in the space of a pit stop. He's timed that absolutely perfectly, so it's Alan Ross Jones just ahead of Harry Windham, who still has Tim Cousins behind him. That'll actually be Mark Cousins now, having been into the pit lane, so Mark Cousins has taken over that car. That was a very poorly sounding MGB, just gone past the start-finish line. But Harry Windham, he's now got to go from defence to attack to defence again, trying to figure out exactly what he's going to do about the car that separates him. Not anymore, slightly slower going down the straight towards Agostini. That means that Harry Windham is back up into 2nd place. Mark Cousins in the number 85 blue Lotus Elan is up to 3rd place, and Alan Ross Jones, having just got there, is now back down to 4th place, which is where he started just before the pit stop. Our leader is now in the pit lane, so that means that the 188 of Stephen Osborne will get out of the car. I know we have another driver sharing that car, and it will be Chris Ward that will be getting in. If you can grab a quick word at some point, Mark, with Stephen Osborne, it will be great to hear how he's managed to handle that Jaguar E-Type.
I certainly will do, yeah. You might be able to hear some banging in the background as well, and that's because this car is on its... just making sure they're hammering the wheels back on again. So we will grab a quick word with Stephen Osborne as soon as he gets out of the car, and Chris Ward rather gets on his way down pit lane. You can just see the seat belts are being put on now, and the pit stop is almost done and dusted. Make sure that the seat belts are over the hands device, which is what they're doing. On goes the steering wheel as well, which comes off in this car just to make it easier for a driver to access and the cockpit area, and then very shortly we'll hear the Jaguar E-Type engine fired back into life, and it will start to make its way down pit lane. Once that's happened, we'll grab a word with Stephen Osborne, who's jumped out of the car.
Terrific, thank you very much, Mark. Through the final corner goes the battle for 2nd place. That is Harry Windham, still just about in 2nd place. He's being hounded once again by Mark Cousins. The pair of them have managed to drive away from Alan Ross Jones. Mark, have you managed to grab someone?
Yeah, I managed to grab Stephen Osborne, who has just jumped out of the race-leading Jaguar E-Type. Stephen, it's fair to say that stint probably went perfectly for you, building up a huge advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, qualifying in the wet this morning was very difficult conditions, really slippy, very greasy indeed, so it was all over the shop in terms of taking the line, but dried out for us this afternoon. Never thought that was going to happen, and yeah, the car's absolutely running perfectly. It's absolute mint. Yeah.
You've dropped Chris into the car now. He knows how to pedal something fairly quickly.
I mean, he's going to show us how it's done, isn't it? I mean, the car's just out the box this weekend, so it's our first race, and yeah, pleased to be here, and now Chris can get in there and pedal it and see where we get to.
First race, but I'm sure when I was at Donington Park earlier on this week, you were out testing.
Yes, and we were testing here on Friday as well, so perhaps a little bit of an unfair advantage, but certainly an opportunity to get out and amongst the cars and enjoy today, and great to be back at CSCC, definitely.
And enjoy it even more because you've got another race to do later.
That's correct, yeah. We've got the Swinging 60s Group 2, so looking forward to that as well. So I've got out and just having a breather and a bottle of water, I think, and before we get back in it. But we're starting 5th, I think, there, so a little bit different in terms of the setup and everything like that we tried this morning. So yeah, let's see how we go on that one, but pleased to be where we are today.
We'll let you go and grab the water. Thanks for chatting to us. That's all from down here in the pit lane. We'll go back upstairs to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Mark. Great to hear there from Stephen Osborne, and obviously he's been driving that race since the start, or he's driving that car since the start of the race, so he's spent the best part of 40 minutes in that car, so I'm sure some time out of the car will be very, very welcome to himself, as the 188 Jaguar E-Type just heading down the Bentley straight now, and the best thing for them really is just to keep turning these laps. It was interesting to hear that Stephen Osborne was curious to see where that car would end up. I'm not sure how much higher it could end up. Maybe he referred to how far in front he could get, how many laps he could put on everybody. We've just had a change for second place by the looks of that. Harry Wyndham has lost out to Mark Cousins. Mark Cousins comes by now. Harry Wyndham is just sat behind, and I think Mark Cousins, he's done that perfectly as they got to the end of the straight. Obviously the Jaguar being the quicker in a straight line, he had just enough room to make sure that the Jaguar didn't go for a late dive. We also had another spin for the Marcos. Clive Wood clearly getting to grips with it. Mark, you in the pit lane?
Yeah, another driver that I didn't expect to catch up with, but I've just seen him in the pit lane, and he can shed a little bit of light onto why he was running so well and then why the car retired at the end of the Bentley Straight. Stephen Shanley is alongside me. Stephen, what went wrong?
I just saw a lot of smoke coming out the back, so I thought I'd better pull over. I don't know, I'm not very mechanical, so I wasn't sure what's going on. I thought smoke means bad, so come in and yeah, park it.
But before that, it was all going swimmingly well. You were having a great little battle fighting your way up through the order.
Yeah, I forgot to turn up for the driver's briefing, so I got put to the back of the grid. So I thought, I don't know, I wasn't sure where I was, but I apparently got up to second, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I was still getting used to the car, and like it's got a bit of a pickup issue. It's driver's excuses, but yeah, I reckon we'll get it singing pretty soon. I reckon it'll be good.
Is this a one-off with the CSCC, or will we see you back out for more?
We'll see. I just got to have a look at the diary and see what I can do. But I did enjoy it. I was getting to understand how you drive these tyres. I've never done that, so it's good fun.
It's good seeing you out as well. Thanks a lot, Stephen Shanley. Not seen him in years. Had a good catch-up with him on Friday, but it's nice to see him back behind the wheel of a racing car.
Great stuff, thank you, Mark. I know we didn't have the camera down there to see you interviewing him. Out of interest, was he smiling? Because it sounded like, just going off the way you were speaking, he was grinning from ear to ear.
I'm pleased that came across on the microphone. He was absolutely beaming, yes.
I thought he was. He sounded incredibly happy, having just got out. We have had a spin, however, for Harry Wyndham. Did he find the barrier? I don't think so. Look, figure out where that is. That is at the end of the Bentley Straight. So clearly, as the car has pitched left to take Brundle, he unsettled, and then as he went to go turn right at Wilson, he found himself in the grass, sliding his way through Wilson, through the same shot, in fact, is Chris Ward. So Chris, having just got behind the wheel of the car already, just pushing the limits, really starting to try and extend that lead margin ever further. Harry Wyndham, after that mistake, I don't know whether he lost a position. Past me goes Mark Cousins, and we wait to see who comes past. Yes, it is Alan Ross-Jones, who is now up into third place after that mistake from Harry Wyndham. Harry Wyndham comes across the line now. I'll have a quick look at the back of the car. No, it looks like he might have gone onto the infield part of the runoff. So Harry Wyndham now down into fourth place, and we knew he'd go quickly, but we didn't realise quite how quickly. Chris Ward, fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 15.215, so really pushing forward. Obviously the pit window has now been closed for 3.5 minutes, so anybody into the pit lane will be pitting out of sequence, and now we're seeing the two Jaguars together on track for the first time. However, it is Chris Ward trying to put a lap over on Harry Wyndham. Harry clearly just getting caught out potentially on the brakes. We know there could have been some coolant down there that has been laid by one of the Lotus Elans that ended up having to retire. But at the moment, it's all gone the way of Alan Ross-Jones. He was fighting for third place a long while ago, and he's managed to be given it. Whether he saw the Jaguar or not, he might not know he's in third place. But at the moment, Chris Ward, going off the body language of that Jaguar, he feels more than at home.
Yeah, Chris Ward, he's a very rapid driver. It doesn't matter what you stick Chris Ward in. He's one of those drivers that just knows how to pedal it, whether it be a contemporary car or a historic car. He is quick in anything that he jumps on board. Still work to do, though, because he's got to try and wiggle his way past the next little bit of traffic, which is going to be David Waterhouse at the wheel of the MGB. Down the bottom of the Bentley Straight, Amy Watts still going to work at the wheel of the car that Tina Cooper drove in the first part of the race. We've also got John Wolfe, who is trying to hassle the TVR Grand Tourer around the circuit as well. We'll see John Wolfe out at the wheel of another TVR in the Swinging 60s Group 2 race, because of course he's got the V8 TVR Tuscan as well that he'll be competing in a little bit later on. So we are fast approaching, and in fact have now got to the point of which we are 3/4 of the way through this race. 15 minutes remaining, and it is Chris Ward who comfortably leads in the number 188 Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, not long left at all. I'm just looking at the Austin Mini Cooper S coming past us, the number 141. It was started by Richard Longdon, so it will be Chris Snowden in the car. There's a little bit of chrome trim flapping around, and he seems to be getting further and further detached off the car, so one would assume that it has recently happened, whether that is with the battle that we're seeing on screen if you are watching on the stream, just heading up towards Wilson. John Wolfe, as you alluded to, Mark, in the TVR Grandshore, sideways into Wilson. The Wilson hairpin goes Amy Watts, but just sneaking up the inside there, much later on the brakes by the looks of that, was Chris Snowden, already back under pressure, however, from John Wolfe. John is on the inside for Palmer, but the Mini can brake much, much later and just about hold on to that position.
Yes, a good little squabble between those two, but yeah, the Mini is through and ahead now. Chris Snowden, the man who's been synonymous with Alfa Romeos as a champion over the years and has raced in Sports 2000 for a very good number of seasons. John Wolfe trying to re-attack him there as they headed in towards Agostini, but wasn't quite able to wiggle his way through. The Mini three-wheeling, just cocking the left rear wheel as it went round through Agostini on that occasion, and John Wolfe will not give up at all. He will want to make sure he stays as close as he can to that Mini to avail himself of any opportunity to squeeze his way through. There's about 2 or 3 car lengths between them when they get in towards the braking area for Oggies, and as they come out of the corner, it looks like the TVR can't quite carry as much mid-corner speed, so the Mini, which are always just about keeping the momentum up, it just keeps flying around the corners. It might give up a little bit on the straights to the TVR, but through the twiddly parts it's just able to maintain its pace. So down the Bentley straight, TVR starts to close in, but I think by the time they get down towards Brundle and Nelson, which is where they'll be heading, then he'll still be behind.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're just looking up at the track cameras at the moment, and no, he still remains in front. There's John Wolfe, and in the same shot, that is now Chris Wood in the bronze and black Jaguar E-Type. He has lapped every car in the field. He is a lap ahead of absolutely everybody, and he might slightly disrupt that battle. Yes, he will. So John Wolfe will have lost just a little bit of time to the Mini of Chris Snowden, but of course Chris has then got to figure out how the Jaguar is going to get past him. Up the inside on the brakes goes Amy Watts behind the wheel of that little Mini, and that's probably landed absolutely perfectly as far as Chris Snowden is concerned. No time loss at all as the race leader Chris Watts comes by once again to tick lap number 19 in the book, go on to lap number 20.
Yeah, Chris Ward sets a new fastest lap of the race that time through with a 2-minute 14.1 at the wheel of the race leading Jaguar. Still traffic to deal with. Amy Watts and the Mini is the next of those that is dealt with, and the car slides its way on the exit of the corner, and he hardly gave up any speed as well. A beautiful little drift at the wheel of the Jaguar E-Type, and again sideways again, just the way he pitches the car in to get it rotating as much as he possibly can in towards the corner. Fantastic to watch, isn't it, when you're at the top of your game and you understand what the car and the tyre are going to do in these conditions, and you've got someone like Chris Ward driving a car. That's no disrespect at all to Stephen Osborne, because he was ridiculously rapid, but Chris Ward, you know, he's the pro in reality, and my goodness, he's showing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the confidence that the car isn't going to suddenly swap ends, and we're still seeing traffic maybe playing a part in this race. Mark Cousins somewhat comfortably in second place at the moment, still continuing to run away from Alan Ross-Jones. I do want to keep an eye on Alan Ross-Jones, however, because we know that Harry Windham is just a little bit quicker, but after that mistake it has dropped him away, so he's got a bit of time to make up. 1.6 seconds last time they crossed the line, still with 11 minutes remaining, and the fastest lap of the race, the fastest personal lap of the race set by Harry Windham. He's evidently pushing hard, 3 seconds gained on the lap prior. So I would say there could be a change for third place or probably in this lap, to be honest, Mark. But the fastest lap of the race, once again, like you say, going to Chris Ward. He's got that trust in the car and the trust in himself to be able to handle it.
Yeah, he certainly has. That is absolutely for sure. Brian Lambert's still going well, isn't he? At the wheel of the little number 32 Ginetta G4. His wife Barbara Lambert also in the field at the wheel of her MGB Roadster. She's now up into 14th position at the wheel of the number 34 car, but Brian is running around in 5th place at the moment, so he's doing really, really, really well. The MGA sliding its way as it comes out of Williams that time through. We heard of the great little battle that we saw between the Ford Lotus Cortina and that MGA in the early stages when it was in the hands of David Alston. Well, now the MGA will have Alistair Davidson behind the wheel of it. Race leader back over the start-finish line, and that time through, Chris Ward just eased his pace to the tune of 9/10 of a second, but he is just absolutely flying still. A full lap ahead of anybody else. Less than 10 minutes to go. Surely, surely, surely the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to note as well is Amy Watts, having just got behind the wheel of that mini, is really pushing forward, and we have had a change for 3rd place. That does mean that Harry Wyndham has managed to work his way through and past Alan Ross-Jones. Alan Ross-Jones in the sort of baby blue Triumph TR4. He's lost out on that lap, and that means that he's not just lost out to Harry Wyndham. Is that him approaching John Wolfe as well? So maybe, yeah, John Wolfe is just a lap down on this battle, and he's trying to work his way through and past that car. But Harry Wyndham, he's managed to get past both of them and already build a gap for 3rd place.
Yeah, it's been a strange old race for Harry Wyndham, hasn't it, really? He was mega busy in the early stages and then sort of seemed to lose a bit of place and lose a few positions, and then managed to get himself back towards the sharp end before making that mistake, and has now left himself the hard work to do to try and claw his way back into the position that he was, you know, the best part of 40 minutes ago. So Harry Wyndham on his merry way out of Agostini and along the short straight that brings him up towards the left-hand kink at Hamilton. He is on lap number 21 at the moment. Our race leader is on lap number 22, and we now have 8.5 minutes remaining. It's Jaguar that leads, Lotus 2nd, Jaguar 3rd, Triumph 4th, Ginetta in 5th place, and it's the Turner, still in the hands of Adam Cunnington, that completes the top 6.
Yeah, so a real range of cars out there, and it's produced some stellar racing throughout the 1 hour of racing, or the best part of 55 minutes of racing that we've had so far. The Marcos currently in the hands of Clive Wood. The green and yellow machine is slowly starting to pick up the pace once again, down in 13th place, quite a way away from the next car up the road. But Clive Wood clearly just has got behind the wheel and found a little bit of pace in that car once again. Over the line in a few moments' time goes our leader to go on to lap number 23. Not the fastest lap of the race, some 6/10 shy of that, but 2 minute 14.7. That's not exactly far away from 10 seconds quicker than anybody else, really.
Yeah, he's just like a metronome, isn't he, as well, Chris Ward, so pushing as hard as he possibly can. Only now over the start-finish line and a lap down comes our 2nd place car, which is going to be the car of Mark Cousins, heading up towards Ritchie's Corner, so that's in 2nd place, but it is a full lap adrift of the race leader. The race leader has lapped everybody throughout the whole course of the field in the preceding 53 minutes of this first Mintex Classic K race of the weekend that we've had, for which is the first race today. We need to make sure we choose a driver of the day for at the end of it and then notify the Classic Sports Car Club. But for Mark Cousins, focus for him will be just keep pushing on. He's got time in hand over Harry Wyndham. There is 8 seconds between the little light blue Lotus just turning its way round through Palmer and the baby blue coloured almost Harry Wyndham Jaguar E-Type, but Harry was a little bit quicker last time through, only by half a second, so rate of close isn't sufficient at the moment. The Jaguar is going to catch the 2nd place Lotus, but if he can find anything else out of the Jag, he'd be well advised to press on as much as he can and hope, keep his fingers crossed, that there might be a mistake or a problem for Mark Cousins if he wants to try and get past him and grab 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of a mistake for Mark Cousins, there was just a very big lockup on the way in towards Agostini, so he's clearly pushing hard, and maybe has slowly started to see every now and then the headlights of Harry Wyndham getting a little bit closer and still pushing hard, bouncing over the curb, sliding his way through the exit of Nelson goes our race leader Chris Ward. And again, it's just he's driving a little bit like a go-kart. I'm sure the brakes aren't really getting that much of a pounding through the medium speed corners, because he just flicks the car very slightly sideways, scrubs a bit of the speed off, but he's still a very, very quick way through the corner, and he's making it work. And on the exit of Murray's, he's sideways before he's even turned in, so he's really wringing the neck out of that Jaguar E-Type. And have we got a problem there for one of our cars? Mark, you will know exactly what that is.
That's the GSM Dart, so that is Vaughan Thomas. You can see there's lots and lots of puffs of smoke coming from the underside of that car, so Vaughan Thomas sticks his thumb up to say that he's all right to the marshals, but yeah, what he's done is he's got down to the bottom of the Bentley Straight and he's gone straight onto the old section of the tarmac there, and is going to park the car up out of harm's way. You were talking about that little bit of chrome trim that was coming off Chris Snowden's car, that it was slowly working its way further back. Well, it was originally just a little bit around the wheel arch that was coming off. Well, that little bit of chrome trim, after it comes off the wheel arch, it continues all the way along the sill of the car, and yeah, it's halfway along the sill now, isn't it, the chrome trim's hanging off?
Yeah, in 4.5 minutes we'll start taking bets at what point down the car it will get to. But of course, with all that steam and smoke coming out the bottom of the GSM Dart, we've got to wonder, has that deposited any fluid, and if so, what kind of fluid is it? Will it be slippery? If it's just water, it can settle into the circuit and it's not too bad, but if it's anything like oil, it can get quite slippy quite quickly, and especially at the section of the circuit where it's that way, you need to be on the brakes, turning very slightly, you're loading the car up so that the fronts of the car's combined, you're then loading up the right hand side so the car's really combined going into a corner. The last thing you want is a sudden loss of grip if it's on something like oil. We're just watching Chris Ward fly through Williams onto the Bentley Straight up to the section of circuit we've just been talking about, and he knows that car well. It's very, very clear that he's very comfortable in that car, because everywhere it's sliding, but it looks so elegant. It doesn't look like the car doesn't want to do it.
No, it's poetry in motion, isn't it? Yeah, it's just so beautiful, that little drift that he keeps getting. And, well, he's just drifted around the circuit and gone ever quicker as well, because that is another new fastest lap of the race into the 2-minute 13-second bracket now. 2 minutes 13.797 seconds from Chris Ward on the lap prior. He's just working his way round through Coram now and in towards the braking area for Murray's. The other Jaguar E-Type in the hands of Harry Wyndham in third place is just heading along the Bentley Straight at the moment. And is he still closing in on Mark Cousins at the wheel of the light blue Lotus? Yes, he is. So Mark Cousins through Brundle and Nelson. Bottom of the Bentley Straight is Harry Wyndham, and the gap between the pair of them shrunk by another 0.4 of a second last time through. So it's down to, what, 7 3/4 seconds at the start of this lap. But with 3 minutes to go, Harry Wyndham needs something else to happen, because on pure pace he's not catching sufficiently quickly enough.
No, but I've got to say, I do take my hat off to Harry Wyndham. He is definitely a contender for driver of the day, because he had a great battle throughout the start of the race. There was lots of defending going on. He then, granted, made a mistake, and that didn't sort of put him down. That, if anything, made him drive even quicker, because the first target for him was Alan Ross-Jones. He ticked that off, and he's closed a colossal gap up to Mark Cousins. Past us goes Mark Cousins now. Harry Wyndham is coming over the start-finish line now. So there is a big gap, and in the space of, what, 2 or 3 laps, that's all we're going to get out of this. Probably only 2 more laps, Mark. I don't think he'll do it, but he's giving it a very good go.
Yeah, he's giving it a very good go, but on that lap he was only 1/10 of a second quicker than Mark Cousins, so the gap is still 7.6, and there's only, what, a lap and a bit to go. So Harry Wyndham is just going to come up short on hoisting himself up from the 3rd step of the podium to the 2nd step of the podium. Not for want of trying, so he again gets on the gas as soon as he can, heading out of the Wilson hairpin and along the short straight that brings him up towards the left-hander at Palmer. You'll be able to see the car of Mark Cousins ahead, because Mark Cousins will be down in towards the braking area for Agostini, as out of Palmer will come Harry Wyndham. So he'll be able to see that little light blue Lotus up the road. But rather frustratingly, you'll know that, yeah, time is running out. He has tried everything, and had it not have been for that small mistake, he would certainly have been in 2nd place and a long way up the road.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, he was very quick. A big puff of smoke out the tail end of the car as he changes gears on the exit of Agostini. Chris Ward, pardon me, just working his way through the bomb hole, and finally into Coram. You just see a flash of the brake lights as he just trickles off that extra bit of speed and then scrubs the rest off with the tyres, just very slightly sideways before he gets on the brakes nice and hard, gets the car straight and throws the cars in towards Murray's. It's the precision as well, Mark, that I can't get over, because he's sliding the car all around, but at no point have I seen him use a sausage curve. He's very, very close, so he's very precise, very consistent, very quick, but also very elegant.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree anymore. You're just not seeing him do anything different on any lap. It's the consistency, even into the braking area for Richie's corner there. He was on the very edge of the white line, but still on the tarmac. Again, that same slide as we've seen through Richie's every single time. It's the consistency of what he's doing to get the very best out of the car and just get it sliding, but always under control at the same time. Mark Cousins at the wheel of the number 85 Lotus Elan, still there in second place, heads out of Murray's, ready to start what will be his final lap of the race. And let's just have a quick look. What was a 6.732 second gap between himself in second place last time through and Harry Wyndham, who's there in third. Let's see whether it's come down. Well, Mark Cousins has just set his best individual lap of the race so far, 1 minute 22.938, and that is still not quite as quick as Harry Wyndham is travelling. So the the gap between second and third did come down still on that lap by another 0.8 of a second, but it's still at 6.8, and they're now on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, they are indeed. It would take a mistake, which is not really what I like to see. As much as Harry Wyndham definitely deserves the second place, he did make the mistake as much as Mark Cousins could have very easily made a similar one as well, and it's just an unfortunate part of motor racing, really. But Chris Ward, pardon me, he is still working his way around the circuit. I'm sure very shortly he will appear into sight, working his way through the final few corners. We'll try and pick out exactly where he is. Still pushing hard, no doubt. Still going sideways, no doubt, is Chris Ward. And there he is, sideways through Nelson. Then through the bomb hole he will go for the final time. He has driven that car beautifully. He was handed the car in great form by Stephen Osborne. Stephen did a brilliant job from the start of the race, but not only just getting away over the first couple of corners, so he was in that clean air, just pushing and pushing and pushing, and it gave him a monumental gap when it was passed over to Chris Ward. And Chris, could he have lifted off? Absolutely. Did he? Absolutely not. Chris Ward coming towards the line to take the win here after 1 hour of racing in the Mintex Classic K Series. Great work, not only from Chris Ward, but also from Stephen Osborne, who started that car. Now we wait the arrival of the number 85 machine. Mark Cousins behind the wheel. Tim Cousins started that car, working his way through Brundle and Nelson in towards the bomb hole for the final time. Harry Wyndham is there or thereabouts, but not quite close enough. He would need a few more laps just to try and get up onto the coattails of Mark Cousins, and we saw the frustration. I'm sure you could see it through the helmet of both Tim and Mark Cousins. Harry Wyndham, they would be there or thereabouts, just close enough to get to the start-finish straight, and they would the Jaguar of Harry Wyndham would drive away. But this time, Mark Cousins gets the bragging rights, crosses the line to finish in second place, and Harry Wyndham crosses the line to finish third. Now he was getting closer and closer and closer. 4.2 seconds the gap, so he'd taken another 2 seconds out of Tim Cousins, or Mark Cousins, pardon me, on that final lap. So still pushing hard. I reckon with maybe 2 or 3 more laps, they would have been nose to tail, but it just wasn't to be. Crossing the line now comes Amy Watts, having been past the car by Tina Cooper. Very, very good race from the pair of those two. If it was raining, definitely keep an eye on those two, because they would have been right up at the sharp end of the order. They still finished in 7th place. Out of the final corner comes the number 63 machine, John Wolfe behind the wheel. He will cross the line now to finish in 8th place. We await the arrival of the number 32 Red Ginetta, which crosses the line now. Brian Lambert, brilliant race, somewhat under the radar. He hasn't had too much to shout about. He's been very, very close to gathering some very good positions, but just couldn't quite make it work. We've got the rest of the cars crossing the line now. 141 in the hands of Chris Snowden, with that trim almost halfway down the car. Has managed to finish in 9th place, and we were waiting for Luke Wass and Adam Cunnington. We'll try and figure out where they are. I think this is them just weaving their way through the final corner in the almost baby blue and white Turner GT Mark II. Towards the line he will come and finish off the finishers for what is the 12th race of the weekend, the 4th race of the day. But 1 hour of Mintex Classic K action just disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was some great racing from start to finish. I'm sure in a few moments' time we will get the results to you. Absolutely brilliant racing. Here are the results. So it is Stephen Osborne and Chris Ward that take top honours in their Jaguar E-Type, a lap ahead of everyone else in the field. Tim Cousins and Mark Cousins finish in second place, followed by Harry Wyndham and Alan Ross Jones, who was there or thereabouts for a podium, didn't quite get it at the end. Brian Lambert finished in fifth, then it was Luke Wass and Adam Cunnington. Then we go back to the number 23 of Tina Cooper and Amy Watts, followed then by David Thompson and John Wolfe, finishing in 8th place after a good little battle we saw with Richard Longdon and Chris Snowden. Then it was to the Fraser cars, number 79, Ian Fraser and John Fraser. And then we get back to the number 47 of Truslove. John Truslove, that is, and I think potentially we've got Mark down there with a couple of interviews, but I thought I saw our race winner disappear to the paddock. Mark, what have you got?
Yeah, he did disappear to the paddock, Chris Ward, and that is because that same race-winning Jaguar needs to be out in the next race. So already Chris is scuttling down towards Parc Fermé area, ready to hand the car back over to Stephen Osborne. But we have got Harry Wyndham, who is shaking the hands of Mark Cousins. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with Harry Wyndham. Harry, congratulations. It was third position in the end, but it was a really busy start to the race for you.
Yeah, no, it was fun. My first race for 2 or 3 years, so it was good to blow the cobwebs away, and it was fun, and the car put up with any abuse I gave it, so I can't complain. I'm afraid my friend here, I nearly took him off. I forgot my brakes, sort of start saying enough after a few laps, and launched by far too ambitious a mover, but luckily we didn't hit each other. But
in the early stage of the race, those pesky Alans were giving you a thing or two to think about.
yeah, no, I know. They are younger cars, but unfortunately they got younger drivers, which doesn't help either. I know I should keep them at bay, but I'm just too old and too useless.
As we've not seen much of you in the Classic Sports Car Club, and you were saying it's been a while since you've been back in the car, will we see a bit more of you in 2023?
Oh yeah, looking forward to it.
We look forward to seeing you back out on circuit as well. So well done to Harry Wyndham. Let's grab a quick word with Mark Cousins. Mark, you took over the car from Tim. He seemed to do all of the hard work in the early stages, and you sort of seemed to not worry too much.
Yeah, for sure. The dice with the Alans at the start was pretty hairy, and I think the Jaguar was fast in all the places that the Alans are not, and then the Alans were fast in all the places that the Jaguar's not, so it turned into a hell of a battle.
After Harry's spin, he was trying to charge his way back up through the order. No doubt you were just looking in your mirrors for those final 10 minutes and saw that those headlamps were closing.
We had a bit of a problem going on. We had a bit of an oil pressure light coming on every now and again, so I was just starting to blend out of the brakes and hold on extra gear, so it was just getting it home. I thought I was probably just a little bit quicker than Harry. When we were on pace, I caught him quite easily, and then actually getting past is another thing. And when I did manage to get past him, he aimed the car at me and then spun it in front of me. So yeah, it was a pretty hairy couple of minutes. I think the video is going to be a good watch.
Enjoyable start to the season here at Snetterton. Will we see you back out as well later on in the year?
Yeah, sure. If we can find another one that the pair of us can do and the dates would fit, we'll definitely be back.
Well, thanks for keeping us entertained. Brilliant job. Congratulations to all of our drivers from the Mintex Classic K, but that's all for the moment. We're going to go back upstairs because Morgan Challenge, their second race, is coming up shortly.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark. And yeah, it'd be good to see Harry back out on the grid and everybody else also. But as you said, we do have the next race for the Morgan Challenge on the way. But we do have a bit of cleaning up to do as well, because there's a couple of cars that are just littered around the circuit that do need to be brought back to the paddock to have their relevant repairs done. But we've got the brilliant Snetterton marshals just working away on the flatbed, just making sure that everything is strapped down and we are ready to go racing once again. The Morgans undoubtedly are sat waiting in the assembly area, ready to get going after what was quite an interesting race this morning. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with the second race of the day. And speaking of the brilliant Snetterton marshals, if you are interested in becoming a marshal, it is, of course, they do this completely voluntary, and we simply wouldn't be able to do it without them, so they do get a lot of praise, and I think they do deserve a lot more as well. But if you are interested in becoming a marshal, you can go on to www.marshals.co.uk, And then you could sign up for something called a taster day, and that means you spend the day with a very experienced team of marshals, and in the morning you'll go around and have a little look at everything. You'll have a look at Parc Ferme, at assembly area, at scrutineering, at a couple of the trackside posts, maybe even the start-finish line as well, and you can wander around and get a real good taste of what it's like being a marshal at any point on the circuit. So you fill your morning by seeing every little aspect, and then in the afternoon you get to go to you can get the choice to go, oh, where would you like to go? Oh, I'd like to spend the afternoon on post 3 or on the start-finish line. And you get to spend the afternoon there, once again, with a very experienced team of marshals as well. So it's a great way to get into motorsport. And you probably get the best views in the house because you get to stand right on the edge of the circuit, just behind the Armco barrier, and you get hands-on with the cars. It's not a bad little way to spend your weekend, and of course they've been brilliant this weekend. They've put up with all sorts of weathers. It's been wet, it's been dry, it's been windy, and all of that in one race as well. So they've been very persistent, and they continue to have a smile on their face. And the buzz in Tyrrell's this morning again, the on-site restaurant was absolutely brilliant. They really are a great group of people. So we simply wouldn't be able to do it without them. But yeah, if you do want to have a look at becoming a marshal, go on to www.marshals.co.uk and get yourself involved. And speaking of the marshals, they've done a brilliant job of getting that Lotus Cortina that was left on the inside of Palmer's just hooked up to the back of the flatbed lorry, and they're waiting to make sure that can get recovered and then brought back to the paddock before we get any sort of racing action on the way. Like I said, we've got the second race for the Morgan Challenge. The first race was very, very interesting indeed. Of course, you get a bit of a reverse grid. Martin Pratt, the race 1 winner, has been put right towards the tail end of the order, so then that adds just a little something to the grid. Having to watch Martin carve his way through the order will definitely be something to watch. But then of course we've got the battle between Tony Kiss and Myhill. I've got a feeling we had a list of who was starting that car. Yes, so race 13, which is what this one is, John Milbank will be starting in the number 15 car. So he'll be starting from the outside of row 1. Then you have Simon Aribi-Gan as well. He's been there or thereabouts. Very, very quick Class 1 driver. Obviously, Martin Pratt, definitely one to watch in the next one. So there's lots to think about. Go on, Mark.
Yeah, well, Martin Pratt, of course, didn't race in the first race because of his damage to his car in qualifying. So it was Will Platt that won the race. But Will has given his car over so that Martin can race it in this one. And because, of course, he's now racing a different car to be qualified, he goes to the back of the grid.
Right, that makes perfect sense, and what a way to race as well. If you've missed the first race, someone's kind enough to lend you their car. So very, very fair play to William Pratt just to allow Martin Pratt to get behind the wheel. So now seeing Martin Pratt carve his way through the order, that will be a very interesting watch indeed. We're just waiting to see how quickly we can get the circuit cleared up. The marshals have done their bit, the recovery team now just getting the Lotus Cortina put up onto the back of the flatbed trailer, and then they'll be able to get that car recovered and moved back to the paddock. The paddock is slowly thinning out. Everybody that has already raced this afternoon is slowly packing their kit up and heading home for the weekend, ready to do it all again in around about a month's time. But we've still got 3 more races, so don't go away. We've got the Morgan Challenge second race on the way, another 20-minute race for the Morgans, and then we've got 2 more 40-minute races to end off the weekend. It's the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 and then the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. You saw both of those series qualify together. They do not race together, but yeah, the final race of the day, the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, definitely a race worth watching. And of course then Group 2 of the Swinging 60s. Once again, another race definitely worth watching. Mark, have you got any sort of insights into this one? What do you think might happen? Because Martin Pratt from the back of the grid, he's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, see how Martin Pratt can work his way from the tail end of the field and see what he might be able to do. And also, remember, you know, John Emberson came off the back of the grid last time at the wheel of number 89 Morgan and worked his way through to 7th place. So arguably, he's going to want to try and improve on that if he can. So maybe he might be seeing if he can knock on the door of a podium potentially. John Milbank, of course, we saw Chris Myhill drive the number 15 car in race number 1. Well, John is the owner of that car, so he will be far more used to it. Chris didn't go slowly at all in race number 1, but we'll see how John can get on with that one. But for me, yeah, Martin Pratt, how quickly can he pick off the first few cars, and then can he work his way through to the sharp end of the order? That's the big question for me in this one.
Yeah, and of course, whilst all that is going on, undoubtedly we will see potentially Brett Sindercombe, whatever the issue, he might have had an issue, he just seemed to lose a lot of pace in quite a short period of time. They've just headed out onto circuit, so we'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time, but Brett Sindercombe hopefully back up to pace. But the battle between Tony Kiss, John Milbank and Louis Ruff, we could see that slowly start to reignite. Of course, John Milbank has been handed the car by Chris Myhill. Mark, first time today. Would you like to run us through the grid as soon as we get it available to us?
Yeah, I can certainly do that. The way they're going to line up then is that Tony Kiss puts the car onto pole position as a result of the win from earlier on. It's John Milbank that lies alongside. Louis Ruff and Simon Aribi-Gann line up there on row number 2. It's Brett Sindercombe, former champion, that sits on row number 3 with the yellow car of Peter Cole for company. And on to row number 4. He came off the back of the grid to finish 7th in the race earlier on. John Emberson has got Simon Sherry that sits alongside. Apologies, we've just lost the graphics. There we go, they've come back up. Jim Mountain sits there on the 5th row of the grid with Nigel Stuckey for company. And on to row number 6, that's where we see John Richards and Richard Fern completing the outside of the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 of the grid, another former champion sits on the inside of row 7. The 2013 champion, Kathy Sherry, and Tony Kilby will line up alongside her. And then the penultimate row of the grid will see John Bevan and Paul Bryan completing row number 8. Row number 9, off the back of the grid, the car that won the first race earlier on, but it will be Martin Pratt rather than Will Pratt driving it this time through. So Martin Pratt comes off the back of the grid.
Martin Pratt definitely the one to watch, and of course with it being a rolling start, it's all down to making sure you're in the right gear and you are well within the power band, and you could potentially just be controlling the speed with the brake. You could be as far down on the throttle as you feel comfortable, and just slowly grazing the brakes, because that will load up the engine, it will build the torque up, and as soon as you drop that brake, as the red lights go out, you've got all that torque available to you, and you should logically just be able to go flying around everybody. Not that Martin Pratt needs to do that, because I know that car is very, very quick indeed. So it'll be Martin Pratt behind the wheel of William Pratt's Morgan Plus 4, 2.5 litre is that car, but it's very, very quick, and Cambium Developments have done a great job with preparing that car. It's always been very, very competitive, and the Pratts definitely know how to pedal them as well, so it'll be interesting to see how. It's not a case of when, I think it's a case, I don't think it's a case of if, I think it's a case of when William Pratt will work, or Martin Pratt, pardon me, will work his way to the front of the order.
Yeah, or how quickly he works his way towards the order as well. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. So the cars will be just weaving around to try and build as much temperature as they can into the brakes and the tyres themselves on what is a chilly day. It's getting chillier and chillier and chillier out there now. Thankfully, the rain looks as though we are good for the rest of the day. There are a few sort of slightly more ominous looking clouds in the distance, but I don't think they're rain-bearing like the weather that we had yesterday here. So are we going to see the same car win both races? The one thing we're absolutely assured is we're not going to see the same driver win both races, because of course Will Pratt has given his car over to Martin Pratt for this race, because Martin damaged his in qualifying, and therefore because he's racing that different car, he will go off the back of the grid. So either way, we're going to have 2 different winners out of the first 2 races.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see whereabouts people end up, and of course this is another chance again for battles from the previous race to reignite and see whereabouts they can get to. Of course, with if we did have William Pratt out in his car and we did have Martin Pratt out in his own car, I'd imagine we'd be on for an even closer race even still. But we will wait to see what Martin Pratt can do from the tail end of the order. Just holding a safe speed there is Tony Kiss, waiting for the safety car to work its way through the final corner at Murray's and peel its way in towards the pit lane. And then Tony Kiss and John Milbank, they will hold that pace all the way until the red lights go out and start 20 minutes worth of racing. But for the 5th time here today, we should be able to go racing in just a few moments' time for the 2nd race for the Morgan Challenge. The red lights are on. Tony Kiss holding the pack at a nice speed. Red light still on, they extinguish now. It's a good start from Tony Kiss. It's an even better start from John Milbank. They were being ushered forward by Louis Ruff and Simon Aribigan. Simon was desperate to try and work his way around the outside. Louis Ruff is trying to work his way up the inside to second place, which he has now done. So Louis Ruff up into second place. That's John Milbank down into third, who runs wide on the exit. That looks like Louis Ruff as well, trying to go for first, having just gained second place. He has a little look to the inside, but it's still Tony Kiss leading the way, and very, very late on the brakes was John Milbank. Just about got it slowed down and somehow remains in third place. However, Simon Aribigan, he's knocking on the door and definitely pushing forward.
So everybody safely through the first couple of corners nice and cleanly, which is always good to see. Tony Kiss looking to try and build on an advantage in the early stages if he can. He's got a little bit of daylight between himself and Louis Ruff, who's there in second place, but Louis Ruff has got more daylight between himself in second and the car that sits there in third at the moment, which is John Milbank, but under pressure from the late braking number 6 machine of Simon Aribigan, who squeezes his way through and up the inside going in towards Agostini, but I think he might have to give up the place again by the time they get towards Hamilton. Is he? No, side by side almost through Hamilton. Simon Aribigan just manages to hang on to third position there, and therefore John Milbank is down into fourth place. It's going to be Brett Sindercombe who's there in fifth place, and Peter Cole in the yellow car completes the top 6 at the moment, but the leading pair getting away in the early stages as they propel themselves down the Bentley Straight for the first time.
Yeah, really, I wouldn't say aggressive start, but optimistic start from Louis Ruff. He desperately tried to make it work, and the number 28 of Jim Mountain was definitely one of the cars to have a very, very big lock-up, and a couple of people getting caught out on the cold brakes. He left Agostini very slow, potentially struggling to find a gear, but Simon Aribigan up into third place, and then it's just a train of Morgans all filing their way through Brundle and Nelson. Brett Sindercombe still sat there in fifth place, looking to make inroads on the cars in front, but he's slowly coming under pressure from the car behind, that being Peter Cole, who's being chased down by the looks of that, John Emberson, who's had a half-decent start again as well. It seems like he just doesn't quite get the car in the right place for the start of the race, but he's happy to drive around that. Tony Kiss still pulling away, but Louis Ruff is almost following him at this point. He's slowly starting to just run away from the rest of the order.
I've been trying to pick out where Martin Pratt is working his way through the field, and I haven't seen him as yet still, so I've got a bit of a question mark as to whether he was there on the grid or not. In fact, there he goes over the start-finish line now. He's probably even further up than I expected. Yet 9 places gained from the back of the field up to 8th position, number 75 at the end of the lap, so it has been a mega lap from him. He'd gained more places than I expected. That was why I was missing him, because I wasn't looking high enough up through the order. So he's on his way, and how far is he off the lead at this stage? He is 8.9 seconds shy of the race leader, so that's the deficit he wants to make up if he wants to get himself into the lead.
And it wouldn't surprise me if he starts making inroads on that lead margin now, because he's still carving his way through the order, albeit he would like to do it as quick as possible. The next targets for Martin Pratt will be John Emberson, then it will be Peter Cole, followed then by Brett Sindercombe and John Milbank, but they're heading through Agostini goes Martin Pratt. You could hear a car in the background just hitting the rev limiter, so everyone's desperately trying to push forward, and John Milbank just bouncing over the curbs a little bit. He's coming under a little bit of pressure mark from Brett Sindercombe, or from Simon Aribigan. So Simon has clearly found a little bit more pace, more than happy with the conditions at the moment, so he can put down all of the power that his car is making, and he's slowly starting to close up on second place. And if they start battling, that means Tony Kiss will extend his lead margin, but it also might mean that they slow each other down, and that gives Martin Pratt the perfect opportunity to carve his way through yet more of the order. And Simon Aribigan, he was on the inside heading in towards Brundle and Nelson. Louis Ruff tries to hold it around the outside. Yes, he does. Simon Aribigan looks for the cutback, can't quite make it work, but at the moment Louis Ruff is now on the outside for the bomb hole, and Simon Aribigan, he has to pull out of that move once again.
Yeah, dives on the brakes and pulls out of the move, so that cost him a little bit of time. John Milbank, therefore, is able to close in a little bit more onto those two whilst they all busy squabble, and all of this is allowing our race leader just to get away a little bit. So Tony Kiss, remember, only having his second ever car race. He finished on the podium earlier on in second place. Well, he might win his second ever car race here, but he will be watching his mirrors. He'll also be conscious that the number 75 car of Martin Pratt is still trying to work its way through the order. Martin Pratt has also set the fastest lap of the race that time through. 2 minutes 17.763 means he is now only 6.5 seconds off the lead of the race, but he's still there in 8th place at the moment, so he's going to lose time because he's got to try and fight his way through the order. Louis Ruff under pressure for third position. Simon Aribigam still hanging on to it for the moment, but I thought Louis Ruff was going to sneak his way through there. He was so late on the brakes going in towards Wilson that it's compromised his exit coming off the corner. Now he's coming under pressure for third place from John Milbank, who's there in 4th.
And of course, with Martin Pratt still continuing to work his way up through the order, 6.4 seconds till the leader, but there are 7 cars separating himself and the leader. He's trying to work a way past Peter Cole. He looks to the outside in towards Agostini. That's 2x2 just slightly further up the road. That's Brett Sindercombe coming under pressure there from Peter Cole by the looks of that, but an optimistic move from the very outside. He's going to try and get the move done on the entry in towards Hamilton. Yes, he does. So Martin Pratt up 2 places in the space of 1 corner on the brakes, heading in towards Oggies and then Williams. But if you are watching the stream, you can see back that's how spread out the pack is. You can look right the way back, and there's still cars just slowly starting to work their way through Agostini. Paul Bryan bookending the field at the moment. Back to the battle we've been looking at all race, going down the Bentley straight. That is Brett Sindercombe slowly just trying to fend off the attentions of John Emberson behind. But at the moment, that lead margin, Mark, is still continuing to expand. And Simon Aribigam, having just got past Louis Ruff, has already built up a healthy margin.
John Emerson's ahead now of Brett Sindercombe. Brett Sindercombe was coming under pressure from the yellow car, which is going to be Peter Cole that sits behind at this stage. So Brett Sindercombe at the moment is seeing what he might be able to do. John Emerson pulling away and is now riding on the coattails of the man off the back of the grid, which is Martin Pratt. So need to keep an eye on what's going on between those two. In towards the braking area, this is lap number 3 at the moment. It is Tony Kiss that leads the way. Simon Aribigan's there in 2nd place. Louis Ruff is there in 3rd place. Brett Sindercombe is there in 4th place. No, sorry, John Milbank is there in 4th place. And then it is the man off the back of the grid, which is Martin Pratt. Now, is he going to gain another place as they come along the centre straight this time through? No, he's going to be too far away when they get towards Ritchie's corner. But the light blue car is catching that number 15 car of John Milbank that lies ahead. And is he going to try anything coming out of Ritchie's to sneak through on the run in towards Wilson? No, he's not, because John Milbank is going to cover off that move.
Yeah, he goes very defensive just to make sure that Martin Pratt doesn't get the lunge up the inside. On the exit of the corner, it looks like Martin Pratt gets the much better run heading down towards Palmer, although he's not quite close enough. I've got a feeling it'll be the run up towards Agostini, but Tony Kiss, that lead margin is ever expanding. 2.7 seconds now, the lead gap between Tony Kiss and Simon Aribigam. And then it's Louis Ruff just sat there in 3rd place, almost got caught out by John Milbank. Later on the brakes, he goes off. That allows Martin Pratt to go through. That allows John Emberson and Brett Sindercombe and Peter Cole all to go through as well. But very late on the brakes, couldn't quite get it slowed down. And John Milbank is dropping down through the order. But that does mean Martin Pratt has got 1 less car to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a snapped brake from John Milbank. He got back off the brakes, got back on them again, but they locked a 2nd time as well. So it didn't quite work in terms of cadence braking, and yeah, thankfully just a brief trip onto the grass and he's back on his merry way once more. We're nearly halfway through this race as well, so it's only a 20-minute race. There's 11.5 minutes of it still remaining, and Tony Kiss has led every single lap so far as he heads down in towards Brundle and Nelson on lap number 4 at the moment. Simon Aribigam there in 2nd position, and now up to 3rd place has come the car of Martin Pratt. So Martin Pratt up into 3rd position. Remember, he started off the back of the grid as well. This is the car that won the first race in the hands of Will Pratt, but Martin's car was damaged in qualifying, so Will has allowed fellow family member to drive the car in this 2nd race of the day. And now up towards the braking area for the final corner comes Tony Kiss. What we do need to still keep an eye on is exactly what the gap is between William Pratt and the race leader, because that's the deficit he's going to want to make up. It was 5.8 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Well, another couple of places gained. It might be down to something like 4 seconds maybe as they come over the start-finish line, but it looks as though fastest laps are coming in from Tony Kiss and Simon Aribigan, which is then bettered instantly by Martin Pratt. 2 minutes 16.393 from the chasing car that sits there in third position, and he is only now 4.5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that Martin Pratt all goes well for that car, so he might be able to work his way through and past Simon Aribigan in the next couple of laps. And then, of course, the next target will be Tony Kiss. And with, like you say, just around about 10 minutes of the race to go now, I don't think he'll be massively pushed for time. John Bevan working his way through the bomb hole at the moment. But back to this lead battle, you can see that lead gap in towards Agostini. Martin Pratt is still closing up ever more onto the tail end of Simon Aribigan. Of course, these two, in theory, they are in the same class, because both cars are Class 1 cars, so this isn't just the battle for second place on the road, it's the battle for the lead in Class 1.
No, absolutely, yep, so Class 1 is for cars with the maximum horsepower, so in other words, 360 brake horsepower per tonne as a maximum. For any of the cars that are in Class 1 at the moment. Now, Simon Aribigan will want to try and hang on to the class lead if he can. Well, for the moment, he's still got the best part of maybe a dozen, if not more, Morgan lengths between himself and the charging Martin Pratt. Louis Ruff is still there at the moment in fourth position, but if he looks in his mirrors, John Emberson at the wheel of the blue car with the two white stripes down the centre is closing, ever closing. Is John Emberson going to try and steal the march and sneak his way through as they head down in towards Brundle and Nelson? We'll have to just wait and see when the cars appear into shot. Have we had the shuffle? Yes, we have. John Emberson has made it through. So the number 89 car in the hands of John Emberson, who came off the back of the grid in race number 1 to 7th, is now from 7th up to 4th in race number 2.
Yeah, John Emberson on an absolute mission. He's doing a sort of Martin Pratt-esque drive at the moment. So we'll see how far John Emberson can work his way up through the order. Like you say, he's now in 4th place. The next car would in theory be Martin Pratt, but Martin Pratt, I'd imagine, is driving away. And Louis Ruff, does he have a problem? He's very, very slow through Coram and in towards Murray's. That does allow Brett Sinderkim to work his way by. He's looking down at the dashboard, looking down at the gauges, trying to figure out what could potentially be an issue, but definitely off pace there is Louis Ruff. The gap now to the lead between Martin Pratt and Tony Kiss is 3.4 seconds, so Martin Pratt not too far away now. He's still got to get catch up and then work his way through and past Simon Aribigan, who is also catching Tony Kiss as well. Only 1.9 seconds the gap between first and second. You had a look at Louis Ruff's car, anything wrong with it?
Yeah, no, absolutely no. It didn't sound rough as it came over the start-finish line, so it's still continuing round there at a reasonable pace, shall we say, albeit he's just lost a few places.
Yep, absolutely. And whereabouts is Simon Aribigan? Because I just looked and I thought I saw Tony Kiss, and there's no Simon Aribigan in between them anymore, so I don't know whether we've lost him at a section of the circuit. We'll wait to see the cars actually come into view once again. So there is Tony Kiss heading in towards Oggies, and there straight away is Martin Pratt. So somewhere in the space of a sector, yes, we have lost Simon Aribigan. He is still out and circulating, but he's just a little bit behind now, so clearly something's gone wrong with that. He's now under pressure from Louis Ruff.
Yeah, so that means that, yeah, he's now absolutely lost the lead of the class and will have dropped down into second place in the class. There's only, 2 cars out in this race in Class 1, so that's as low as he's ever going to get in the class at the moment, but he'll want to make sure that he maintains race position, and what he'll be focused on is trying to keep Louis Ruff behind him at the moment. Our race leader, which is Tony Kiss, just pressing the accelerator for the 6th time. He heads out of Brundle and Nelson. He'll be looking in his mirrors. He'll know full well that it is Martin Pratt that is beginning to close in on him, and he'll be desperate to see whether, on what is his first weekend of racing, whether he can improve upon his 2nd position overall in the race earlier on over the course of the day. We've only got 6.5 minutes to go, so Tony Kiss, I wouldn't have thought he would ever have imagined he'd be in this possible position on his first weekend of racing. Well, he is, and he's going to have to soak up some pressure as well, isn't he?
Yeah, of course, and it's not just the battle for the overall win, or for the overall lead. It could very quickly evolve into the leading class as well, because John Emberson is now in 3rd place and getting ever closer. So Tony Kiss in race 1, like you mentioned, finished 2nd overall, 1st in class, but John Emberson, he's getting very, very close. 4.3 seconds starting from the back of the grid in race 1, started from 7th in this one. He's managed to work his way past Simon Sherry, Brett Sinderkum, Peter Cole, Louis Ruff, Simon Aribigan. And Tony Kiss is really the last one that he will want to get. I'm not 100% sure he will get Martin Pratt, but currently working their way through Brundle and Nelson is Kathy Sherry, who is slowly coming under a bit more pressure from Tony Kilby, and Paul Bryan isn't too far adrift, so whilst they aren't fighting for the lead, that's 3 cars all nose to tail. In towards Agostini goes the lead battle, and Martin Pratt much later on the brakes gets the car slowed down, takes the title line, has a look up the inside, and Tony Kiss has now got the pressure on.
He certainly has, yeah. Martin Pratt certainly knows how to play Kiss chase, because he's absolutely with him now as they flick their way through the left-hander at Hamilton and start to head in towards the braking area for Oggies. Tony Kiss still out front leading the way. There's only a 2 or 3 Morgan length gap between the pair of them. Martin Pratt, remember, has come from the very tail end of the field to get himself into this position. Now as they head out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight, he gets a good exit coming off the corner. He's got a slight straight line speed advantage as well, I think, and in the slipstream he is edging ever closer to the race leader. Jinx out from behind to the left-hand side. He's going to get the inside line when they head up towards Brundle. Is he going to be brave enough to brake as late as he dare? No, he tucks back behind Tony Kiss. So for the moment, it's still the same order at the front.
Yep, just about as well, because Tony Kiss, he's not exactly defending this one. He didn't move over to the left-hand side to make sure he had the inside line covered off. He was more than happy, just sat on the racing line. But this time, now Martin Pratt gets very, very close to the tail end of Tony Kiss. At least it looked like that from the camera angle, heading in towards Murray's for what will be the 6th time, and heading on to lap number 7. Or the other way around, it could actually be there going in for the 7th time, heading on to lap number 8. Tony Kiss is still under pressure from Martin Pratt. Martin Pratt in a straight line, not quite as close. He's still in the draft, however, jumps over towards the left-hand side to take the preferred line. This time Tony Kiss goes defensive, but all the way around the outside. He gives it a look, but can't quite get the car settled and find the grip around the outside. Fastest lap of the race now, Simon Ari began with a 2-minute 15.992, clearly spurred on by whatever happened earlier on, whether that was a mistake or a bit of contact with another car. But now look how close John Emberson is, so whether that's Martin Pratt getting slowed down by Tony Kiss, this is now a battle for not only the overall lead, but the battle for the podium and the lead in Class 2 as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tony Kiss is driving defensively, which is slowing him up. In turn, it's slowing up the car of Martin Pratt. Martin Pratt this time, though, has got the run heading up towards Agostini. He's got the inside line, and he's going to go through and pick up the lead of the race. So it is now Martin Pratt that leads the way. Tony Kiss down into 2nd place. He's trying to fight back on the run up towards Hamilton, but he's still not going to quite have enough momentum by the time they get towards the left-hand flick. So now for Tony Kiss, what he needs to do is make sure he doesn't lose any ground to the car that's behind him at the moment, because he's lost the lead of the race and dropped to 2nd, but he still leads Class 2. However, if John Emberson catches and gets past him, then he would lose the lead of Class 2, and John Emberson is not that far away. So the top 3 together as they head out of Williams and down the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, there's no, like, obviously it was going to happen at some point, but for Tony Kiss, he's in a good position because he can watch Martin Pratt. If you need someone to follow and you need to learn lines, especially if it's your 2nd ever race, watch Martin Pratt, because he will be able to take lines that maybe you didn't realise were there. But then there's another change of position by the looks of that. That's Tony Kiss that's managed to work his way back up the inside into the lead of the race. Martin Pratt has gone from the lead down to 3rd as John Emberson has worked his way through. I'm not 100% sure what happened, whether that was a mistake. I didn't see any contact, but Martin Pratt is down into 3rd place now. So Tony Kiss back into the overall lead of the race.
I would imagine he missed a gear potentially there, because it just seemed as though the car lost a bit of momentum coming out of the corner, and then by the time he'd hooked the correct gear, then that was it, 2 places lost. He's going to get one of them back, though, because he's drawing himself alongside and ahead of John Emberson as they come over the start-finish line. So it is Tony Kiss that leads the way. It is going to be Martin Pratt in 2nd place. John Emberson's there in 3rd place. John Emberson looking to see whether he can reassert himself back up into 2nd, but no, he's too far away. And all of them still travelling slower than Simon Ari began, who again sets another new fastest lap of the race. The car in 4th place, 2 minutes 15.290. They will be on their final lap of the race.
They will be indeed. Simon Ari began will just be begging for more and more laps, because he's lapping, what, 2 seconds quicker than our race leader, some 4 seconds quicker than Martin Pratt, obviously on that last lap with that mistake. But Martin Pratt, he's back up to pace and he's on the outside of Tony Kiss on the run up towards Agostini. Later on the brakes, the car's squirming around and he's got the position made before even the apex of the corner, all the way around the outside, which means he can drive the car off the corner, retake the lead of the race, and now that means Tony Kiss has got someone to follow. He's just going to have to sit there and work with Martin Pratt and try not to lose any time, because John Emberson is almost there. The last thing you'd want to do is almost top off a perfect weekend, then lose out on the final lap of the race. He could go 2 from 2 on class wins, could Tony Kiss. He's got half a lap left to hold on, but Emberson, he's there. He's well and truly within touching distance.
Yeah, he wants to gain another place, doesn't he, and take up the lead of the class, does the car of Emberson. Well, John Emberson would like to kiss and make up, but for the moment he's running out of time, isn't he, because the clock is about to hit to 0 and there's only, half a lap to go still. However, Tony Kiss is not happy with second place at the moment. He is working really hard, and again, the car slows again. He's got a gear that just isn't engaging in that car, and again, Martin Pratt drops from the lead down to second and down to third, and is slowing ever more as he heads round through Corham. He might not even finish on the podium, but all of a sudden the car seems to sort of leap forward as though he's finally hooked a gear up. But Tony Kiss, in his second ever car race, is surely going to pick up the win.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a perfect weekend because he's won his class and finished on the podium in the first race. This race, he's now going to win his class and win the race outright here at Snetterton, the second Morgan race, overjoyed in the cockpit. You see hands flailing as he crosses the start-finish line, the checkered flag being waved, and it does mean that Tony Kiss does take the win here at Snetterton. John Emberson crossed the line in second. Martin Pratt managed to just about end up on the podium, 4.5 seconds away from Tony Kiss in third place. Simon Aribi-Gann, he made up, 2.5 seconds on that final lap alone. He managed to cross the line in fourth place. Brett Sindercombe finished in fifth. Then it was followed by Peter Cole in sixth place. Louis Ruff, after losing out early on, he finished in seventh place. And then it was John Milbank crossing the line in eighth, just crossing the line. Still are the rest of the drivers. You'll get a full rundown of the order in a few moments' time, but what a race that was, and clearly some sort of issue with Martin Pratt's car gearbox. Can't quite find the gear he would like, but that means Tony Kiss, he will be over the moon, grinning from ear to ear, and hopefully we get a quick interview with Tony Kiss. But that's an ideal weekend. He won his class in race 1 and he won the race outright in race 2. There's nothing much more you can do from that, especially in your debut weekend in what is quite a strong field as well. There's some very, very competitive cars, very, very quick drivers, and to stand out in that, you've got to do very, very well. But for the moment, we are just waiting for the final few cars to cross the line, the treble 6 being one of them, John Richards. Following him across the line was the number 5 of Richard Fern. There's still a little bit of a race going on out of the final corner. This is between the number 53 and the number 20. That's Kathy Sherry, Tony Kilby and Paul Bryan just about there. Great race those guys have been having, somewhat under the radar, but I'm sure the three of those have been racing nose to tail for the entire race, and I'm sure now the final car has crossed the line, we will have some results to bring to you for the second Morgan Challenge race of the weekend. We won't see any more from the Morgans this weekend. The next race will very shortly be on the way. That is the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. But after a hard-fought race, Tony Kiss, from pole position, managed to win the race. Let's see how everybody crossed the line. So indeed it was Tony Kiss who crossed the line in the lead of the race, 1.7 seconds clear of John Emberson. Martin Pratt recovering to third after losing out, but starting from the back of the grid as well. Simon Aribi-Gann, fastest lap of the race, in fourth. Brett Sindercombe fifth. Peter Cole in sixth. Louis Ruff finished in seventh. And then it was John Milbank who finished in eighth place, followed to the line by Simon Sherry. And then it was John Mountain crossing the line in 10th place, Nigel Stuckey 11th, John Richardson 12th. Richard Fern finished in 13th place. Then it was Kathy Sherry and Tony Kilby and it was the Brian and Bevan pairing that crossed the line in 16th and 17th. But I believe we have an interview with our not only class winner, our race winner down in the pit lane. Down to you, Mark.
Yeah, we certainly do. Tony Kiss could never have imagined that in his first weekend of racing he'd pick up 2 podiums. A second in the first race, you've just gone and won that one.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I could see them coming behind me towards the end of the race, and a couple of times I was outbraked, but then just managed to get the traction on the way back through. So yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing. The brake pedal was a little bit long by the end as well. So when you're doing that late braking, you're just hoping. And there was no touching, but it was close. It was close.
When you win a race, you also need to thank the people that have got you here as well. I see you went over to the team, but there must be a few other supporters along the way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is this car's prepared by the university, and obviously the guys back at Morgan as well. So that they've put in a few late nights. So it's been good.
When you say the university, which university is that? Because there are several that prep cars nowadays.
There are, yeah. This is Wolverhampton Uni. Great job, guys. Great job.
Well done, congratulations Tony, his first weekend of racing and a win. Let's wander over and grab a quick word with John Emberson, who's had some mixed fortunes over the course of the day. Had to start from the back in race number 1 and finish 7th, and now from 7th to 2nd.
No, it's not. It's impossible, isn't it? How did that happen? What a great race. I don't know how that happened. So just had a great time, kept it clean, and it just seemed to get to the front. I don't know how that happened.
Just talk us through qualifying and the reason that you had to start from the back in the first place.
Oh, my fire extinguisher didn't have the necessary FIA sticker on it. It'd been away to be serviced, but my own fault. It had no FIA sticker. So the team rushed around. Somebody dashed up on a motorbike, got the fire extinguisher in. We got scrutineered. Back of the grid for race 1. Second in race 2. What's not to like?
You're smiling. Well done. Great weekend.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to grab a very quick word, if I can, with the driver that finished in 3rd position. Jeremy, our cameraman's going to have to sort of try and catch up with me here, because we need to grab a quick word, if we can, with Martin Pratt, and see if we can grab a quick word with Martin, who's busy chatting away. Can we grab a word, Martin? It'll have to be a very quick one, because the cars are already heading out onto the next race. It could have been a race win for you, but I'm guessing there was a few little mechanical groanings in the gearbox department.
Not in the gearbox department. The engine was misfiring low down, and therefore I couldn't get any pull in at the low end, and then it would suddenly pick up. But unfortunately, by that time, I was a little bit behind. So I kept getting in front again, so it was good fun.
It's the one that got away?
The one that got away, yeah. Well, the whole day got away, actually. But yes.
Well, thanks for chatting to us. We'd better leave it there, though, because already the cars for the next race are heading out onto the circuit. So back upstairs to Jack Werrell.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark. And you can tell that Tony Kiss is absolutely overjoyed with that one. And why not be as well? We do indeed have the penultimate race heading out on circuit, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. Let's show you how they line up for this race. On the front row of the grid, it is Harry Wyndham and Mark Campbell. Row 2 of the grid, it is Stephen Pickering, and he has Dean Halsey for company in the Datsun 240, beautifully sounding, even more beautiful to look at as well. Stephen Osborne starts in 5th, Roy Chamberlain starts in 6th behind the wheel of his Triumph TR250, then it's Dave Roberts in the 2nd of the Datsun 240s. On row 4 with Jonathan Crayston starting alongside. Row 5 is Martin Reynolds in the very, very good, very nice sounding Ford Mustang with Steve Hodges in the Lotus 7 Series starting in 10th. 11th and 12th is John Leslie and the pairing of Frost and McDonald, David McDonald and Bailey Frost. Bailey Frost starting that car. Then it's Mike Stevenson, followed by John Wolfe and Martin Adams. Keep an eye on that TVR Tuscan V8. John Wolfe starts that car. Martin Adams will get behind the wheel later on in the race. Then it's Stephen Shanley and Bill Watt, 15th and 16th. 17th is Alex Elbrow. And 18th is Chris Blewett in the Ginetta G12. Simon Roos in the 2nd of the Ford Mustang starts in 19th with the Smith and Mitchell pairing. Oliver Smith starting that car. Richard Mitchell will get into the car later on in the race, and that is how they line up. Cars to watch for this one, I would definitely say now the track is dry is the slightly higher powered vehicles, specifically John Wolfe and Martin Adams. John Wolfe knows what he's doing. He knows the circuit. He's already been round it a few times today. Martin Adams, he's driven a range of cars. He's driven Mazdas and Triumphs and now a TVR as well, so I'd imagine it's somewhat second nature to handle a machine like this around Snetterton. So there's going to be some very interesting drivers working their way up through the order. Very interesting cars as well. There's some very, very pretty cars out on circuit. We will try and get little bit more information on the groups as well, because obviously there's Group 1 and Group 2. We are here for Group 2. Obviously, we had Group 1's race earlier on this morning, or earlier on this afternoon, should I say. Group 2 has got Class G, H, I, L, O and V. Class V is for cars with original V8s. Class O is Group 1 cars that entered a second race, anything up to 2 litre. Class L is for Lotus cars, whether it be the 7, the Elan or the Elite, as well as Ginettas and wooden chassis Marcos. Class I is for anybody running Dunlop Continental or historic tyres, and Class H is for cars over 3 litres, and Class G is for cars between 2 and 3 litres and 6-cylinder engine cars. But we are all ready to go racing here at Snetterton for the penultimate time today. On pole position, it is Harry Wyndham. He knows his way around. It's a very, very even start between himself and Mark Campbell, but an even quicker start. Didn't quite pick out who that was. Was that Stephen Pickering already trying to work his way in towards the podium places? I believe it was. And then we've got a real range of cars all fighting over. Stephen Osborne has already tried to work his way up and through the order in the lead of the race. That is the number 15 machine. Which means Mark Campbell has already thrown that car towards the pointy end, picking up a couple of places to the eye as well. I would say is Stephen Osborne. And there's a little bit going on in the background. Number 13, John Wolfe and Martin Adams pairing in the TVR Tuscan are fighting away with the Ford Mustang. But at the moment, that's a cracking start from Mark Campbell, Mark.
Yeah, wouldn't expect anything else from the man from Yarm. So Mark Campbell leads the way at the moment. He's been very successful in this car over the years. We don't see as much of him racing nowadays in the Classic Sports Car Club Swinging 60s as we used to. But when he's out, he's usually at the very pointy end of the order. He leads the way at the moment. In second position is Stephen Pickering. Harry Wyndham's there in third. Fourth is the first of the 3 Datsun 240Zs we've got in the field. So it's Dean Halsey that's there in fourth at the moment. And then it's the gold Jaguar E-Type that's claimed the victory in the hands of Stephen Osborne and Chris Ward in the Mintex Classic K race earlier on. That is the car that sits there in what will be 6th position at the moment. So they're all just feeding their way out of the infield section of the Snetterton 300 through the right-hand Kincup Williams and building the speed as they propel themselves down the Bentley Straight for the first time, with John Wolfe in the TVR V8 looking to try and grab a place, whilst Stephen Pickering has grabbed a place and has taken up the lead of the race. So Mark Campbell in the Triumph no longer leading. By the time we get towards Brundle and Nelson, it's the Sunbeam Tiger of Stephen Pickering that's out front.
Yep, Stephen Pickering picking up that place somewhere down the Bentley Straight, and then that just means we've got to wait for Mark Campbell to see what he can do on the run through Coram. He's there or thereabouts, but by the sounds of it, the Sunbeam is just slightly quicker heading down the straights, and they're nose to tail heading through the final corner, Mark. But the Sunbeam Tiger of Stephen Pickering is just that much quicker in a straight line. You can see the margin is getting wider and wider and wider the further down the straight that they go. Flying into turn 1 on the brakes nice and early is Stephen Pickering, making sure everything's up to temperature. The battle for 4th, however, it's almost a battle for 3rd. That's 2 Jaguar E-Types against the 240Z.
Absolutely, yeah. So Dean Halsey is sticking with them, and John Wolfe making good progress as well at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. He might have come over the start-finish line in 8th position, but he was up to 6th place by the time they got towards Ritchie's Corner. So that is a further couple of places gained there by John Wolfe. So Stephen Pickering out front and leading. Well, he gained 1 place, he gained 2, but one of them has gone back again because it looks as though Steve Hodges at the wheel of the little Lotus 7, of course, much lighter car, can break that little bit earlier than the big V8 engined Tuscan. So just a single net gain in the end for John Wolfe. Stephen Pickering, for the second time of asking, heads in towards the braking area at Agostini. Mark Campbell's Triumph TR4 not too far behind. The battle of the 2 E-Types is going the way of the fixed head coupe variant of Harry Wyndham at the moment, but he's got the car of Stephen Osborne absolutely in his wheel tracks as the pair of them work their way out of Agostini. John Wolfe is still also trying to re-attack Stephen Hodgetts to try and get the TVR Tuscan V8 back through and ahead of the little white Lotus 7 Series 2. So lots of scores to be settled in this one, and remember it's a 40-minute race, and therefore the pit window in this race opens after the first 10 minutes of the race, closes for the final 15 minutes of the race, and everybody has to come into the pits. And because it's a swinging 60s race, it is as quick as you can either change the driver and get them back out into the race, or if you're a single driver, you have to undo your seatbelts, turn the engine off, get out of the car, open the door and close the door, then open it again to get back in, and then get your seatbelts back on and off you go. It's as quick as you can do that if you are a single driver. Harry Wyndham has lost a place there, so no longer is the fixed head coupe E-Type in third position. It's dropped down into fourth because Stephen Osborne has unlocked the door and has snuck himself into the final podium spot in the early stages of this one, whilst the battles through the order still continue. For the lead of the race, Mark Campbell's now trying to go all the way around the outside at Coram to get the inside line in towards the braking area for Murray. Stephen Pickering sees him coming, lets him go, because he knows that the centre straight is about to open up ahead of them, which means that he should be able to propel that Sunbeam Tiger back through into the lead of the race, because he's got the straight line speed advantage. Or has he? It looks as though as they head down the straight this time through, Stephen Pickering isn't trying to take up the lead of the race. Stephen Osborne in third place sets the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 17.972, and is actually 2 seconds quicker than the race leader Mark Campbell, and was the best part of 4 seconds quicker than the second place car that time through. And Stephen Pickering might have just have lost the lead of the race. I think he might have lost second as well. Yes, he has. He's dropped to third position all of a sudden at the wheel of the very fast starting Sunbeam Tiger. It's just starting to unravel for him slightly.
Yeah, it is, and it could unravel yet further, because Harry Wyndham in the sort of baby blue and white Jaguar E-Type is just sat behind him now, not too far adrift. So if anything further happened, you can see as soon as the sort of gold Jaguar E-Type in the hands of Stephen Osborne, as soon as he changes gear, there's big puffs of smoke out of that car, and then yet another position lost there for Stephen Pickering, because that was Harry Wyndham working his way through and past. So maybe some sort of issue in Stephen's car, because he started incredibly well, like you mentioned, in the lead of the race, and then it's all just come undone. And John Wolfe and Martin Adams in that TVR Tuscan, not too far away either.
I did see a little bit of smoke just coming from the tail of it as he accelerated his way out of Murray's last time through, which wasn't really a cause for concern. It was the only obvious visual thing I could pick up on as to why that car might have lost a place or two. But Stephen Pickering, I think, might be in danger of losing a further place here. Yeah, the car's just not as quick in a straight line as it was earlier on, because he's going to get picked off fairly effortlessly by John Wolfe in the TVR this time through. The white TVR with the martini stripes down the centre of it, in the hands of the man that we also saw racing his TVR Grand Tourer in the Classic K Series. He also owns a Lotus 26R. He's also got a vintage Armstrong Siddeley he's building up to do some CSCC racing in as well, I think, John Wolfe. So he's got a nice collection of cars back at home. So we are 3 and a bit minutes away from the pit window opening at this stage. I've only just spotted the blue lights on the front of Martin Reynolds' great big Ford Mustang Mark 1.
Yeah, I saw it earlier on, and I thought it could just be an emergency vehicle in the paddock, or the sun was bouncing off a car at just the right angle. Didn't realise it was the headlights on the front of the Ford Mustang. Another fastest lap of the race initially went to the 15 car of Mark Campbell, but immediately then went back the way of Simon Osborne. That could be the issue, Mark. Just coming past us then was Stephen Pickering, and that was a little bit loud.
It's popping and banging and misfiring as he came over the start-finish line. Yeah, so yeah, not doing what he wants it to do at this stage, and that's why he's lost a little bit of pace down there. You were talking about Mark Campbell setting the fastest lap and then Stephen Osborne setting the fastest lap. Well, split second later, John Wolfe came over the start-finish line at the wheel of the number 13 TVR and bettered both of their laps. So it is John Wolfe now with the fastest lap, 2 minutes 15.436. He will hand the car over to Martin Adams, who, as you were saying, he's driven Mazdas and Triumph TR7s, V8s, and has been racing Triumphs for many years. He has never raced this TVR before, so it will be his first time behind the wheel.
Wow, well, he's got the talent to do so as well, because the Mazda MX-5s, they teach you everything you need to know about racing, and waving the arm around is Stephen Pickering in towards Agostini and in towards retirement, I'm afraid. After starting well, it looked so good. It looked like we would have a good race on the way from Stephen Pickering, but having to force that car into retirement, so too is Dean Halsey. So not 100% sure why Dean Halsey is retiring. It sounded fine when it came by. I didn't really notice an issue. The marshals have now got a busy job of sorting out where to put those cars and get them through the fence back into the paddock. But Harry Wyndham is still pushing forward, trying to catch that lead trio. But there's nothing much he can really do, because John Wolfe is definitely pulling away. We've seen he's the fastest car on circuit, 1.5 seconds quicker than Stephen Osborne, and we know Stephen Osborne doesn't hang about, because, like you said, that car, the 188 bronze and black Jaguar E-Type, won the Mintex Classic K race earlier on this afternoon. it's not exactly slow, but that just shows how quick John Wolf is. And once again, we see the bronze E-Type sliding its way through Coram into the final corner at Murray. Slightly wide, you've got to be careful not to exceed track limits too much. We'll see which way the fastest lap goes next time they cross the line, Mark.
Yeah, remember that Jaguar was out in Classic K, so it's still on its historic spec tyres, so it's always going to move around that little bit more. Again, another new fastest lap of the race from John Wolf in the third place TVR Tuscan. The 5-litre V8 engine propelling it round to a time of 2 minutes 15.108 on that occasion, so he's bringing the lead advantage down. He brought it down by 1.1 seconds to the race leader and brought it down between himself and the car that he's hunting down, this gold Jaguar E-Type, car number 188. It came down by the best part of 1.6 seconds that time through, so rate of close for John Wolf. He should be right onto the tailpipes of Stephen Osborne's Jaguar E-Type at the end of this particular lap, if he keeps going at the pace that he's going at.
Yeah, he's really pushing forward now, and he's still got half an hour, so of course that means the pit window is now open. It opened around about, what, 10 seconds ago, so we could start to see a few cars make their way in towards the pit lane, and if they've got to swap drivers, obviously they will do. If they don't have a second driver, is that a case of just sitting and waiting the mandatory time, or out, close the door and back in?
If memory serves me correctly, single drivers must alight from the car, close the door if it's fitted, reopen the door, and then jump back in the driver's seat. That's the way the regs are written for this car.
And if the door isn't fitted?
If the door isn't fitted, then they can't close it, but they still have to jump out.
You're going to have to try and squeeze your way out of a window or out of the roll cage, however the car is built. The beautiful Plymouth being driven by Alex Elbrow on the way into turn 1. We had a great camera shot. There was flames out of both sides of the car. It looks absolutely brilliant. And now look at that lead gap between the number 15 of Mark Campbell. He's got Stephen Osborne all over his tail. John Wolf not quite as close. This has been a quick lap from Stephen Osborne. See, it's not exactly drift, it's almost a four-wheel drift. You can see the car, it's almost sliding over the surface. It's not gripping to the surface, but still going incredibly quickly is Stephen Osborne behind the wheel. That lead margin is no longer 1.7 seconds. John Wolf in the TVR Tuscan, if anything, I'd say he maybe lost a little bit of time. But once again through the final corner, Stephen Osborne a little bit sideways over the curb and still continuing to chase down Mark Campbell. They cross the line once again. Definitely not 1.7 seconds, more like 0.4 of a second. The personal fastest lap of the race for Simon Osborne. A slower lap definitely that time from John Wolf. I didn't see any mistakes, but that lead battle is getting very, very close. And if they battle as hard as we've seen other cars battle throughout the weekend, that could just be what John Wolf needs to bring him back into the fight.
Yeah, they just hold themselves up that tiny, tiny bit, then John Wolf would edge closer to them. But for the moment, he's just falling away. The lap time he did in third place was 2.3 seconds slower than his previous lap. Harry Wyndham's still there in fourth place. Fifth place is Steve Hodges. So that's the Lotus 7 Series 2 that sits there in that position. That thundering great big number 143 Plymouth that's out there as well, the Plymouth Belvedere. That's a car which threw its water pump belt in qualifying this morning, so that was why that car stopped out on circuit. And one can only imagine that these conditions for Alex Elbrow are far more favourable than the very wet conditions that he was having to wrestle that car around in. Again, you see that huge flame of smoke. A couple of attempts to try and get the car turned into the corner. Nice to have an opposite lock on the power slide on the way out, but brilliant to see that car there. Whether the brakes last for the full 40 minutes or not, I'm not entirely sure, but that's a big old car, but it's great to see it out.
Yeah, it is great to see. The lead gap has opened up just a little bit this time through, and if it was the Plymouth that blew its water pump, which car dropped all the oil? So I don't think we ever found out. I'm sure we'll figure that one out, but at the moment Mark Campbell still leading the race, 0.4 between himself and Simon Osborne last time they crossed the line. It didn't look that much at the start of the straight, but the Jaguar clearly just slightly quicker in a straight line, and Simon Osborne continuing to close that gap. Whereabouts is John Wolf on the circuit, only now working his way through Bundle and Nelson. He's eased off, or he might have some sort of minor issue.
Yeah, he's certainly lost a huge chunk of time, hasn't he, in the last few laps of the race, and is sort of almost doing what Stephen Pickering did in the beginning part of the race, where his car was on fire, literally flying around the circuit in the early stage of the race, and then just dropped away and finally retired. Let's hope it's not going to be a similar outcome for John Wolfe, because Martin Adams will be getting suited and booted and ready to jump on board that car. Further down through the order, we've got some good little fights that are going on as well. We've got the Roy Chamberlain-driven Triumph TR240, who's coming under big old pressure here from Dave Roberts, who manages to squeeze the Datsun 240Z ahead of the 240. And then there's another Triumph at the back of that, and that is the Triumph TR6, the number 78 car that's started by Bailey Frost, and will be handed over to the car's owner, David MacDonald, for the second part of the race. And they are going to be fighting for what will be 8th, 9th and 10th positions, and I'm afraid it was short-lived for the Plymouth. It's out of the race.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a puddle just a little bit further past the car, or maybe it's slowly started to leak some oil, and now there's a little bit of, I think it was blue smoke out the tail end of Dave Roberts' 240. Hopefully that's not another mechanical issue. Now we've got the two Triumphs side by side. Roy Chamberlain on the inside. It will be Bailey Frost on the outside. They're still side by side as they cross the line. Bailey Frost just about in front as they cross the line, so he will have that position, but it'll be the outside for turn one. Who will be able to come out with the position? They're still side by side, nothing to pick between the pair of them. Roy Chamberlain just about gets that position back, but immediately over to the right hand side to defend in towards the Wilson hairpin. And we've got the first of the pit stops, Harry Winderman in the blue Jaguar E-Type.
Yep, so Harry Wyndham is the first to blink. He brings the Jaguar E-Type into the pit lane. He has served his pit stop and will return back out onto the circuit. He's the only taker so far for the pit stops. We've still got plenty of time. There's still got another 9.5 minutes of pit window available. Martin Reynolds now in the sole big American muscle car. Heading around the circuit. He is in 6th position at this stage at the wheel of the Ford Mustang Mark I, and is going very well indeed. But our race leader, Mark Campbell, still has a fairly slender lead, doesn't he? Stephen Osborne has never been too far away, as into the pit lane comes our second pit visitor, and this time it is Mike Stevenson at the wheel of his Datsun 240Z.
Yep, so the number 52 machine into the pit lane. We are now just waiting to see him return to the circuit after his mandatory time has been served, and just a mechanic's head in the cockpit just to figure out what's going on. And now we might see the change for the lead in towards turn one. It is Stephen Osborne on the inside and now into the lead of the race. He's managed to work his way through and past Mark Campbell after just saying the gap wasn't as close as I thought. It has really started to close up again, and it might have just been me, but I thought that camera lens had a few spots of rain on it.
I just spotted that as well, yeah, that camera lens had a couple of spots of rain on it. Can't see any on our commentary box windows at the moment, but there might just be a little bit in the air. It looks fairly grey up there, but it doesn't look ominous grey, if that makes sense. The cloud level looks high enough that maybe we'll get away with it. But as I look over towards the southwest, yeah, there are some grey clouds, and you can see rain falling in a couple of them, so there might be a few spits that could just blow in on the breeze. But the way that the rain is blowing in today is different to yesterday. And the back of the commentary box, yeah, a few spits there as well.
Yeah, rain at turn one as well, we've just heard over the radio, so it's almost a little bit like the Nürburgring. It's raining over one side, completely dry over the other. Into the pit lane comes the number 27 machine, Martin Reynolds in the Ford Mustang Mark I. He will serve his mandatory time in the pit stop. Side by side once again up towards turn one, Roy Chamberlain and Bailey Frost. Bailey Frost this time can't quite get the move done, so Roy Chamberlain will remain in front of Bailey. A long hold in the pit lane there by the second of the Datsun 240s, Mike Stevenson. And now we're just waiting to see what happens with the lead margin. Last time they crossed the line, it was just about Stephen Osborne in second place. However, I think he was in the lead by the time they got to turn one at the end of the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson. Stephen Osborne, he is in front, and he's slowly starting to build that margin, but we've still got a pit stop and maybe traffic to worry about.
Yeah, it may well come down to how they deal with the traffic this race. It actually, as strange as it sounds, may come down to how athletic the drivers are getting in and out of their cars, because it's as quick as you can do it in the swinging 60s. We've just seen Harry Wyndham get out of the Jaguar E-Type and back in a minute and 27 seconds, including the period to drive down the pit lane as well. It took a minute and 54 for the Datsun 240Z, and because the big American muscle car is that little bit easier to get in and out of, Martin Reynolds has just done it in a minute and 11 seconds. Into the pit lane does come Stephen Osborne, so we're about to find out how quickly he can get in and out of the Jag, because he's bringing the number 188 Jaguar E-Type down pit road.
He is indeed, but continuing out to retake the lead of the race will be the number 6 machine of Stephen Pickering. He's just working his way past a little bit of traffic. That was Simon Roos in the 302. In the 302 Ford Mustang. Sorry, Stephen Pickering had retired from the race. It's the number 15 of Mark Campbell that has continued on to retake the lead of the race. I've noticed on the front of Stephen Osborne's car they have applied a little bit of tape, so clearly just a bit of setup work being made on that car. Returning to the circuit is the number 4 of John Leslie in the Reliance Sabre 6 GT. And that was again when you mentioned it's how quickly you can get into and out of the car. Of course, a tiny little car like the Reliance Sabre 6 GT is going to take a little bit longer.
It certainly will, yeah, and whereas the big American muscle cars with bigger doors, it's easy to get in and out of. Out of the pit lane goes the car of Stephen Osborne. He was in and out of the car and only spent 66 seconds in the pit lane, so that's a fairly quick pit stop, I would have said, from Stephen Osborne. So pretty athletic getting in and out, and efficient with the team doing up the straps on the driver's seatbelts and things and getting the car fired back into life again, because you can't be jumping out of the car with the engine still running. The engine's got to be off whilst you do all of that, and more cars diving for the pit lane. John Crayston is into the pit lane, and we've also got a driver change taking place now because Bailey Frost is done with driving duties, and it will be David MacDonald that jumps on board the dark blue Triumph TR6.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whereabouts they retake to the circuit, because of course they were battling with Roy Chamberlain prior to their pit stop. We've still got another couple of driver changes to make. Of course, we need John Wolfe into the pit lane to hand over to Martin Adams, and then the 193 Lotus Elan Plus 2 comes into the pit lane, which is Oliver Smith handing over to Richard Mitchell. Go on.
It looks as though the car of Chris Blewett comes into the pit lane. Now, this is going to be one of the more difficult cars to get in and out of. There we go. Look, not the easiest thing to get in and out of. So Chris Blewett is out of the car. He's now got to contort himself to get back in. As into the pit lane comes the race leader. So race leader Mark Campbell is in. Now, how quickly can he get out of the car, close the door, open it, get back in, get the seatbelts done up and get back on track, because the man from the northeast of the country is coming to a halt now in the pit lane and is about to conduct his mandatory pit stop with 19 minutes remaining.
Yep, so this will be from the race lead. Interesting to see whereabouts Stephen Osborne will come back. Did he close the door? I wasn't looking at the time. I was looking down at my sheet, to be honest.
No, he did. He did close the door, yeah.
Okay, so literally blink of an eye. That's how quickly he can do it. And then it's just belts being done up, and he's got someone helping with that, which I'd imagine will help the time just go a tiny bit quicker. Struggling to get the belts done up. We'll have a look for Stephen Osborne and try and figure out whereabouts he is in the bronze Jaguar E-Type. I think that's him heading through Coram now. It is indeed. Murray's is on the way, and looking at the stage that Mark Campbell is at with the belts, I think Stephen Osborne will well and truly be in the lead of the race.
Yeah, it's been a slower stop, hasn't it, for Mark Campbell? He just was fiddling around with the belts for a good period of time, and Stephen Osborne now is going to come back over the start-finish line. He won't be in the lead of the race yet because other cars haven't stopped as yet, but he is running third in the race and is the first of those that has conducted a pit stop, and he's already through Ritchie's corner, and not as yet have we even seen Mark Campbell starting to turn a wheel down pit lane. There he goes. He's finally off now and starting to exit pit lane, so that has been a much slower stop from Mark Campbell. Stephen Osborne was, what, 1 minute and 6 seconds. Mark Campbell, as he leaves the pit lane, it is going to be 1 minute and 31 seconds. He was 25 seconds slower going through exactly the same process in his car than Stephen Osborne was at the wheel of the Jaguar E-Type.
Which again makes it really interesting, because you could be a couple of tenths slower on the circuit, but if you're, say, 25 seconds quicker in the pit stop, you might not have the quicker car, but if you've got the quicker pit stop, that's what can really mix up the order, and that's what makes the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1 and 2 so close in terms of how the pit stops will work. We've got the number 74 machine in. That is Dave Roberts in the blue and red Datsun 240Z. Retaking to the circuit is Simon Roos in the 302 red and black Ford Mustang, and we wait the appearance of John Wolfe and Martin Adams, because that is the car in theory in the lead of the race, working their way through Coram in towards Murray's for what will be the night time, and a spin one way, spin the other, and couldn't quite collect the moment up. So clearly struggling to put the power down is the number 15, Mark Campbell. It's going from bad to worse. You spotted it before I did, Mark.
Yeah, he just dipped the right rear wheel beyond the curb line coming out of Agostini, and that allowed the car to sort of spin up and slew from one side of the circuit to the centre of it. So he tried to catch it, and then the pendulum started to take effect. After lots of arm twirling, finally the car got away from his grasp and he was out of the race. Into the pit stop. But into the pits comes for its pit stop John Wolfe. So this is number 13 TVR Tuscan that taken up the lead of the race. He'll be handing it over to Martin Adams, and Steve Hodges, who was in second place at the wheel of the Lotus 7, also enters the pit lane now as well. So that means that there's only another car or so now that needs to pit, one of which is Roy Chamberlain at the wheel of the Triumph TR250, and I think he's the only car now that's still circulating that still at some point needs to stop.
Yep, absolutely. There is the number 15 machine going through Brundle and Nelson now. He's not going as fast as you'd expect. We've seen Mark Campbell go a lot quicker than that, so maybe some sort of issue there for Mark Campbell. He's just working his way through Coram now, so whatever the issue was in the pit stop, maybe just belts not quite where he would like them, that's cost him time, and then the spin coming out of Agostini, that's cost him more time, and now, yes, definitely going a lot slower than you'd expect, so potentially now mechanical issues as well. We wait for the appearance of the Wolfe and Adams car, which has already gone out onto the circuit. So that will now be Martin Adams behind the wheel of that TVR Tuscan V8. A bit of a wobble, almost a carbon copy there from Stephen Osborne on the exit of Agostini in the bronze E-Type. It was a little bit left and a little bit right, but he got the moment collected up just about in time, waiting for the lead gap. But yes, definitely into the pit lane comes Mark Campbell, so some sort of issue on that car that has caused it to slow down quite significantly and bleed their way in towards the pit lane. So that means there's some sort of mechanical issue. I know Mark has gone running down there to try and figure out what's gone on. Has he put that car straight into the garage or even straight into the paddock so he can put it on the trailer and go home for the day? The number 67 Lotus Elan comes through. That's Jonathan Crayston, absolutely screaming the Lotus Elan S4. Mark, have you got something for us down there? I think maybe just clicking the microphone. Thought I heard something, but clearly not. I'm sure he'll cue up to us as soon as he has something down. And the news from the pit lane, Simon Osborne still leading the way in the 188 bronze Jaguar E-Type, and it is now Martin Adams behind the wheel of the TVR Tuscan V8 who awaits their appearance through Brundle or through Coram and in towards Murray's. They are working their way through through Coram now. As we looked up, they were going through the bomb hole as the leader's already going into Ritchie's at turn one. Mark, what have you got for us?
I've got a Mark Campbell who instantly brought the car into the garage and has retired it. Mark, go through the process of what happened and ultimately what's caused the retirement.
Well, I think I was just a little bit hot coming out the pits there and had a bit of a pretty big spin actually coming through the complex area, and as soon as I got back on the track there's a very nasty rumbling, the steering wheel's off track. I think I've bent or damaged something on the suspension somewhere, so I'd give it a little try, but it wasn't going to work, I'm afraid. So.
It was just a small little wheel beyond the curb line coming out of Agostini. Lots of arm twirling because the pendulum effect started to kick in for you.
That's right, yeah. I mean, it was a full workout on the arms, that's for sure. Yeah, I was just trying a little bit too hard, knowing fine well we had a hell of a bit of a battle there with that beautiful E-Type, which is, wow, what a car that is, yeah.
Shame for this weekend. Back out for some more later on in the year.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, we'll be out at some point in the near future.
Well, sorry to see that you've retired, but good luck for the rest of the season. So there's Mark Campbell. We'll go back upstairs to Jack.
Thank you, Mark, and yeah, great to hear from Mark Campbell, and hopefully that car gets all fixed and sorted, and we do see it out later on this year. And yeah, an odd little incident, but to be fair to him, he did just say it could have just been me trying a little bit too hard upon retaking to the circuit that has slightly bent the suspension or steering or something like that. But yeah, he's done the correct thing, returned to the pit lane and made sure that car can can minimise any sort of damage. We still have Stephen Osborne in the lead of the race. Martin Adams, upon getting behind the wheel of that TVR Tuscan V8, is continuing to circulate some 25 seconds behind, and then we get back to the second Jaguar E-Type of Harry Wyndham. We've already seen both of these out today in the Mintex Classic K, both Stephen Osborne and Harry Wyndham. Stephen Osborne won that one with Chris Ward alongside. Stephen Osborne taking part in this race solo, just over 11 minutes of the race remaining. Going over the start-finish line to take another lap in the book, lap number 12 completed by Stephen Osborne. Traffic is slowly starting to become an issue, but it's not ever becoming too much to the point where it's hindering him. Over the line goes the 44 and the 4. That's Chris Blewett and John Leslie. They are in a battle together, pardon me. They are both on the same lap by the looks of that, and there's 0.6 separating the pair of them. They will just be heading up towards the Wilson hairpin now. A bit of attention being paid to the number 27 machine, that being Martin Reynolds. Mark, what have you got?
Yeah, down there, and I could just hear the conversations going on. The mechanics instantly out to look around the tail end of the car. They were looking at the tyres and checking the tyre pressures, and Martin was saying, I think it's a puncture, I think there's something wrong, but the tyre pressures that are coming back off the car, not suggesting it's a puncture, so it might be something more fundamental with the drivetrain at the back of the car.
That's the last thing you want to hear, especially at this stage of the race. We have seen a change for 9th place. The number 4 machine of John Leslie has managed to work his way through and past the number 44 Ginetta G12 of Chris Blewett. So it is now the Red Reliant Sabre 6 GT up into 9th place. And we're just waiting for yet further cars to try and close up. Potentially an issue or just a slight loss of power very briefly there for Chris Blewett. He seemed very slow coming out of Hamilton, but he is now back up to race pace. Maybe a slight mistake on the way in. Still attention being made or being placed on that 4, but no, Hans device coming off and stepping out of the car there is Martin Reynolds. So maybe stepping out to have a look for himself, or to decide to put that car in towards retirement. Over the line comes the number 67 machine, that being Jonathan Crayston. He's currently sat in 7th place. He's got 12 seconds up the road to the next car, and the car sat behind him, the number 53 machine, that is Roy Chamberlain. We wait for his arrival. He is clearly elsewhere around the circuit, nowhere to really worry about, so for the moment that means Jonathan Crayston hasn't really got too much to worry about. He's got a lot of circuit to himself. The leader comes back through again, ticking lap number 13 in the book, 2 minute 18.334, so some 3 seconds slower than we've seen him go throughout this race. We know that the John Wolfe and Martin Adams TVR Tuscan V8 has got a lot of pace in there, 2 minute 15.108 posted by John Wolfe before he's handed the car over to Martin Adams. Mark, from the pit lane.
I always hate having to chat to drivers when they've just had to retire a car, but Martin, it seemed as though you thought there might be a puncture and they've had a look into it and it's not quite the case.
No, it's shredded the wheel nuts on the back splicers. So I was getting a lot of vibration, and in the corners I was getting a lot of speed wobbles, so I knew there was something wrong.
the end of what's been a busy weekend for you?
Yeah, full of DNFs.
Unfortunately, on to the next one though. Thruxton's next up.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to Thruxton.
Well, sorry you've had a retirement, Martin.
Thank you very much, thank you.
There we go, that's why Martin Reynolds and the Mustang Mach 1 are out of the race.
Such a shame. I can only imagine it's due to the immense power and the torque being put through those wheel nuts on the Ford Mustang Mach 1. Like you mentioned, Mark, Thruxton next. Braver man than I am. That is a very, very quick car, very heavy car to take to Thruxton as well. The 3rd place car just coming through, 2:23.005 has been put in for Harry Wyndham, and it's the number 43 car. Somewhat under the radar performance from Steve Hodges in the White Lotus 7 Series 2. He's just circulating exactly where he needs to. 1 minute and 18 seconds behind the leader, so still quite a way away from any sort of positional change for the moment, but he's just been lapping consistently, which is exactly what you need to do. And then we get a great battle coming across the line. That is the number 74 machine that currently sat in 6th place. That's being Dave Roberts. I've got a feeling he is battling away with Dave McDonald. So Dave Roberts against Dave McDonald. Dave Roberts in the Datsun 240Z, Dave McDonald in the Triumph TR6. Across the line in a few moments' time will come our race leader once again. Thundering by is Simon Roos in the 5-litre V8 Ford Mustang. Across the line once again goes Stephen Osborne, and again we just await the arrival of Martin Adams, working his way through the bomb hole now. Last time through was a 2-minute 22.366, the first time he has ever driven this car, so very fair play to Martin Adams. I'd imagine it's not the easiest car to drive in the world. Just dealing with a little bit of lap traffic there is Stephen Osborne, and back across the line comes the battle between 4 and 44. Now, Mark, I know you were down in the pit lane, but there's been a great little battle between Chris Blewett and John Leslie. Not two cars that you wouldn't expect to see fighting away, but it's either been late braking or a little cutback or a better run onto the straight, and at the moment it seems like John Leslie is the better of the two, but every time you look, Chris Blewett is on the other way around. It's great.
And those two drivers have been racing in the Classic Sports Car Club Swinging 60s for a very, very good number of years, so they know each other well. They know how to race very close to each other, very hard indeed. They're just coming around through Palmer now. As they're doing that, our race leader, with 5.5 minutes to go, is turning his way out of Oggies and up towards Williams. He's on lap number 15 at the moment, is Stephen Osborne. Fastest lap of the race is still with John Wolfe, isn't it, before he handed over the number 13 TVR Tuscan to Martin Adams, and it certainly looks as though they're on for a reasonable performance as well. Harry Wyndham completing the top three at the wheel of the second of the two Jaguar E-types, and then it's going to be the number 43 Lotus that sits there next up, which is Steve Hodges, who's come from 10th on the grid and is now running in 4th place. The Frost and MacDonald, Bailey Frost and David MacDonald, Triumph TR6 is there in 5th position, number 78, and completing the top 6 is one of the cars you were alluding to just a few moments ago, Dave Roberts at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z.
Yeah, it's been great to watch, and typically the best weather we've had all day, it comes at towards the end of the penultimate race, and yeah, not only did you mention that this is Martin Adams' first time in the car. Now that sounds very flat indeed. Dave Roberts has had a misfire by the sounds of that in the Datsun 240, so up towards turn 1 goes Dave Roberts. He's still circulating. He might be able to get that car to an escape road or even all the way around the circuit. But yeah, obviously you mentioned Martin Adams. It's the first time he's driven that TVR Tuscan V8, and it's not only in this race, I'm sure he's done a tiny bit of testing as well, but you can see the lap time slowly falling as he gets used to the car, used to the circuit, and he's really starting to come on. And a 2-minute 21, that's quicker than anybody else around him, bar the leader. So Martin Adams is doing everything he needs to do.
Yeah, I honestly don't think they'll have tested the car. I think they'll have been straight into it in qualifying for the first time. So yeah, Martin calling on those many years of racing experience that he's got, largely all in Triumphs, but more recently in things like Mazdas, where he shared with his son Rob. So Martin just picking his way out of Murray's and over the start-finish line. The gap between the TVR Tuscan in 2nd place and the race-leading Jaguar E-Type is still extending in reality, so that time through it's come out by another 2.2 seconds, so it's 43.5 seconds almost the gap first to second in this race. But Martin Adams equally as much is not under pressure either, is he, because Harry Wyndham is a long way off him, and the car that was slowing out on circuit, Dave Roberts, has now retired. So out of the 3 240Zs that started the race, we're now down to just a single one of them.
Yeah, it's definitely a race of attrition. We saw this yesterday in the final race of the day. That was for the Wasp New Millennium and Vroom Builders Open Series. A race of attrition. There was a number of retirements as well. I think that's what the 3rd car we've seen retire, and a big moment just about collected up by Martin Adams. Mark, you saw that?
Yeah, he came out of Palmer and the car got away from him, so it sort of slewed from one side of the circuit to the other, and a bit like Mark Campbell, the pendulum effect was starting to kick in, and he, I think, lifted off the gas. The tail end just managed to get back where he wanted it to be, and he ended up briefly with 2, if not nearly all 4 wheels on the grass on the left-hand side of the circuit, having just come out of Palmer. So yeah, gathered up a scary moment. That would have spiked the heart rate, I would have thought.
Yeah, and I'd imagine Palmer is probably going to be one of the slower corners for him for the final lap or 2 that we're going to get. Whereabouts is Stephen Osborne? We will look for him on the cameras. He is just coming out of the final corner now, up the start-finish straight. The last lap was a 2:18, and we have 2 minutes 7. So on to the final lap of the race goes Stephen Osborne. And it's been a fairly easy race for him. At the start there was a little bit to think about, but as soon as the pit window opened, from that point he was just driving away with that. So yeah, it seems like a fairly easy race. Another big wobble there from Chris Blewett in the bright yellow Ginetta G12, still giving chase to John Leslie's red Reliant Sabre 6 GT. That's been a great battle that hasn't disappeared all race long. And that's the battle for 9th, believe it or not. So you don't even need to be battling for the win, and you end up with a really close battle throughout the race. And that is one of the battles that just hasn't dissipated, the one between John Leslie and Chris Blewett.
No, they're still busy squabbling away, even whilst Martin Adams scythes his way past them at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan to go on to his last lap of the race. So, yeah, we've still got John Leslie and Chris Blewett still squabbling away as to ultimately who wants to finish in what will be 8th place and who wants to finish in 9th place, because of course they've all gained another place now as a result of the retirement of Dave Roberts at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. Now, is Chris Blewett having another little look up the inside as they head in towards the braking area for the Wilson hairpin? I think he was possibly there. However, we need to keep an eye on what's going on with our race leader, because for the final time he is just sliding his way out of Williams and down the Bentley straight. It's going to be a dominant win in the end for Stephen Osborne, Jack, but that doesn't really tell the story of how he was trying to grab the lead of the race away from Mark Campbell in the early stages of the race and the battle they were having.
No, I've got a feeling it would have been a very, very different race if Mark Campbell had continued on. He was going very, very quick, and Stephen Pickering as well was up there. There was lots of battles going on, and unfortunately with the various mechanical issues and mechanical retirements that we've seen throughout this race, it's not been as close as we would have liked to see it. Just working his way through the final corner is Dave McDonald in the Triumph TR6, taking over from Bailey Frost at the midpoint of the race. That car currently sat in 5th place, but out of the final corner for the final time comes the 188 bronze and black Jaguar E-Type, that being Stephen Osborne, and that's 2 from 2 race wins so far today as he crosses the line now. And that is another win and another trophy to add to the collection. Very well driven from Stephen Osborne. Of course, he knew the circuit as well as he could in the current conditions, having raced in the Mintex Classic K earlier on. And now we just await the arrival. I'd imagine it might be a little bit of a wait for John Wolfe and Martin Adams. They're just working their way through the bomb hole. Across the line comes the number 53 of Roy Chamberlain. He had his fair share of battles throughout the race, but they slowly started to dissipate as well towards the end. The next car to cross the line will be the 302 Mustang of Simon Roos, and thundering past the checkered flag now he goes. And if we look towards the final corner, the battle between both John Leslie and Chris Blewett is raging away. However, John Wolfe and Martin Adams cross the line to finish 2nd after starting, I think it was 13th place on the grid, 14th place on the grid, pardon me. So 14th place. They have fought their way right the way up to 2nd, eventually out of the battle between John Leslie, pardon me, and the 44 of Chris Blewett. It was just John Leslie that got the better. There was not much in it at the line by the looks of that. 0.3 of a second after battling all race long. 0.3 of a second was all it was. Crossing the line now to round out the podium is Harry Wyndham in the blue Jaguar E-Type, and 4th place, that is the number 43 machine of Steve Hodges in the Lotus 7 Series 2. I think we've only got one more car to cross the line, and that is the David McDonald and Bailey Frost Triumph TR6, wherever they are on circuit. They're just working their way through the bomb hole for the final time, and then it's just the long right-hander at Coreham before they jump on the brakes at Murray's and find their way crossing the line for the final time this weekend. And of course, we've only got one more race remaining today. It is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. That'll be getting underway in a few moments' time. But this race, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2, is just about to get its final finisher across the line. And there goes the 78 of David McDonald. Bailey Frost handed the car over fairly early, and David McDonald took over and took the car to the line. So let's have a look to see what is going to happen with the results, if we can get those up on screen now, which we do. Stephen Osborne takes the win ahead of John Wolfe and Martin Adams, and it's Harry Wyndham and Steve Rogers ahead of David McDonald, Bailey Frost, Jonathan Clayston, Roy Chamberlain, John Leslie, Chris Blewett and Mike Stevenson rounds out the top 10, and it was John Wolfe that set the fastest lap of the race. Simon Roos, the final of our finishers, finishing in 11th place. We had a number of retirements, and including Dave Roberts. Whilst he retired, he also had a penalty applied as well. That's such a shame, and very early on we lost Stephen Pickering as well in the Sunbeam Tiger. And Mark, you're down in the pit lane with 2 of our drivers.
Yeah, we're going to start with John Wolfe. The car finished second. We've lost the race leader. Stephen Osborne has already gone through into the paddock area, so we'll grab our second and third place drivers. John Wolfe started behind the wheel of the number 13 TVR, and there was work to be done because you were 14th on the grid, John.
Yeah, when I was sitting in the collecting area, I was thinking there is no chance of getting past all that lot in front of me and getting up to the front. But you know, when you're on a mission, you're on a mission, and sometimes that helps to see those other people in front of you.
You were absolutely flying for the first few laps, and then it just seemed as though you got sort of lap 4, lap 5, and did that point, did you back it off a bit, or was there something going on inside the car at that point?
It was definitely, there was less grip. I don't know what it was. It was either there was some moisture on the track or something, but it was definitely less grippy, and I had a couple of little moments, and we'll look at them on the data, but it was definitely not as quick. Something happened, but I think it was grip, just less grip. Less bravery, maybe.
Well, you certainly got the fastest lap of the race. I think that's... You were talking about there were a few moments. Martin Adams, you were driving the car for the first time, and it's fair to say you had quite a moment coming out of Palmer.
I was just showing off, really, Mark. You know, just seeing John had done such a great job first time round. You know, I couldn't match that lap time, especially as his car. You know, it would be rude, wouldn't it, to beat his lap time? So. Yeah, it was exciting.
Lots of arm twirling. You nearly lost it. You were 4 wheels on the grass on the inside as you tried to recover.
Yeah, that was mind focusing. Yeah. It's a very quick car, and it's very, very easy to break traction, even in the dry. But it was a little bit slippy there. Yeah.
And as you've largely behaved yourself, he might even ask you back for another go.
I don't know, I hope so, but who knows.
Well done, Martin. Congratulations to Martin Adams and John Wolfe, who finished in second place. We'll grab a word with the third place driver, Harry Wyndham, because he's here. And thankfully, Stephen Osborne has found his way back to us as well, so we will get a word with the winner. Harry, quick chat with you. We spoke to you earlier on, back out for another go and blowing those cobwebs away, because as you said earlier on, it's been a while since you last raced.
I know, but it was fun. Loved it. I had a rather lonely race in the end there, but it was fun going around and remembering everything, looking at the sun coming down and warming up a bit. So, no, had a lovely time, thank you, and I'm looking forward to coming out again later in the year.
Classic Sports Car Club, you know, they always make you feel very welcome, and it's always a good standard of driving out there with mutual respect amongst the drivers.
Absolutely, it's great, you know, that people make sure they're in the right place, you know, people see you coming, make polite signals. I hope I make polite signals to people who I might not see coming, but no, it's a great atmosphere, it's a lovely club, I'll be back, definitely.
We look forward to seeing you back, Harry, as well. Of course we'll have you back, So let's wander over and grab a quick word, if we can, with our race winner, who is standing alongside the beautiful Jaguar E-Type, Stephen Osborne. Stephen, 2 races today and 2 race wins, so that's largely gone to plan, surely.
Very happy with that, indeed. Very happy, considering we came here on Friday, tested wet quali, you know, for both races, and then ended up with a pole on both events. So we're very happy with that, and great prep by the guys at ADP Classic Racing. I mean, they've absolutely nailed it.
Of course, you're going around on the historic tyre, so the car's moving around a lot more, but it didn't stop you having a great battle with Mark Campbell in the TR.
No, exactly. I mean, towards the end of the race, though, those tyres have gone. They've done the hour at the Mintex Classic K. We swapped the rears round, but yeah, towards the end, that was hard.
Enjoyable day. You ready for a rest?
Definitely ready for a rest. I think a curry and a beer is in order.
Sounds very good indeed. So that's our final driver that we're going to chat to from the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Final race of the day is just heading out onto the circuit. Future Classics are heading out there, so let's head back upstairs to Jack.
Thank you very much, Mark, and yeah, great to hear from our drivers and such a nice group of people as well. And you mentioned it down there, CSCC as a club, they have an immense level of driving, and all the drivers make you feel very welcome. Currently out on circuit for the final race of the day is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics on their warming up lap. Let's have a look at how they will line up for the final time this weekend. It is Stephen Scott Dunwoody in the beautiful Voltiera Cosworth RS 500, lining up alongside the number 11 pairing of James Neal and Neil Harvey. Richard Harmon lines up in third with Hugh Gurney in fourth. David Noons lines up in fifth with the Irons and Severs pairing. Matthew Irons and Jake Severs starting in sixth. And it's the Ellis pairing lining up alongside, followed by Andy Bailey, and then it's the Wright pairing of Michael Wright and Liam Wright starting in ninth, followed by Darren Claydon, and the Spooner and Smith pairing then of Simon Spooner and Joshua Smith. Keir Edmonds starts in 12th, with Matthew Lewis starting in 13th place in the Marcos Manjula. And then it's Steve Thompson in the Porsche 944 starting in 14th. Rob Hardy starts in 15th. Colin Claxton, keep an eye on him, working his way up through the order from 16th place. And then it's Sam Moody and the Thompson and Piddock pairing starting in 18th place. And we will wait for the final couple of rows to form up. It's Thomas Hendry and Les Conway starting in 20th place. Les Conway at the very tail end of the order, but no time set by Rob Crissell in the BMW 320i, so keep an eye on him as well, just trying to work his way up and through the order. So the final race of the day, another 40-minute race on the way. For the drivers that are sharing, of course, they've got to do a driver change, and the drivers that aren't, they've got to make sure they complete their mandatory pit stop as well. But another 40 minutes of action on the way. A quick shuffle of the paperwork to make sure we've got all the information we need. Thank you to everybody downstairs as well for keeping us well informed up here of starting drivers and amendments to programme and everything like that, so we can make sure we bring you the most up-to-date information as possible. In the number 11 machine, it will be Neil Harvey starting the Porsche 911 964. Keep an eye out on that car. That's been going very well all weekend. In the number 37, Matthew Irons and Jake Severs. It's Matthew Irons starting the BMW 323i. Jake Severs will get in the car, and Jake's a quick pedaler. He put in the fastest quali time for that car, so keep an eye out for that once leaving the pit lane. In the number 78 machine, it's Bailey Frost that will start that car. Sorry, that was in the previous race. In the number 25 machine, it's Michael Wright starting that, handing over to Liam at the halfway point in the race. 131, Andrew Thompson will start that car, hand over to Chris Piddock for the final part of the race. And then the final mixed driver car will be Simon Spooner starting the race in the 281 BMW 325i E30. Joshua Smith will take over for the final part of the race. The safety car queue just forming up, making sure that everybody is in neat 2x2 order for the final time this weekend, just working its way through quorum, controlling the pace for the grid for the final time this weekend is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. And Mark, drivers to watch quickly before we get underway.
Well, Stephen Scott Dunwoody, it's good to see him out. I haven't seen him race this particular car before, though, so I think he's going to be one of the ones to watch. And I'm surprised Keir Edmonds at the wheel of his Porsche is down in 12th position, so I'd keep an eye on him as well to see if he can make progress.
Well, all will be revealed in 40 minutes' time. We will see whereabouts the relevant drivers form up, especially after the pit stops as well. But for the final time this weekend, it's Stephen Scott Dunwoody on pole position with Neil Harvey alongside. The red lights go out now, and it's already a great start. And slowly trying to just edge his way in front is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Neil Harvey on the outside. They're almost side by side heading into turn one, but the Ford Escort manages to get into the lead and try and extend a bit of a margin early on. There was a bit of a lock-up heading in towards turn one, up towards Wilson for the first time. It looks like Scott Dunwoody has just about managed to put enough of a bridge between himself and Neil Harvey just to not have to worry about defending as of yet. But that's a very, very busy hairpin, Mark, and we've got 40 minutes of this.
Yeah, Tony Harmon, I think it was, that was there in third place. Remember, he's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits because of his win at Silverstone. But the car I really picked up on was Darren Claydon, car number 351, got a rocket of a start from 10th position on the grid, and I think that's him in 4th place at the moment. So if that's the case, he absolutely nailed the start. It's certainly a white Porsche 944. Yeah, that's car number 351. Big lock brakes for the Talbot Sunbeam Laters of Martin Ellis. That car did very few laps in qualifying, so Martin trying to carve that car further up through the order. And you were asking about cars to watch out for. That's another one we need to keep an eye on. That number 14 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus is going to be quick in the hands of the driver that's starting it, which is Martin Ellis. It's going to be indecently quick and quicker in the hands of Matthew Ellis, that is scheduled to take over later on. So that's a car I would expect potentially could be a race winner.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it in the West, scrambling around for grip, desperately trying to post in a qualifying time. But of course, they left the pit lane with only 1 lap to spare, so they could only go out and complete 1 flying lap. And Matthew Ellis set that lap time after spinning on his out lap. He knew he was pushed for time, flat out down the start-finish straight. The car was kinking left and right, just desperately trying to scramble for grip, and eventually managed to get that car onto the 4th row of the grid, starting in 7th place. That was an interesting qualifying for Matthew Ellis, I'm sure, after spinning on the out lap and then struggling for grip in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then even 5th. Now he's got dry conditions, like you say, we've got to keep an eye on him.
No, absolutely, yeah, we need to keep an eye on him to see how he's going. Good little fight forming for 2nd and 3rd place as Neil Harvey is getting caught by Richard Harmon. I think I referred to him as Tony Harmon. Tony Harmon is the chief scrutineer for Classic Sports Car Club, so I got the names mixed up. It's Richard Harmon that's there, and he will be the driver that has the time penalty. He is not that far away from the 9.64 that lies ahead of him as they head up towards Richie's corner. Further down through the order, we've got the Marcus Manchula of Matthew Lewis busy fighting away with car number 191. That's Hugh Gurney, who qualified 4th but has rather dropped through the order a little bit, and there's another BMW sitting right behind him. That would be the number 25 car that started by Simon Spooner, I think. So those 2 cars busy squabbling away. No, it's not. It's a number 16 car that's right behind him, which is David News, who is driving solo in that one. So 37 minutes of the race still to go. Stephen Scott Dunwoody has only completed 1 lap, but he leads by nearly 5 seconds.
Yeah, he's really been pushing forward on that first lap, and that's the best way to do it, just whilst everybody else is trying to get some temperature in the tyres. Somebody going very, very late on the brakes, a little bit of a lock-up there. I didn't quite pick out who that was. It could have potentially been Matthew Lewis just going slightly deep on the brakes. Heading through Agostini now is David Nunes, trying to chase down the 191 of Hugh Gurney in the sort of works liveried BMW. So it's a bit of a battle between the BMWs at the moment. So the lead BMW being Hugh Gurney, desperately trying to just run away and not fall foul of the pressure being applied behind. But an amazing start, like you said, Mark, from Stephen Scott Dunwoody. And then it is the number 11 machine of James Neal and Neil Harvey in the Porsche 911, pardon me, who's desperately just trying to push forward. But it's going to be really tricky to live with that Ford Sierra Cosworth.
It's going to be really tricky to live with it. It's also going to be difficult to see where the pressure might come from to Stephen Scott Dunwoody, because for whatever reason on that lap, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that was gaining places ended up losing 12 in the end, so it came through in 19th position in the hands of Martin Ellis at the end of the lap. So there's even more work to do now to try and claw that car up through the order, if it's capable of doing it. It's still out there on circuit. I can see it down towards the bottom of the Bentley straight through Brundle and Nelson. It will be heading shortly, but it's got huge amounts of traffic to try and work its way through and past, while Stephen Scott Dunwoody heads over the start-finish line and at the wheel of the Ford Sierra Cosworth sets the fastest lap of the race on the first of the flying laps. 2 minutes 14.749 is the fastest lap that we've got, and his lead advantage now stretches to over 8 seconds after just 2 laps.
So it is still, of course, the battle for 2nd place, which is where we need to be watching. It's 11 of Neil Harvey that is still desperately trying to defend the best he can from the 51 of Richard Harmon. Richard Harmon, like you said, Mark, carrying that 20-second penalty. So still something to think about later on in the race. We've still got 4 minutes until the pit window opens. It's the battle of the Porsches in the mid-pack. That is number 39 of Rob Hardy in the black and gold Porsche 944, doing what he can to defend and working their way back up through the order now is the Martin and Matthew Ellis Talbot Sunbeam. Whatever the issue was, they've clearly fixed it, because I saw them lock up in towards Agostini on the first lap. whether that was just cold tyres and they didn't get them sort of up to temperature on the warming up lap, whatever that issue was, they fixed it and they're fighting their way back through.
Yeah, clawing their way back through, so it will be Rob Hardy's Porsche is going to be the next of the cars that Martin Ellis is going to want to try and weave his way through and past, and after that, then it's the largely white 944, but with the dark blue and the yellow flashes to it, and that's in the hands of Steve Thompson, who is having, I think, his first weekend of racing in this particular car. Well, Martin Ellis is on the grass heading down the Bentley Straight. He clips the marker board as well at the 300 marker board down the Bentley Straight. Quite why he wanted to go so far beyond the Porsches to overtake them, I don't know. I don't think he was squeezed in any way, shape or form from what I could see. But all four wheels, whilst flat out on what is damp grass down the Bentley Straight, and he got away with that. He still overtook one of the Porsches. He could have had both of them had he kept all four wheels on the tarmac.
Potentially, it could have been a bit of strategy, because we know how quick Stephen Scott Dunwoody is, and if he is braking at that 3 marker board, what's the best way to slow them down? Just get rid of the 3 marker board altogether, and that is what he's done. Heading in towards Murray's now, the final corner just up the road is Rob Hardy. We saw him earlier on. He's now got to try and fend off the attentions of Martin Ellis, but it's only going to go one way down the straight. Look how quick that Talbot Sunbeam is. Across the start-finish line goes to number 14. How quick was that lap? Still pushing forward, a 2-minute 22.745, so some 10 seconds slower than the race leader, but a very quick lap time, bearing in mind he had to work past some traffic and he had 4 wheels off the road at one point.
Yeah, scary moment that would have been, but yeah, gathered up, and we'll see as to when the cars come into the pits where they're sharing, how soon Martin Ellis will come in to hand over to Matthew Ellis, who is the quicker of the two, but the pit window won't even open for another couple of minutes as yet. Neil Harvey is still now looking to see if he can make his way back ahead of the car he's just lost a place to, because Richard Harman at the wheel of the 944 Turbo is now up into second position and ahead of the largely white 964, the number 11 car of Neil Harvey, having dropped down into third position. In a straight line, the 944 Turbo is more than a match for the 3.8 litre normally aspirated Porsche that sits behind. So it's still a Porsche in second and third place, but it's the 944 now ahead of the 911 shaped machine. We've still got the car in fourth place now. That's changed as well last time around, because Darren Claydon, the fast starting number 351 car, has now been overtaken and passed by Matthew Lewis at the wheel of the Marcus Manchula, and that car's going well because it started 13th. It's now up into fourth position, the number 75 car.
Yeah, very, very quick lap indeed from Matthew Lewis over the final few laps. He's just slowly been ticking away from the car behind, and not the fastest in terms of the cars around him, but he is pulling away from the cars behind, and that's exactly what you need to do, especially in the pit stop race as well. We have had a change for second place that time through, the number 51. That was Richard Harman, of course, but with that 20-second penalty, he may have to give that up in the pit stop. A personal fastest lap, and our timing screen is glowing purple and green. The fastest lap of the race for Scott Dunwoody, a 2 minutes 11.753, but a lot of the drivers improving.
A lot of the drivers improving, but Stephen Scott Dunwoody, the best part of still 3 seconds quicker than anybody else that's out there at the moment, so he's just maintaining his pace. We're only a few seconds away from the pit window opening as well, so remember, it opens after the first 10 minutes of the race and remains open for 15 minutes and then closes for the final 15 minutes of the race. And again, for this particular category, as it is the Future Classics, it is a timed pit stop, so the regulations have changed a little bit over recent years, but for the Future Classics for this year, it is now back to a timed pit stop, so pit in to pit out cannot be any shorter than 1.5 minutes.
Unless you have a penalty, of course.
Unless you have a penalty and you're Richard Harman, and then it's got to be 1 minute and 50 seconds.
100%, and of course that's 20 seconds in the pit stop. It evens it out. Giving 20 seconds up on circuit, it can quite easily result in positions, because it's very tricky to get that bang on. And of course, Richard Harman, with it being 1 minute and 50 seconds from pit in to pit out, he's got to make sure he nails that. If he's under, he can risk getting a further penalty. The Ellis is already moving up through the order once again, now up into ninth place. So Martin Ellis picked off both the 195 and the 37, so the first of those cars being Andy Bailey, the 37 being Matthew Irons, so still continuing to drive forward since their little bit of an issue on lap 1. Whatever it was, it has been fixed. They've got the bit between their teeth, and they're still going to push forward. Matthew Ellis, potentially the quicker of the pairing as well. So as soon as Martin pulls in, hands over to Matthew, you can expect that car to go even quicker still. But the mid-pack, Mark, everybody is setting personal fastest laps.
Yeah, absolutely. So you only have to look back to where is it? Car number 191 in 6th position, which is going to be the car of Hugh Gurney. Everybody from there backwards, all the way to almost last position, are all improving their lap times and are setting their best individual laps of the race so far. So, yeah, everybody is pushing hard at the moment. There's another good little fight that's just going through Brundle and Nelson at the moment, and that's Colin Claxton at the wheel of the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He's got the Porsche 924 of Andrew Thompson that's just behind him, but ahead of him, and not that far ahead of him, is also Simon Spooner at the wheel of the largely red E30 shaped BMW 325i. So that's a nice little squabble that we've got going on there. For 14th, for 15th and for 16th position, it'll just be threading its way round through Corham now and up towards the braking area for Murray's at the end of the lap.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. They are almost close enough together to start thinking about making changes for position. And last time through, I noticed again Martin Ellis, a personal fastest lap of the race, a 2 minute 13.795, quicker than everybody in front of him, bar the top two. So really pushing forward now, and that's still awaiting Matthew Ellis to get in the car. We know how quick Matthew is. We're now seeing that battle you mentioned just a few moments ago, Mark, get even closer on the run up towards Wilson. They have changed indeed. Did you see that position?
I did, yeah. Colin Claxton was able to work his way through and ahead there of the BMW of Simon Spooner. So place gained for the Triumph Dolly Sprint, place lost for the E30 shaped BMW. Now Colin Claxton almost ran out of room coming out of the Wilson hairpin there, so I thought for a split second he was going to run wide and give the place back, but no, he has just about managed to hang on to it. So Stephen Scott Dunwoody leading the way. Nobody has opted to go for the pits as yet. We've also got a change for position further down through the order as Matthew Irons, who starts the number 37 BMW, loses a place. Sneaking through up the inside was the number 69 Porsche 944 Series 2 of Steve Thompson. So that's another change for position. Matthew Irons was in 11th. He will drop to 12th.
Yeah, and we know how quick Jake Severs can be behind the wheel of that BMW 323i, and we do have the leader in the pit lane, so that is Stephen Scott Dunwoody into the pit lane nice and early. The pit window has been open for around about 6 minutes. He will remain in the car. Nobody sharing with Stephen this weekend, but the number 45 Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500 into the pit lane. The first driver to dive in. A little bit of attention being paid around the car, just checking tyre pressures, making sure that everything is as expected and the tyre pressures are uniform all around the car. And then as soon as it comes to the relevant time to get going, he will leave the pit lane, make sure he is just over the 1 minute and 30 margin, and then he will be able to retake to the circuit and push harder than ever. And almost, very, very almost, was almost a fastest lap of the race. Of course, Stephen Scott Dunwoody with a 2:11.753, but at the top, who's currently just inherited the lead as Stephen Scott Dunwoody has come into the pit lane, is the number 51 of Richard Harman. To show you how close the Ellis's pace is to the top three. Richard Harman last time through a 2 minute 13.246, a personal fastest lap for him. Martin Ellis last time through a 2 minute 13.268, personal fastest lap for him. Retaking to the circuit is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. You could hear the car scrambling around for a little bit of traction as the turbo spools up on the exit. Rejoins the circuit just in a little bit of traffic. Definitely something to think about, and I've got a feeling we've got Jake Severs jumping in the car as Matthew Irons gets out. That is in the yellow BMW 323i E21, and Jake Severs, a very, very quick driver, so it'll be interesting to see whereabouts Jake Severs manages to bring that BMW up to. Across the line once again is the very, very pretty number 8 Porsche. These Porsche 911 Carreras in a sort of silver and martini liveried car. You can see it heading through turn 1 now at Ritchie's, and then heading up towards Wilson in a few moments' time. The start-finish line has fallen somewhat quiet until now. Well, then the 51 car comes by, that being Richard Harman, who is currently in the lead of the race on the road, still yet to pit. But of course now we've got Stephen Scott Dunwoody back out on the circuit. A 1 minute 31.535 was his pit stop time, so he had a 1.5 seconds to spare in the pit stop. He was the right side of 1 minute 30, retaking to the circuit now is Jake Severs, having Matthew Irons got out the car. How quick was their time? 1 minute 32.1, so 2 seconds clear of any sort of penalty. Mark, you down in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, Jake Severs has just brought the BMW E21 back out into the race, which means that Matthew Irons has vacated the car. Matthew, it's good to have a catch-up with you. It all went quite well in qualifying. Jake was a star behind the wheel, wasn't he?
Jake is just so much quicker than I am. It's the 50 years that he's got over me. No, he's very quick in the wet. So, you know, I've come in, done my bit, and then that's it, hand over, see where he puts it.
Well, you've been doing your bit for many a year, and a little dicky bird tells me that it might be the final year of motor racing for you.
Absolutely, had enough. 73, done. I've done 19 years in that car, so...
19 years in that car. I've been commentating for 24, and I don't think I've ever seen it a different colour other than yellow and black.
There was somebody owned it before then, a bloke called Phil Terry. And then it was owned again in the E21 Challenge when they had, like, cup cars.
So you're going to hang your helmet up, but you're not going to be a stranger. We'll still see you around and about?
I'll be around because Jake will be racing with his dad. So I'll still be about, but I can't get underneath the car anymore, and you know, your gearbox on your chest going, no.
But you've enjoyed your time. Thanks for chatting to us.
Absolutely loved it. It's been great.
There we go. So that's our first driver that we'll chat to for our final race of the day. Let's go back upstairs to Jack for a bit and see who else in the meantime I might be able to catch up with.
Brilliant, cheers, Mark. Hopefully you do find somebody else down there in the pit lane. While we were interviewing Matthew Irons, or Michael Irons, pardon me. No, it was Matthew Irons. We did have a new fastest lap of the race, so it was previously held by Stephen Scott Dunwoody, a 2 minute 11.753. That's been bettered by half a second now, as it's Martin Ellis still behind the wheel of the number 14 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. So Martin Ellis, arguably maybe the slightly slower of the two, we don't know yet. But he has already put the fastest lap of the race in, a 2 minute 11.244. He's worked his way up to 6th on the road. Of course, with drivers still yet to pit, we do have the number 11 machine in. That is the Harvey and Neil entrance. James Neil and Neil Harvey. Neil Harvey started that car. James Neil about to get in. They've pitted from 2nd on the road, and they've been there or thereabouts throughout the entire race. You can see just the driver change happening now. They've got plenty of time. There's no need to rush as long as you're the right side of 1 minute 30. I've got a feeling, Mark, you mentioned it earlier on in the day, we can see a penalty coming for somebody. The first one that we've been able to spot on the brilliant TSL timing. That is for Colin Claxton, number 86. Number 86 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. You've got to make sure you're above 1 minute 30. He did 1 minute 26.331, so you can't even argue that, I don't think. That is some 3.7 seconds shorter than it ideally should have been. But still out and circulating is the number 51 machine, still in the lead of the race, Richard Harmon. He's in the lead of the race on the road. Stephen Scott Dunwoody has obviously been into the pit lane. He is the leading car that has been into the pits. And then the top three at the moment, again, top three on the road, still haven't pitted. Of course, we mentioned Richard Harmon. Then we get to number 75 of Matthew Lewis. And then 191, that's Hugh Gurney in the almost works liveried BMW 325i E30. Retaking to the circuit is the number 11, this time with James Neal behind the wheel, having Neil Harvey taken part in the first part of the race. But I've got a feeling we could have a couple of penalties. Again, retaking to the circuit, one of the cars we just mentioned. This time it's David Nunes in the, again, sort of works liveried BMW 325i. Also another pit stopper as well. It's getting quite busy. The number 10 of Thomas Hurdy and Thomas Hendry, pardon me, and the 25 leaving the pit lane. Michael Wright started that car. Liam Wright is now behind the wheel of that Porsche. And we have had a change of driver for the number 14 machine. It is now Matthew Ellis behind the wheel. Interesting to see how quick that car will end up going, as Matthew Ellis obviously very quick in qualifying, very open to the fact you can drive the car a little bit sideways and still be going at a rapid rate of knots, and that's exactly what he did. Back past us goes a little battle between the BMWs and Jake Severs. Down to you, Mark.
Yeah, so I've got Martin Ellis that's alongside me. He's just handed the car over to his son Matthew Ellis. Martin, that was a busy start to the race. You gained places, you lost places, you were on the grass, a mixture of everything.
Yeah, well, I haven't really raced all last year, and probably I was a little bit overhyped, if I'm honest with you. And Bentley's, Agostini's was okay. Then I lost it big time out the bomb hole. I got on the power too quick when I was on the grass last, when I was catching people up again. And then down the main straight, it was getting a bit squeezed and it was very hairy on the grass. You knew the car could go anywhere, but thank goodness somehow we managed to put it back on the track, and it's up to my son Matty Ellis to do well now, isn't it?
Well, he was going all right in the few laps that he got in qualifying, and that car must be kicking out some real power, because you could hear it wheel spinning down the straight in the damp. So what kind of horsepower are you putting out in it?
It's a Stuart Rodwell engine. It's just over 300 now, so it's good. And Phil Seaman prepares all the car, so it's a joy to drive, really, and hopefully my son will be out there giving it what for.
Having not seen much of you last year racing, we're going to see a bit more of you this year in future classics?
Yeah, that's my plan, yeah. I want to do quite a few rounds. I want to do Thruxton, Brands, it's our local circuit. So, yeah, we hope to all meet up again.
And hopefully you'll get a great result now that Matt's taken over.
Yeah, I will, hopefully.
Thanks a lot. There we go. Martin Ellis, last of the drivers we're going to chat to in the pit lane, because the pit lane is rather empty now, so let's go back upstairs to Jack Werrell.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, it is slowly starting to empty out in the pit lane. I think there's only one more car remaining in the pit lane. There's still a couple more cars still to pit, notably number 8. That's Kia Edmonds in the Porsche 911 Carrera, the one that you thought should be going a little bit quicker throughout the day, the sort of silver and martini liveried machine, but hasn't been able really to find the pace. And then still the top 2 of Andrew Harmon and Hugh Gurney yet to pit. It's still only Colin Claxton that has pitted the wrong side of the 1:30 requirement. But all of the, in terms of driver swaps, all of the driver swaps have taken place. In the number 11 car, the white Porsche 911, Neil Harvey has handed over to James Neal. In the Ellis's black and silver Talbot Sunbeam, we've just spoken to Martin Ellis. Matthew Ellis is out on circuit now. Number 25, the Porsche 944 Turbo. Michael Wright has got out of that car. Liam Wright is now behind the wheel. And then in the yellow and black 323i, we had a word with Matthew Irons. Jake Severs is now behind the wheel and out and circulating. And just 2 more. Simon Spooner in the 281 BMW 325i has handed over to Joshua Smith, and in the 131 Porsche 924, Andrew Thompson's got out of that car, and Chris Pidcock has got behind the wheel. Fastest lap after fastest lap being posted by Stephen Scott Dunwoody. 2 minutes 8.623 is the fastest lap time, having just been set. He's bettered the previous lap time that he set just a few moments ago. So Stephen Scott Dunwoody, he knows what he's doing behind the wheel of that Ford Sierra Cosworth. 191 at the moment. That has Hugh Gurney behind the wheel and will continue to. He's still battling away with one of the other BMWs that have just disappeared behind the trees, and he continues to push forward. He's trying to minimise any sort of time loss, because of course he's still got to pit. So too does Andrew Harmon. It's just the top 2 that need to pit now, and before the pit window closes. We've got around about 5 minutes of the pit window remaining, so there's not too long for them to we've got 20 seconds remaining of the pit window, so they need to get round now. Into the pit lane indeed comes the number 51 of Andrew Harmon. Is Hugh Gurney going to get round? I don't think he will. The last time I saw him, he was heading through Williams, so unless we've got a transponder issue, there is Hugh Gurney now heading in towards the bomb hole. Pit window is now closed. He could pick up a penalty for that, and so too could Colin Claxton. And then a 1:08 pit stop again. It could be a timing issue, but that is the wrong side of 1:30.
It certainly is, yeah. Now, those penalties would be a 30-second penalty. If you're short on your pit stop, it's a 30-second penalty plus the time that you were short that gets added to your race time. Hugh Gurney is coming into the pits, but the pit window closed, so he enters the pit lane and breaks the beam now, 30 seconds after the pit window closed. So that is going to be a penalty that will be heading his way. And if memory serves me correctly, is it not a 1 or a 2 lap penalty for pitting outside of the window? It's quite draconian, but it does encourage you to pit when the window's open.
Absolutely. And flying back through once again is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. He's been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and a slow lap from him, Mark. He's just done a 2-minute 9.312, so still by far the fastest lap on the circuit. However, not too far away, Matthew Ellis, a 2-minute 9.704. We knew he'd be quick, maybe not that quick.
Yeah, he's, 9 seconds quicker than the car he's trying to hunt down, and he's only now 7 seconds behind it, so he should gain a place next time through over David Nunes at the wheel of his BMW. And then he'll then be trying to hunt down Darren Claydon and co as well, who are only sort of another 7 seconds ahead. So rate of close, he might be able to pick up a few places here. Back out of the pit lane goes Richard Harmon. So why did he come into the pits, Jack? 4 minutes. Well, he was in the pits for a long period of time. Was that to serve his pit stop? Was he in the process of doing so, was he?
Yeah, he literally pitted with about 10 seconds remaining on, on the board, so he just about made it in. He has pitted from the lead of the race. He was leading the entire time, while Stephen Scott Dunwoody was chasing him down. His pit stop time was more than okay, but Keir Edmonds, that is an incredibly short pit stop, and Colin Claxton still 3.5 seconds too fast as well.
His pit stop was pretty bob on, because he had an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits, didn't he? So he had to be 1 minute and 50 seconds. He was 1 minute and 52.
Right, okay, perfect. That'll be exactly why he took a little bit longer in Richard Harmon's pit stop. But another fastest lap of the race, 2-minute 8 this time, 2-minute 8.304. So has just bettered Stephen Scott Dunwoody's time by quite a substantial amount. 1 position gained on the lap prior. We'll wait for them to come back round, wait for Matthew Ellis to see how many cars he can tick off this time. But I've got a feeling we could be on for 1 or 2 pit stop time penalties, and then maybe, of course, the one for pitting outside the pit window, Mark.
Yeah, they would all be applied after the race as well, so they'll let the cars continue round. They'll just apply those penalties at the end of it. So when we give you the results at the end of the race, of course, that is a provisional result. The results are already finalised half an hour potentially after each particular race. So 12 minutes to go. Stephen Scott Dunwoody blasts his way over the start-finish line and is now onto lap number 13 at the moment, with a very handsome advantage between himself and Tony Harmon, who was the Silverstone winner of the first Future Classics race of the 2023 championship season. Then we've got James Neal, who is sitting there in 3rd place at the wheel of the number 11 Porsche. Matthew Lewis at the wheel of the Marcos Manchula sits there in 4th position. Darren Claydon in the 351 Porsche completes the top 5, and Hugh Gurney, the late pit stopper, is 6th on the road at the moment, with a question mark hanging over him as to whether there's going to be a penalty applied following his late arrival into the pits.
Yeah, you would have thought so, definitely. Heading through the final corner now, and onto the Senna Straight goes the number 51 of Andrew Harmon. He led a few laps of the race. He's dealt with the 20-second penalty that he got for his successes at Silverstone. Across the start-finish line, he will go a 2-minute 15, still lapping quicker than the cars around him, but I'm sure he will know full well that Matthew Ellis is trying to charge his way up through the order. Through the final corner goes a great little battle. That's the 131 Porsche, potentially holding up very slightly there. I couldn't quite pick out who that was that managed to get held up. I'm assuming it was the Marcos of Matthew Lewis, who's now flying up into turn 1. He's sat there in 4th place, struggling with lap traffic. All of this is slowly starting to swing the way of Matthew Ellis. He just goes through with a 2-minute 9, 2 positions gained on the lap prior. He managed to get past Darren Claydon. He managed to get past Hugh Gurney. So that is him in the top 5 now. And the next car was that Marcos that we were just looking at.
Yeah, so the Marcos of Matthew Lewis is the best part of 11 seconds up the road at the moment, but Matthew Ellis, with the pace that he is putting in, is lapping the best part of 6 seconds quicker than that car. So a couple of laps, he should be with the red Marcos Manchula, which is just threading its way with 10 minutes remaining up towards the braking area for Agostini. So there, through Agostini goes Matthew Lewis. There's still a couple of back markers between Matthew Lewis and the charging Matthew Ellis. And we've also now got another fastest lap of the race. All right, off has gone, coming out of Agostini, Chris Pidcock. So the Porsche 924 heads off the circuit. He was having a great little battle with Sam Moody at the wheel of the Mazda MX-5, but those 2 cars now are going to be split apart, really, because Sam Moody will pick up 17th place, and I'm afraid that Chris Pidcock now drops down into 18th place and loses a raft of time at the wheel of the number 131 Porsche. It's back on the tarmac and heading round through Oggies, and it also meant that Matthew Ellis dealt with that back marker whilst it was still recovering from its moment, so he could keep absolutely flat out. So 9 minutes to go. Stephen Scott Dunwoody leading handsomely from the car of Richard Harmon, and well, he can just afford to stroke the car home now, really, can't he, Stephen Stopcombe? Would he keep his eye on all of the gauges and just listen for any noises and drive to the pace that he's happy with?
Yeah, one thing we just saw there, that was a great shot that the cameraman managed to get. There is Matthew Ellis. A little bit of tyre rubbing by the looks of that, heading through the bomb hole, slowly losing a little bit of rear end grip. You could see Richard Harmon just very slightly up the road, so we could see a change for everything up to second place if Matthew Ellis keeps driving at the rates he is. And the number 14 machine, that is Matthew Ellis, the car we've just been talking about. He's got a 1 minute pit stop infringement, so I'm assuming that's just a penalty for maybe pitting too early, too late, or not pitting for long enough. But 1 minute will be added to his race time by the looks of that.
Yeah, there's no indication as to what it is for, is it? No. So we'll have to wait and see as to why that car has been handed a 1 minute penalty for some sort of infringement in the pit. So I wasn't down there when the pit stop was taking place, so I can't identify as to whether it was either leaving the engine running or something like that, or maybe not, I don't know, undoing the seatbelts before it came to a halt. I simply don't know, but either way, it's meant that what we were looking at was a potential podium for that car as it heads up towards the braking area for Agostini. That is no longer going to be the case.
No, of course we can call it on the road, because in theory he will still be taking second place on the road, but then of course once post-race penalties are applied, that will be when all the positions are lost. But he's still pushing forward. I don't know whether he'll know a little bit of a lock-up there, an even bigger lock-up. The cadence braking didn't quite work. Put his foot to the floor on the brake, locked the inside front, and then immediately took some pressure off, reapplied it, and whether that was the tyre just finding the flat spot again. But you can see Matthew Ellis doing everything he can. A little bit of it's almost a four-wheel drift everywhere that car goes. Onto the Bentley straight goes Matthew Ellis. A puff of smoke from the exhaust as soon as he changes up a gear, and he's not too far away from the number 75 machine, that being Matthew Lewis. And then, of course, the next target for him will be number 11, James Neal, behind the wheel of that car, having just been handed over from Neil Harvey. And the 351 going well as well, just somewhat just under the radar, really, for the moment.
That's the car that started well, isn't it? Darren Claydon, car number 351. I'm keeping an eye on what's going on for third and fourth as well, because Matthew Lewis at the wheel of the number 75 red Marcus Manchula is chipping away at James Neal's advantage. So I don't think it's done and dusted yet that the number 11 Porsche would end up on the podium. There it goes over the start-finish line. There goes Matthew Lewis. The gap between the pair of them is down to less than 1.5 seconds, and Matthew Lewis was 1.1 seconds quicker than the Porsche on that lap. So the gap is certainly coming down, and the fight is almost on now for the final podium spot.
Yeah, it's really starting to heat up, and it's such a shame that there is that penalty. There was one thing, maybe it's just looking into it a bit too much, but it just so happens that the driver in 14th place, not number 14 of course, but the driver in 14th place is Colin Claxton, the driver that I would have thought would be getting a penalty. And speaking of which, Colin Claxton is in the barrier on the exit of, I think that's the exit of Agostini. He was a long way off the road, so I'm not 100% sure what happened there. Maybe a lock-up or some sort of braking issue, but he's ended up quite a way off the barrier. Whether that was then correcting a slight bit of a slide or something like that, he found himself in the barrier. I'm assuming it was just a slight touch on the brakes, and the car seems fine, so Colin Claxton will continue on without too much of an issue. But yeah, it seems a bit too close to a coincidence at that time, because Colin Claxton at the time was in 14th place, and obviously he pitted in 1 minute 26, so 4 seconds shy of what you need, and I can understand that could be why there's a penalty. And a great save there by Matthew Ellis, very, very sideways. The inside wheel picked up just behind the Marcos Manchula of Matthew Lewis. And that is a change for position if he can get that move done. And then the car just up the road from him is the James Neal and Neil Harvey Porsche 911 964. So there's still nothing between the pair of them. There's 3 cars all fighting over the final step on the podium. Matthew Lewis, he's got half the car off the road through the bomb hole, still pushing forward. He just about manages to sneak his way up the inside of Matthew Lewis. The next target for him will be James Neal in the Porsche, but it looks like the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus has got a lot more grip around the outside on the brakes. Careful not to lock up all over the curb. Not enough room given, I don't think, but they still continue on, and that will be a puncher by the looks of it, as it has smashed and definitely deformed the rim on Matthew Lewis's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus as they come past us. That could very quickly turn dangerous, so maybe a puncher already forming.
Yeah, it looks as though, the puncher is starting to form as he heads in towards the braking area at Ritchie's corner. Matthew Lewis knows there that, there is something not quite right with the car. Now, he was pretty much fully alongside, and still there was contact between the pair of them. So James Neal either didn't see him coming or thought he'd got a bit more room than he'd got, because for me, Matthew Lewis was fully alongside. It was his corner.
100% Matthew Lewis was there, and it was you could see he locked up, desperately trying to avoid that accident, and then he was just aimed at the sausage curb through no fault of his own. But it's such a shame to see, because that car may still have a penalty, and of course that now means that Matthew Ellis has got to limp that car home. We have a black and white warning flag for car number 86. That is for Colin Claxton, presumably for whatever happened down towards Agostini. So Colin Claxton with a black and white warning flag for driving standards. He's working his way through Agostini now. This time he manages to negotiate it just fine. Matthew Ellis still limping that car round to the pit lane. It's seems like the Porsche managed to deal with that hit a lot easier than the Talbot Sunbeam.
Yeah, it's just at the wrong point, because he got some, I think, steering angle in as he was turning into the corner, and the Porsche just made contact with it. So poor old Matthew Ellis, not Matthew Lewis as I alluded to, he's driving the Mantura, but Matthew Ellis out of the race, and through no fault of his own. Could he have just waited a little bit longer because he was catching anyway? Yes, he probably could have, but that's hindsight, isn't it? That unfortunately all of that hard work is done and dusted, I'm afraid. So what we've now got is Stephen Scott Dunwoody leading the race. Richard Harmon a long way adrift, 60 seconds adrift now in second position, and Matthew Lewis at the wheel of the Marcus Manchula. They're in third position and pulling away now from that lightly damaged number 11 Porsche in the hands of James Neal.
Yeah, so await the arrival of the Marcos Manchula. You can see visually as they head in towards Murray's, there is quite a gap between the pair of them. Slightly wide through the final corner was Matthew Lewis. He got the moment collected up, put to the floor and continues on. There's still 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining on the clock. And across the line there now comes James Neal behind the wheel of the number 11 Porsche 911. We'll try and figure out exactly where Stephen Scott Dunwoody is, so we can almost estimate it how many laps we have left. I don't know whether he just crossed the line, so we may have time for 2 more laps, or whether he'll be going on to his final lap. He's just working his way through the final corner now, so Stephen Scott Dunwoody behind the wheel of that Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500 charges towards the line, lights ablaze to let the lapped cars know he is on his way, crosses the line now to go on to his final lap of the race. Lap 17 completed, on to lap number 18, and it's been a fairly faultless drive from Scott Dunwoody. He's not really put a foot wrong, he's just been lapping and lapping and lapping, and in what is a very quick piece of kit, he's managed to deal with anything that went his way, whether it be traffic or a spin or anything in front of him. He's just worked his way through.
Yeah, so Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who's been, and that's problems, and into the pit lane, crawling his way in, comes the number 25 car late on. So that is the Liam Wright Porsche that's working its way into the pit lane late on. So only 1 more lap and they'd have seen the checkered flag, but it's not to be. But yeah, Stephen Scott Dunwoody has driven some very rapid Fords over the years, and is looking as though he is heading towards pretty much a lights the flag victory. If there's any lap he didn't lead, it was only because he pitted earlier than others. So he turns his way out of Agostini and accelerates his way along the short straight that brings him up towards Hamilton. There'll still be a bit of work to do, though, because he still might have to get past Keir Edmonds at the wheel of his Porsche towards the latter stages of this particular lap. But Keir Edmonds, I'm sure we'll see him coming and will stay out of harm's way. Keir is running around in 16th position and hasn't really made any inroads in this race, because he started in 12th, so he's rather gone backwards when I thought he might come forwards.
Yeah, and of course we've still got to figure out a driver of the day on this one as well, do we? Yeah, so just looking through the grid and figuring out where people have come from and where they have got to as well, because if you can fight your way through a pack like this, it's very, very impressive indeed. but it's still Richard Harmon, just sat in second place, a minute behind the leader. He's not really got too much to worry about in regards to anything else. And of course, I did spot, heading into turn 1, there was, Jake Severs just dabbing the brake a couple of times, getting the brake discs alive, ready for the heavy braking zone at Ritchie's. And he's been doing that every few laps just to make sure that he's got some temperature in the brakes. But the clock ticks to 0 and the checkered flag is being readied for the final time this weekend. Heading through Coreham now on the run up towards Murray's is our race leader, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. The checkered flag is being waved and we'll await his arrival. Here he is coming through to take the win here at Silverstone. Stephen Scott Dunwoody crosses the line at Snetterton. Stephen Scott Dunwoody crosses the line to win the final race of the day, and the only race for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. We'll await Richard Harmon's arrival here at Snetterton, definitely not at Silverstone. And Richard Harmon, he's driven a fairly quiet race. He's not had too much to worry about. The little bits of traffic, but the Porsche has been going well, and he's not really had too much to think about in the way of avoiding anything really. The pit stop was nailed, and of course he had that 20-second penalty. He dealt with that perfectly. We were looking at 1 minute 30 for other cars, 1 minute 50 it had to be for Richard Harmon, carrying the success penalty from Silverstone, but he crosses the line to finish in second place, and then it might be a little bit of a wait before we get the arrival of the number 11 Porsche 911 964 of James Neal and Neil Harvey. Neil Harvey started that car, passed the car over to James Neal for the final stage of the race. That car is just heading through the bomb hole now for the final time, and then we'll arrive into Coreham in just a few moments' time, and he will round out the podium. The number 75 machine, however, a brilliant drive from Matthew Lewis from 13th place. He's currently in 5th. Of course, he will have a post-race penalty applied by the looks of the graphic, but it has been a brilliant race from him. He crosses the line now, and then the run towards the line for James Neal. He crosses the line to finish in 3rd place, and on corrected times, yeah, Matthew Lewis does indeed finish in 4th place. And a flash of the lights from the 351, that being Darren Claydon. He finished in 4th place on corrected time. So at the moment, Matthew Lewis is down into 5th. So we've still got, obviously, the provisional results to bring to yourself. Hugh Gurney crossed the line in 6th place and set a personal fastest lap of the race on the last lap of the race as well. So still pushing hard right the way until the checkered flag. I'd say we've got around about 2 minutes for interviews, Mark. So as and when it comes time to chat to the drivers, it will have to be a very, very quick one. We might have only have time to run through the top 10 finishers from this race, as we've still got drivers crossing the line. Whilst we are waiting for results to come through,
yeah,
I think interviews is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, well, while you're waiting for results to come through, we'll interview drivers because we've only got a couple of minutes before curfew. Stephen, that went to plan, but as you said, you were pleased to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, the lap before last, the gearbox feels like it's going to fall out the bottom of the car. It's definitely broke the box, but we kept the boost down all race just to conserve power anyway, but we've had nothing but gearbox problems, and we thought we fixed it, but no, backwards to square one.
Back to the workshop, take it all apart, try again.
Yeah, we've got trying to find a stronger gearbox for it, but we'll get there.
I'm sure you will. Well done on the win. We're going to see if we can grab a very quick word with Richard Harmon. Again, it will have to be a quick one because we're very short for time with the curfew. Richard, you overcame the time penalty from Silverstone and you were still right in the reckoning.
Oh, man, yeah, I just pushed a bit long, did my pit stop late, got some really good clean laps in, managed to build out a bit of a lead, and then, yeah, it's paid off. I mean, second with a winner's penalty, can't say fairer than that, so... Yeah, absolutely elated, thank you.
And because you're second, you've cleared the winner's penalty as well for the next round.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Let's grab a very, very, very quick word, if we can, with the third place driver who, right, it isn't here. No, the third place driver has disappeared, so we haven't got Matthew Lewis, in which case we'll go back upstairs to Jack Werrell for the results. So that's all from me. I'll hand you back up to Jack to do the results and sign us off.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, indeed, we do have the results. We've only got time to rattle through the top few, though. Stephen Scott Dunwoody won the race. Richard Harmon finished in second, and then it was the Harvey and Neil pairing. Neil Harvey across the line to finish in third. Darren Claydon fourth. Matthew Lewis in fifth place. Then it was Hugh Gurney, Irons and Severs, Andy Bailey, Stephen Thompson and Rob Hardy. This weekend, obviously, we have been here at Snetterton for the spring event for the Classic Sports Car Club. It's been absolutely brilliant from start to finish. So if you've been watching along at home, thank you very much. If you've been watching along at the circuit, thank you also to all of the marshals, all the circuit staff. It's been a pleasure. Safe journey home. Bye-bye.